All right, we are back with day 25. We're a bit behind, but that's okay. We will catch up. It's okay. Hello, my name's Lily. I am covering this trial. I'm not a lawyer, so I just got things to say. We are the Chatty Juror. I am the Chatty Juror. We are the Chatty Jury, and we have things to talk about and we have things to catch up on. So today, the start of today is going to be a little rough. We are working with a Zoom instead of an actual live camera feed. There was an issue with the camera catching a glimpse of a juror. We are now down two jurors for this trial. There are, I believe, 3 alternates left. So there's plenty to go around, which is fine. Let me just. Okay. There's plenty to go around, which is fine. Trials lose jurors. It's okay. Sometimes it's because they get seen. Sometimes it's because they get outed. Sometimes it's because they talk. Sometimes it's because someone talked to them. There's a lot of reasons that a juror leaves and is excused. And it sucks, in my opinion, to be a juror and get excused, especially at this point of this specific trial, because good Lord, you have wasted so much of your time, and you do not even get the benefit of deliberating or possibly deliberating. Even being on the short list of possible deliberators is better than just wasting all your time and not being able to deliberate whatsoever. Hi, Ray. What's going on? Yay! Let's do this. So it's going to be a little rough. It will shift back to the normal camera. I think a lot of people were like, absolutely not. This is unacceptable. So prepare yourself if you are not already aware. It is hot. I'm cooling off. I am loving the AC in here. I hope everyone is staying hydrated. I know I am. I got jug of water, tea, lots of hydration happening today. Let's get into it. I'm going to leave this part at normal speed because it's already tough to hear. So we're going to leave it at normal speed. And then once the normal cameras come back, we'll kick it up a notch to 1.5 or 1.25 or even 1.5 because we got to catch up. So let's get going.
117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, jurors. I appreciate your patience. Let me ask you those 3 questions. Is everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Thank you. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing?
So let me just orient you to what you're seeing here. So this is Mr. Yanati. This is Miss Little, Karen, Mr. Jackson. You are looking at the Commonwealth or the prosecution close up downstage. So you have Mr. Lally here, and I don't know her name. I am sincerely so sorry. You are seeing behind Karen, which is sometimes her family back here, and over here, this is John's family that we have seen a lot of. So we just kind of gone like a 90-degree angle from these cameras, and the witness cam is going to startle you.
Independent research or investigation. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. So you'll see that there's a juror who is not with us at this point. There are good and sufficient reasons for that juror to be excused. It's personal to that juror. Do not concern yourselves with it in any way. Okay, and we will move on. All right, your first witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Miss Jessica Hyde to the stand.
The best part about this setup is you can actually hear Lolly. We can actually hear him because, nope, maybe not. Who knows? For that moment, we could, what kind of tea? Just some Arizona ginseng, green tea, ginseng, and honey. My allergies are having a heyday.
We saw this with the evidence, the
Literally.
fucking jury in the case down here, and she's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you.
I keep muting myself. I'm actually really excited for this witness. We're in forensic territory. So right now we are hopping into digital forensics, like your phone.
All right, Ms. Lally, whenever you're ready.
This camera angle is
Ma'am,
prime.
if you want, that microphone is adjustable. You can put it pretty much anywhere you're comfortable with, okay?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Jessica Hyde, Hyde.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I own a digital forensics firm that does training, services, and research.
And the digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia, Hexordia.
And how long have you had your own firm?
3 years.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final graduation was from ECPI.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit, if you can.
Absolutely. So my final graduation was from ECPI, College of Technology. However, I attended several universities because I was on active duty at the time.
And following your undergraduate, where did you go from there?
From there, I went and completed my tour on active duty. I went into work in the field and eventually then did my master's in computer forensics from George Mason University.
And when about was it that you received your master's in computer forensics from George Mason?
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
And as far as, you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
And where did you begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for a company called American Systems, working at the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center, called TDAC.
And following sort of going forward to when you received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices. So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts working a variety of cases, everything from insider threat and insider trading. Then I really missed doing more public service work, so I left to go to the National Media.
Ronnie, I don't know if you scooted back to the beginning or not, but this is just a momentary situation that they're having. It's kind of y'all were naughty and caught a juror on camera slightly, so we are removing cameras, but it switches back to normal cams shortly. I believe finishing up this witness, it will switch back to normal cams. This is kind of like a reprimand to Court TV, who owns the pool cam, for catching the glimpse of a juror. And we are on normal speed right now, just because of the quality. It's just easier to hear. But we'll get back up to fast speed for a little millennial ears. Well, you're probably, Ronnie, you're probably not a millennial.
Media Exploitation
You're
Center, which is I work there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence for the U.S. government in mobile exploitation, and I ran that team there.
Yeah. And then
From there, I can go from there. From there, I went and became the director of forensics for Magnet Forensics, which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, et cetera. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
And then
Oh,
what
cool.
did you,
Okay,
no,
millennials. Okay.
I'm sorry, let me start again. As far as what, if any, teaching experience in relation to the field?
That is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've taught 20 terms in their graduate program. I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in their digital forensics master's program.
In addition to your work and your teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, also called SWIG-DE. I am the chair of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been chairing that project since 2018, or when it started, with our first publications in 2019. I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High Tech Crime Investigation Association, also called HTCIA, which I've been a member of since 2012. And I will ascend to, I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September. I am also, I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS. And I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital forensics. And I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you published in relation to?
Great question. I've published a paper on the standardization of data recovery. I worked on that with Dr. Owen Casey and Dr. Nelson. That was published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal. I also was the second author on a paper related to the use of AI in digital forensics, artificial intelligence. And I've published numerous articles, blogs, white papers. I probably have published about 20 of those, but just speaking to the peer review work, there's 2.
It's a
When you say
crime.
peer review, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what that means or what that
Criminal.
process entails?
Absolutely. So a peer-reviewed work is when you have a novel piece of research that you then submit that novel, never been presented work to a journal. It then gets reviewed by numerous academic peers. It goes through cycles of revision where they ask more questions. On the standardization of file recovery paper, that process took about 14 months for it to be peer-reviewed by experts in the field, and then it is published in a journal.
And so you've had both articles that you've authored that have been peer-reviewed and published, as well as you've performed the role of reviewer of other people's work?
Correct. I performed in addition to the publications I've done, I reviewed at least 20 to 30 articles, both in a combination of support for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal and DFIR Review.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if you could explain to the jury, when you say the term as far as digital forensics, what do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data from any storage medium that can control data, be that a mobile phone, computer, or cloud, for the intention of that data intentionally being used for court.
And with reference to your firm, Hexordia, where is that located? What state?
We are headquartered in New York State, in Bridgeport, New York, which is outside of Syracuse. We also have an office location in the DC metro area in Tyson's Corner, but we have employees in 6 states.
And with respect to your duties and responsibilities in regard to your firm, what is it that you do?
Great question. So I do perform digital forensic
Great
analysis on
question.
cases. I currently work on 2 U.S. government contracts supporting 1 digital forensic analysis and 2 novel research and exploitation of mobile devices. So I'm named personnel on 2 contracts, and then I manage another 3. I also develop training for mobile forensics. My courses have been taken by people all over the country, and Hexordia also delivers that training. I also do research and presentations for journals, conferences, et cetera. So a combination of casework, education, and research.
Okay, qualifications.
Now,
They did good
besides,
getting
I
this
could turn
one.
your attention to May of 2023. At some point during that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in relation to this case?
Yes, on May 4th, I was contacted by Detective Tully via our website about this case.
And eventually, was there a contract that was executed and you agreed to do some work in relation to one specific area of this case?
Yes, contract was executed on May 9th and work began on May 10th of 2023.
And as far as the specific information in relation to this case, what was it that you looked at? I'm sorry. Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked to look at?
I was asked to look at 2 specific Google search terms that took place on January 29th.
And
That's
with
it?
regards to the information that was
Let me pause. I hope so. I hope she says that's a bad question. That's it. Just to Google search, just what I'm assuming to be is the has long to die in the cold Google search. That's it. That for all the digital forensics, but all the phone calls, the missing phone calls. That's it.
that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment. But with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received 2 reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Green was a person that was retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So you essentially received reports from the state police and a witness for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to those 2 reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And so when you received that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic copy. I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then placed in our safe, to a working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
And then once that process was completed, what did you do from there?
I immediately verified the hash values of my new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original image.
And what is the hash value?
A hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
Yeah, agreed.
And
I'm like
as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original matched. They also matched the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
And then what did you do
Everything
from there?
lined up.
From there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ARTX, A-R-T-E-X. I utilized a tool called iLeap and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through, are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation.
And as far as those different types of tools, so I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you used.
Correct.
And why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two. Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications, so they each work and support different bits of data. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
And with respect to using those sort of different varieties of tools, from Celebrite to Axiom to Ardex, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal
She's not looking at notes.
of conducting forensic analysis?
Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running.
If I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned, just briefly, as far as the Sanderson tool.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
And just for the record, when you use that term as far as the SQLite database, how is that spelled?
It is capital SQL, lowercase ITE, and SQLite is also commonly pronounced as SQLite, so both pronunciations are acceptable.
There was so much you could have helped
on. Once you received the extraction, made the copy, and then ran it through of those variety of tools, what is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused.
I'm sure it came down to money, though. I'm sure this process is very, very expensive.
Specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been in use at that time.
Now, in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion.
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see if what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is... The tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered, and sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
because you can't
Now,
recover
you
something that hasn't been
mentioned
deleted.
specifically there were two searches of
can recover
interest that you
something
were exploring, is that
Hasn't
correct?
been deleted.
That is correct.
And what were those two searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I have the information from the two reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the two search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long to die in cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in CLKD.
And what, if any, information from your, starting, if you could?
How long T-I, die in CLKD.
And what, if any, information from your, starting, if you could, so walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved?
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, just make sure I get the entire path for you, com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of the search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, et cetera. So that's the Knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Hoslong to die in cold. That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way, that's fine. That particular search term was recovered from a SQLite database, the one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab, and that's a really intricate artifact whenever we're ready to explore that. That is the one that was marked as recovered. So those were my initial findings, just looking at what the automated tools parsed. However, Celebrite was the tool that found that particular search term.
Cool. Now, you used a term in there.
So we're going to get into the time that Haas longed to die in the cold, which we talked about weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks ago, from Jen McCabe. There's the was it searched at 2 something in the morning, or was it searched at the 6 something in the morning when Karen was with Jen? When was it searched? So we're going to get her opinion on the differentiation between the tab in Safari was opened at this time, and she just used that open tab in the morning with Karen later in the morning to search How Long to Die in the Cold. I'm sure the defense will have other things to say, and they will have their own expert witness when it comes to digital forensics and all of this stuff. But this is what we're going to hear.
There as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data, before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed, then they change there and then it reopens. So to make an analogy, if you're in a restaurant and you order some food, the food being the data and you at the table being the table that the data is going to, when you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station. That is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, when they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen. So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a WAL file winds up containing, your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, et cetera, as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the WAL file. We only get the WAL file if at the time of extraction, that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a WAL file, and so that WAL file is going to contain both a data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you closed the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database. But what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted, specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the WAL file, that's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct?
Correct. And I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, just in regard to a side issue, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
Okay, they are approaching about something. I don't ever close my tabs. I never close my tabs. I mean, I do. When I do, it's like because I have 95 open. We're going to skedaddle through this. I'd rather hear the clanging than that beep. Never close my tabs.
Now, Ms. Hyde, you had used the term earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
An artifact is any trace that's left behind by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored, and inside that database we would see the time and date that you sent it, who it received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name, it might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself. It may be in plain text or it may be encrypted or encoded. And then we may have something called a blob, and that would be a reference to data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text message included, let's say, a picture or a video.
I will not get it
Now,
on
in
first
regard
tap.
to your analysis
sure.
and your ultimate conclusions, in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are a couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury Table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
Do you think Karen's on Twitter right now on her laptop? She's just checking Twitter. Like, yeah, this is crazy.
Ms. Hyde, do you have a copy of your report with you as well?
I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, just because I fear it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated, if she could refer to the table in her
Sure.
report.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, what's up on the screen, and I'm sorry, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. Do you see that?
I do. Oh, yes.
Oh, she just
So using
lasered
that
her own
laser pointer,
face.
If you could, draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in this specific case?
Absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where, and when, and what source of data they came from. So if we look at this first search, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOF, long to die in cold. And that is timestamped in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of the search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, et cetera, if that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That
That's
means
crazy.
the last item that was opened in that tab was HOF, long, TI, die, and cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hockomock Sports. Hockomock. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hockomock Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. And that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tab. That's the function there. This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in CacheDB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, This particular suggestion came up, indicating, in all likeliness, that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search at that time, 6/23/51, for how long TI die in cold, and that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier, and the search is also shown in the Knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. Then the...
Can I stop you?
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation of that being in both of those, the plist and the other database, why is that?
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the plist for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food, based on your analysis, was that a search term that was ever entered into this phone?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2smooth.apple.com, that's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
Absolutely. The next search that was done immediately after the search at 6/23, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the Knowledge CDB and the mobile Safari plist. And then we have, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next line. Then at 6/24, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the Knowledge CDB and the plist. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAL files and not the raw file.
And so as far as sort of towards the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading at 2:27:40 in the morning, as far as the timestamp associated with the search, why would that timestamp be associated with it if it's searched later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search, it's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So when you say last search in the tab in reference to time, in reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
That question, let me rephrase. So as far as the
She should have said
2:27 tab is closed and then another search done at 6:23, is that correct?
227 isn't necessarily when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far as from what your analysis is here, is there any use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 227 timestamp and the 623 timestamp?
So the fact that that timestamp exists at 227, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 624, means that yes, that particular tab was used after 227 when the Hawk Sports was searched.
Well,
I apologize for not being familiar with that name.
That's absolutely fine.
Okay.
Now, if I could ask you at this point, as you had talked about.
Let me just verbalize some of my questions that I have here. So she said that everything that happens with those tabs is noted, is marked, is time stamped. So she has, I feel like I'm in class and I'm like talking to my classmates after class to be like, are you confused? Are we starting tomorrow? Like with questions. I have some things that I'm not quite understanding. So we have the Haslong tie dye in cold at 2:27:40 a.m., right? And she's saying that the browser state is the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. So that something happened to that tab. So it was either minimized, it was switched tabs, closed tabs, open tabs. Something happened to that tab at that time, but it was not the search of Haslong to die in the cold. And then because at 227 just previously, there was the Hawk Sports search that was previously searched in that tab. At 6:22:49 a.m., there is the timestamp of not necessarily the search, she said, but that the I guess the search, and then Apple suggested a term. When she's saying Apple suggested a term, is she referring to like Google suggesting a term? Because I have confusion on that. So if I open my iPhone and I go into Safari and I just use the tab that's open and I want to go to what's a website? I don't know website, Target. Okay, so so it's technically a Google suggestion. Bookmarks, histories, and tabs underneath it. Open your Safari and start typing in like Target.com or like Walmart or even like just Google. The first suggestions are going to be, yes, this happened 2 years ago, but I'm pretty sure it's always been like that, at least for the last 5-6 years. I'm confused too. It would be Google search. That's what I've always understood. I've always understood it that maybe because it's happening on the iPhone or on an iPhone, she's referring to it as Apple, like a suggested data, but it's coming straight from Google. And why can't we just get Google data of when she hit send? Like, why is that not available? Why is the Google, like the search button, the go button, the enter button, when was the first time that was searched in? Because Google and Safari go hand in hand. Like when you look up something on Safari, if you just type in the search bar, you're like, where's tea near me? It's going to come up with Google results. Oh, I don't know. I think she's great and I think she's very smart, but I'm not getting enough answers to make it make sense.
One in particular database having sort of an intricate artifact. If you could remind the jury what that is, and if you could explain that.
So the artifact that needed a little bit more explanation and digging was this browser state tab. And that's because if you look at the end of this file name, you'll see it's a db-wall. That means it wasn't in the regular database. It was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrate's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. If you remember before, we talked about write-ahead logs, and we talked about the fact that they can contain data that is both removed from a database and data that's not yet to be committed. And this database, we do not know which that is, but what I did was I manually went through, and that's in the figure, I manually went through and reconstructed the wall files using the Sanderson SQLite tool. And in reconstructing the wall files, I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many if I can refer to my notes. Can I refer to my notes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approximately 16 instances of that existing in the wall file. Now, what's interesting in that figure is that each entry of something in a write-ahead log gets a unique identifier. So it gets a number, right, that makes it unique. Just like each one of us has a phone number that's unique to us, each entry in the database that starts in the write-ahead log gets its own unique identifier. And that unique identifier in this instance in all 16 entries in the wall file is the same, which shows that it's truly only one search, not multiple searches for that search term in terms of what exists in the wall file. So that's the first piece of nuance there, that it only truly was searched one. And you would have to really dig into that wall file to expose that, but I think it was pertinent to know how many times this was searched.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Stop you there for one moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish Table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful.
Agreed. The numbers
May I
alone.
look at Table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Hyde, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do. That is Table 2 of my report on page 4.
And if you could, again, using the latest form that you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant is depicted in Table 2 up on the screen.
So Table 2 here is designed to share with us what each of the locations that can potentially have Safari data, what kind of data they hold. And one of the things that many of us are interested in sometimes is, do these things hold our private searches, like if we're in incognito mode in Google or private searching here. So this table denotes if we're seeing private or non-private searches, if it includes tabs that are open or closed, so that we know which artifacts are giving us what kind of information, as well as what some of the associated timestamps mean. So this was designed as a guide to really understand Table 1 more in depth. So this first one here, this refers to the History DB wall file. And that file has non-private searches. It includes closed tabs. And the visit time there is the time that a user reopened the tab. We don't always have the artifacts we want. And in this instance, we did not have that particular one. Then we have the Safari Tabs DB. This has private tabs and non-private tabs. And it shows only tabs that have not been closed. So this is an active tabs database. The next one we have is the Browser State DB and its wall file. And this is the one we were referencing where that we keep talking about, where that 2:27 a.m. number is coming from.
Yeah.
So this
Tell me
one
where it
is
came
going
from.
to be non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, which is important, and the last view time. So when an item went to the background. So it's about the tab, not about the search. That's probably the most important demarcation. And one of the issues here is when the tools parse the data, they call the columns what the columns are called raw in the data. Those don't necessarily tell us what they mean. We have to verify and validate what they actually mean.
But
So
we
when
want
I'm saying last
the
underscore
search.
view time, that's what the database name is, not necessarily the actual function.
I don't want,
Or not what we would presume it to mean. The next
I don't
one,
want
the
like
last one here is
a rundown of all the tabs open on her phone.
the mobile Safari P list. And this one actually tells us the date here, gives us the time that something was queried
Just tell me when the search happened.
reliably.
Why is it so difficult to tell us when the search
Now,
happened?
if I could
Why can't we
ask
just
you,
when
if
did
you
the
could
search happen?
just explain to the jury as far as these SQ or SQLite databases, how exactly do they work and what, if any, relation do they have with regard to data and information with the right-ahead log or the wall file?
So SQLite databases work and function as a storage for anything that the phone may need to reference later or that you're doing. They're stored for a variety of things. Most of your third-party apps use SQLite databases, and multiple applications do. So SQLite gets information in, and it allows for that information to be updated, added to, or removed from. So data that's in that situation, that it's sitting in the database, that is what we refer to as live data. Then data that is waiting to be put into the database, that is sitting in the wall, or has been requested to be removed, that is what's in the write-ahead log, and we call that non-live data because it's not in the active database. So when you're using an application, and it's putting that data to that temporary storage area, that wall, that write-ahead log, what happens is then when you request data by going into your contacts, let's say, and looking at the people who are stored in your contacts, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, all those people. When you're looking, your best friend, you're looking up their numbers, that data is all stored in that database. So when you add someone, it does that entry to the wall. Now, so if I just added Sally, how do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is the interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then when you close the application, you close contacts. You don't just put it away like go switch apps. You actually close it. When it closes, all of those changes get committed. So now the items that you've requested to be deleted, that contact you don't like anymore, that X, whatever, their data is no longer in there. The data that you've added is now in there, and now that's all live. Sometimes we can get more complex and recover some of those items that are left over because they are marked for deletion but still sit in the database, or they're sitting on a page that is no longer active in the database. So there's a lot of places that we can recover data from in addition to the wall that exists in the database after something has happened, but that isn't pertinent to this particular use case.
Okay, so was anything
Now,
marked for deletion,
as far
like
as
these searches?
that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall, what, if any, sort of, as a forensic examiner, what, if any, sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data exists in the write-ahead log, that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see. And it's really because some of the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier. And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite, specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by user, is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before, as far as Celebrite versus Axiom versus that has that information that others may not?
So Celebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Celebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
I just want to say there comes a time in our modern brains where we can understand when you break it down, but when it's just piled and piled and piled on top of each other, you broke down A, you broke down B, you broke down C, you broke down D, and now we're going back to A, now we're talking about C, and now we're jumping back to B. We can't keep, and it's not that we don't want to keep up. We want to keep up, but this is a professional who has been doing this for forever, essentially. And I'm going to say that 99.9% of the jury has not been running digital forensics. I'm going to say that with my entire chest. So this is all language. This is all, it's like when you're at the doctor's or you're like in the hospital and you hear all the doctors saying all the things and you're not a doctor or a nurse, so you don't know what the hell it means. And you say, so what are you injecting into me? And they say, oh, saline fluids. Oh, okay, got it. Oh, this is antibiotics. Do you know exactly which antibiotic? Not necessarily, especially if it's an emergency situation and they say you need antibiotics and they say, all right, here's antibiotics. And you say, cool, give me the antibiotics. You don't really, and unless you're like super allergic, there's exemptions to the things that I'm saying, but you don't take it in and ingest it and digest it the way that I think a lot of these experts think the jury is going to digest it. It needs to be a little shorter, sweeter, and to the point because it can be really difficult to follow. Even Lolly, who has been looking at this for a long time, he's been reading the reports, he's been going back, he's been planning his questions, he's been looking at this, he's been thinking about how the defense is going to defend against it. He's been looking at this. This is literally just handed to us. It says, "Good morning. Here's all of this information. You get it? Do you get it?" And like, yes, we get the gist of it, but she is very much a teacher. She is a teacher who teaches people who know what is already happening. And I know she's trying to break it down, but in my brain, I'm like, so where are we again? Can we just get back to the searches? Why can't we know when the search happened? Like, we have specific questions that we went into this witness with when she said, I searched up 2 things. Like, I looked at 2 things, and now we're getting into so much more than just like the surroundings of those 2 things. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to digest.
And so when you see something like that in a cell-right extraction, is there, what if any further analysis can you do to sort of look behind it?
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Celebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on how many unique entries there are of it. What the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the WAL file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the WAL file out, and I make another copy of them. So I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it. What's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database
What does that mean?
that actually has all those changes. So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the 2. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the 2 and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Now, are there different reasons from your training, your experience, and your knowledge of these systems? Is there different reasons for why it's your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, the way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 0624 time. So since the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean that that search was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely, but that is not a deletion. Secondly, an existence in the WAL file, as we mentioned, could be that it's something new, not something that was deleted. So just its mere existence in the WAL file doesn't mean it's deleted. I should say that that same X in the tools, you have to check the file because it could be from a free list or a free page, in which case, I know we didn't go into those details, nuance of SQLite databases that actually doesn't pertain to this. However, those would be truly deleted items. So there's other places where we would expect potential recovery, not necessary in this instance. And you can have something that's in a WAL file and deleted without being in those other locations. Just stating that its existence in the WAL file itself doesn't mean deletion. But there are other SQLite things that would clearly indicate deletion that aren't applicable to this particular search.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Ma'am, thank you, Your Honor.
And again, Ms. Hyde, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is figure 1. This is a direct screen capture from Sanderson's tool from the browser StateDB, limited to the Haas long to die in cold search.
If you could, using that laser pointer, again, direct your attention to what, if anything, significant or of note that you observed in using the Sanderson tool that is depicted in figure 1.
Absolutely. So all of these searches are the exact same term. And here we have the order index. And here we have that last view time. And by looking at the last view time, which is the raw title of that artifact for the timestamp we were looking at, these and these are identical. This and more importantly are even the actual UUID for these are identical, which is right here. Now the offsets are different, and what that means is that this is just appearing several times in the write-ahead log. It has moved as the database has moved data through the write-ahead log to different positions, but has in every instance the same unique identifier, meaning that all of these entries are the same entry, just shown multiple times in the same database.
And to that point, as far as the multiple times that it's listed within there, what, if any, relationship does that have to how many times it was actually searched by a user?
Well, that UID shows that in this particular instance that it existed once in the last time in the tab, because this artifact, it does not tell us how many times something was searched by the user. This artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari plist, which has one entry for this timestamp, or knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location, which could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not this particular artifact.
But from other artifacts,
do we have the one
you were able to determine that?
Absolutely, you can determine that from both mobile Safari plist and knowledge CDB.
Great. So let's hear about
and
those.
I'm sorry, I jumped in there just as far as
like, can we hear about
what, if anything, else significance do you know in that?
That's really what's of significance, is that it is the same entry there multiple times, and we can tell by the unique identifier that it is the exact same entry also. And it's, although it's the same search term and the same timestamp, it's only one instance of it, just it's stored in the database multiple times at multiple offsets.
Now,
so can we hear about the
from
search
the timestamp associated with that depicted in this figure, what, if anything, can you say as to the, or what, if anything, were you able to conclude from your analysis as to the time that the website was viewed?
Well, I guess I should really clearly, for people who may not be familiar, that doesn't look like a normal time, right? That's because this is an Apple WebKit timestamp, so we actually convert it to a regular time. But when you look at this number raw, you can actually see that it's consistent throughout, even though you don't know what it is. But if we put it into a decoder, this particular timestamp is where we're getting January 29th, 2022 at 02:47 a.m. And to be clear, just for real clarity, when we actually translate this timestamp, it's in universal time constant, not in local time, but for the sake of conversationalists, I'm using the local time here as opposed to the time in the universal time constant, which is how this artifact is particularly stored.
Now, with your analysis, is there some kind of testing that you conduct, or can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it relates to your analysis?
Absolutely. So with this artifact and being able to determine what this timestamp really means, I actually did quite a bit of testing, which is fun, but that's okay. So we went ahead and took a jailbroken iPhone, and the purpose of a phone being jailbroken is we're bypassing the security protocol so we can monitor the data and its storage in real time and bring the data through. We did this manually in terms of pulling the data out, and we also did multiple forensic images at different stages. We manipulated tabs, we did some Google searches, and then we would close tabs, move tabs, and perform several different searches that we scripted out first, what we were testing, and then checked to see how that timestamp was moving. We even did some really interesting things where we tried. Yes. Okay.
Aside, I'm sorry. So you had, I think when you were talking about some of the testing that you had conducted, used the term we. There are other individuals that worked on this particular assignment.
I had somebody peer review and test my testing, so they didn't work on the case. But as I was testing, one of my team members just validated that I was following my test plan. That's just normal practice that we use peer review.
So the testing that you were testifying about is testing that I
conducted, correct. But I had peer review by my team member on the script I had made to do my testing. So, and I use when I do testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically, I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
And then, if you could, I'm sorry, Ms. I just continue as far as your testing.
Absolutely. Yeah, so then populated the device, and looked at all of the different data that came back from the different states while it was jailbroken, and the changes that happened. What I was saying was interesting is then tied it to a Mac, and saw how the browser state changed if we changed the browser and the tab on a Mac and how that would affect it. And because we could see the differences, and by we, I mean that I had my testing peer reviewed, because I could see the differences of what the data looked like when I was altering it both in the Mac and on the phone, I was getting differences in those timestamps and those different conditions. So in other words, I could get a timestamp that showed in the browser state DB that was earlier than the current search by a variety of means, including manipulating the tabs, closing them, opening them, switching which one was in proper view forward, as well as looking at that tab on an external device, including a Mac and an iPad on the same account.
Now, throughout the course of your work, I think you alluded to it earlier in your testimony as far as your experience is concerned. You've had occasion to work both as a forensic, forensic extractions, forensic investigator.
Yes.
As well as working also in research and development, is that correct?
Correct.
And so from the R&D side, what, if any, role does that play as far as your analysis in general terms and your analysis here when it came to some of the devices or some of the things, the tools that you were implementing?
I believe that my experience in research, development, and reverse engineering throughout my career pertaining to artifacts, of course, influences and my analysis processes in terms of wanting to ensure I understand how things work. I think it actually gives me a better understanding in many ways of how data moves through devices, as well as how understanding why the tools parse and represent data the way they do, in terms of the fact that they are presenting the data as they parse it using the proper algorithms to dissect that data and determine what it is based on testing and knowledge. So I think it actually influences in a positive way the depth that I go through in my analysis.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you had reviewed both your Green's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues of course of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th based on the artifact recovered from Browser State DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the Browser State DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
And based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Mock Sports, and that browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI, die, and CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die and cold, Haas, long to die and cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. That's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking at?
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Approaching again. Okay. So the jury must have left and then came back. I don't know why the internet is doing this. I am so sorry.
Thank you. Maybe see the photo back.
Just watch your step.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as an X3 exhibits Table 1, Table 2, and Figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
Normal
There's no objections
cam.
admitted.
Thank God.
Thank you.
Just Table 1, Table 2. I think the order I gave.
Sorry if it's glitchy. I have no idea. I just did like a speed test, and like the internet is incredibly fast right now. And
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much,
I don't
ma'am. I have
know
no further
why.
questions, Your
All
Honor.
right. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you very much, Ron.
So much better.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Hyde, you just spent maybe 45 minutes to an hour, whatever the time period was, explaining to these jurors what is really a complex set of facts that led you to.
I'm just gonna pause. Sorry, connection is unstable. If you're on Wi-Fi, I can't. I'm so close. I'm so close to the router, and we have great internet. So what the heck? Okay.
To conclude,
Oops. All right, here we go.
27 a.m.
Oh,
time
it dropped
on that
again.
Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough. Thank you. And in the context or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files,
That is correct.
SQLite database,
Yes.
E-list database,
Yes.
Knowledge C database.
Yeah. PList is not a database. Just it's a structure. So just a small correction.
Thank you for the correction. Opening tabs and closing tabs, correct?
Yes.
And other issues related to your analysis of phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues? Or
Well, maybe that's a bad word to use. Other elements.
that's fair. Fair enough. Yes. Yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you. I know I wouldn't be able to.
Okay, good.
Would
If you
agree
do,
with me
please let me know.
that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m.?
Can you rephrase, please?
I'm going to phrase it the same way. I hope I-
Repeat it, please.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
Okay. So as I take your answer, you're not denying that the timestamp and whatever you get from that timestamp doesn't rule out that the Google search was done at or before 2:27 a.m., correct?
If I'm understanding your question, there was a double negative, so I just want to clarify.
Oh,
The question
boy.
is if the timestamp could exist because of a search happening at that time?
No.
Or, no, okay.
What I'm saying is your analysis of the phone does not rule out that the user of that phone
Okay.
performed that Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
There is no indication of a Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
But again, I'm getting to whether you can rule that out, ma'am. That's really the crux of my question. Can you rule out that the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th?
There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
All right, well, you would agree with me that with regard to your analysis of this phone extraction, you were given very specific instructions in terms of what to look at, correct?
Correct. I had a very limited scope in this analysis.
And who was it that gave you that limited scope?
That scope was relayed to me by Detective Tully.
Oh. And Detective Tully instructed you specifically to only look at the part of the phone extraction that dealt with the Safari search history.
Safari search history specific to January 29th, 2022. That is correct.
And he instructed you not to look at anything else on the phone, correct?
I looked at related artifacts such as such as what was being done at that time, the phone being on, the phone being used, but not any.
Okay, I'm gonna turn off internet. So just bear with me for just a second. The stream might like go away, but it's still here. So just give me a moment.
Anything else outside of that, correct?
And you were not instructed, for instance, to look at other user activity on the phone, including examining call logs on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that if you were allowed or instructed to examine the call logs, that could reveal deletion of calls that morning, correct?
Of course. Well,
Okay, the objection is sustained.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Ms. Hyde, you are all set.
thank you very much.
Well, that was very interesting.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand. Morning.
Good morning.
Thanks, Anthony.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name, sir?
Trooper Joe Paul, that's Paul.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I have been a trooper for approximately 8.5 years.
And,
Or sorry, 12.5 years. I apologize.
And where is it that you're currently assigned within the state police?
I am currently assigned to our collision analysis and reconstruction section, otherwise known as CARS, our recon.
And how long have you had that assignment to the reconstruction department?
That one's for about 8.5 years.
And with respect to your assignment to that unit prior to beginning with that unit, let me ask you this first. As far as the CARS unit is concerned, about how is that sort of divided up as far as is there certain regions that you would specifically cover?
Correct. We have four separate regions across the states. We have Southeast, the Northeast, Central, and the Western.
And which of those are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the Southeast.
And geographically, how much territory are we talking about that the Southeast covers?
Anywhere from Boston down to the Cape, Martha's Nantucket, anywhere southeastern part of Massachusetts.
And currently, how many troopers are assigned to this specialized reconstruction within your Southeast region?
Within our Southeast region, we have, I believe we have 9 now.
And is there some kind of on-call system that your unit operates by?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
So we rotate every day. Our on-calls are for 24 hours from 0700 to 0700 the next day.
Now, with respect to yourself, prior to you entering into the CARS unit, what, if any, specialized training do you undergo in regard to crash reconstruction?
So when before I got into the unit, I was sent to 3 separate classes. Each class was 40 hours long. So the first class is basic at scene crash investigation. Next one's advanced crash investigation, and the other one's traffic crash reconstruction.
And with each of these trainings that you underwent prior to being assigned to the CARS unit, and some more that we'll talk about in a moment, with respect to each of the trainings that you've been part of or undergone, is there some sort of certification that you receive in regard to a successful completion of those trainings?
Yes, each one has its own certification.
Now, with respect to, since you've been working with the CARS unit over the last several years, what, if any, additional specialized training have you received in the area of crash reconstruction?
Since I've been on, I've been into probably about 877 hours of education in the units. That's anything from bicycle crash investigation, human factors. I'm currently certified through Borough level examiner and a technician. I'm a CDR analyst and a CDR technician trainer. Just recently I've attended multiple seminars, and most recently I attended a seminar in Houston on EDR data retrieval.
Now, among those other trainings that you received, some of those trainings pertain specifically to pedestrian crashes?
Correct.
And in addition to the training that you received through the state police, what, if any, professional organizations do you belong to in regard to crash reconstruction?
Yes, I am currently part of NAPARS, which is the National Professional Accident Reconstruction Section, and I'm also certified through ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Now that's a cranium.
Like, specifically, just for one on the ACTAR certification, can you explain to the jury sort of what goes into that, and as far as that certification is concerned, how does one obtain?
Okay, so first thing you do is you got to submit an application to ACTAR to be allowed to take the test, and part of the you got to tell them how much education you've had, how many crashes you investigated, basically anything within the crash investigation world. And then once they find that you're accepted to take the test, then you got to set up a time for the test. We did it as a section throughout our state, and the test is a 2-part test. It's a practical and theory portion of the test. Each part's 4 hours long, and you got to pass both portions to be certified through ACTAR.
So there's a written exam and a practical portion of the test as well?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the practical portion? What does that consist of?
The practical portions is you basically have to analyze a collision. So they give you a simulated crash, and you have to go through and document the evidence. You have to answer a series of questions based on that specific crash. So where you find the speeds, the distances, times, and everything else related to that collision.
And you successfully completed and received that certification, sir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long ago was it that you first received your ACTAR certification?
In 2019.
And how long is that sort of in perpetuity, or is there a sort of continuing educational component attached to it?
There is a continuation educational component attached to it. The test is certified for 5 years, and within those 5 years, you still have to maintain a certain amount of education to reapply for ACTAR again.
And with respect to that ACTAR examination, are you familiar with sort of the success rate or the passing rates when it comes to that examination?
Correct.
And what is it?
It's fairly low. I can tell you within my unit at the time I took it, there were probably 27 of us that took it, and only 3 of us passed at the time.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not a very high pass rate.
Now, over the course, let me ask you this: when you first sort of enter into the cars units, are you just sort of you go through the training and then you are on call and get sent out on the road by yourself, or how does that work?
No, you first get initially assigned to a field training officer, and then at that point you shadow the field training officer to various crashes.
And is there any sort of set time period for how long that shadowing process goes on for?
It's not really set time. It's more based on experience, on how many crashes you go to and how much experience you have in the field. And then they basically, well, if they feel like you're deemed qualified, then they'll send you on your own.
And over the course of your years within the cars or the reconstruction unit, approximately how many crashes have you responded to and investigated?
As of now, I've been to approximately 196 crashes, and I probably assisted on another 100, 150 crashes.
And of those, of all those crashes that you've responded to and investigated, if you know percentage-wise or number-wise, approximately how many of those have been crashes involving pedestrians?
I know I've been to approximately 55 pedestrian crashes, and I've assisted others on pedestrian crashes also. So I mean, 55 out of 196.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And at some point over the course of that date, were you contacted by somebody in regards to a pedestrian collision that occurred, in the town of Canton?
I was.
And do you recall who was it that first reached out, or how did you first become aware of this?
My sergeant, Sergeant Brian Mahoney, was the one who called me at the time.
And initially, as far as your involvement was concerned, what was your understanding as the initial request for your involvement?
My initial request was to image the airbag control module, do inspection, test the vehicle, and map the CNL.
Now, you've used that term a couple of times, and if I could just ask you to explain it a bit for the jury. When you say an airbag control module or an ACM, what is that, and what do you understand that term to mean in the context of crash reconstruction?
The ACM is the module in a car that controls the airbags and the seatbelt retentioners.
And what you were referencing before, as far as being a CDR, having taken CDR trainings and being a CDR instructor, what, if any, relationship does the CDR have to ACM? CDR is just the crash data retrieval software. It's the software that we use to image or download an airbag control module. And can you explain to the jury sort of the process of physically sort of how that's done, as far as what are you doing to the vehicle in order to download that? Yes. There are 2 ways really to download a vehicle. It's either one is direct to module, or just direct to the vehicle through the DLC port or the diagnostic link connector. Direct to module, we don't use a direct to module if a vehicle had no power. Then we would have to go directly find the module inside the vehicle and go right to that specific module. But if the car has power, we would go direct to the DLC port, which is the same port that you see when you're like a technician would do the diagnostics on a car. They would plug underneath the steering wheel, and then we'll get there, extract the information from there.
Okay.
Once that information is extracted, what, if any, training have you received in regards to reading or interpreting the data that's extracted from? Yes, I've been certified through as a CDR analyst, and I've taken 2 classes on it now. Now, sir, turning your attention to February 1st, 2022. On that date, where, if anywhere, did you go in relation to your investigation of this case? I went to the Canton Police Department. Now, at some point prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time? What was reported to you initially as around the time of that crash?
Oh my God.
Before that, I know it was snowing and turned to a blizzard at the time.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
On Canton Police Department.
Now, sir, at some point in time on that day, did you also have occasion to go to a residence or a street called Fairview Road in the town of Canton?
I did.
And specifically, there was a address that you were directed to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I believe it was one of the Canton Police officers, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I think his name was. I met him there.
And without anything specific as to what was told to you by Lieutenant Gallagher, what was sort of the purpose of having Lieutenant Gallagher there with you at that time? He was going to show me where basically the evidence that they have at that point was. Now, in addition to that, were you also able to, you're familiar with another specialized unit within the state police called CERT team? I am. And at some points, did you have access to certain diagrams created by Lieutenant O'Hara within the CERT unit?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, Lolly.
36, you got it. Finish. I'm sorry. I'm just going, if I could actually have, 136.
Okie dokie, more pictures. Oh,
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 136?
Google Map
I do.
image.
This is the diagram that you were able to view from the created by Lieutenant O'Hara search team.
Yes, it was.
And what's contained, at least when there's
GPS
overhead shot,
location
that
for where they found the
trailer, roadway,
speaker.
conditions of the roadway, absent obviously weather at the time that you went out there February 1st.
Correct.
So you can take that. Thank you.
This is going to be interesting because we're going to hear how he thinks this all went down with the car. And then hopefully we'll be able to see where he thinks this all went down and hopefully compare it to where all of the pieces of evidence were found by the CERT team and but most likely not to where all of the other evidence was found by that other trooper who found the evidence throughout all of February, because he didn't like GPS locate where he found everything.
So, give me your honor, if I could just have 1 second.
Sure.
Clear photographs. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
They are pictures that were in my report. They're Google images of the roadway.
And one facing from the northbound direction, one facing from the southbound, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll see if you can do some minutes next. No objection.
I need to.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish these first return to the witness and publish the previous
Yes.
hearing.
She's like, for the love of God, publish everything right now because I want this to be over with. For the love of all things that are trial holy.
Trooper, directing your attention to the screen, what you have before you is that, what's up on the screen, excuse me, is that what you have before you now, Mark, is 582?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, there should be a laser pointer on the desk somewhere before you start. Could, using that laser pointer directs the jury's attention to sort of what we're looking at in this particular photographic road.
All right. So this is Ferry Road. I was facing northbound. 34 Fairview Road would be onto the left. This area.
Now, with regard to the roadway, when you went there, what if any observations or what if anything did you know about sort of the roadway surface or markings on the roadway or general overall condition of the road?
The roadway was, there's no significant difference. Anything significant with the roadway.
As far as the roadway material, were you able to observe whether or not it was sort of asphalt, concrete, or anything?
Right. Yes, it was an asphalt roadway.
And as far as the markings within the roadway, what if any observations you made of those?
There was double yellow stone line, white fog lines, both sides of the edge of the road. Is that what we're going after? The roadways?
And then as far as adjacent to the roadway or adjacent to the fog line, what if anything did you observe there?
So as you look at the picture, the left side has asphalt curbings. These are about 5 inches tall, same on both sides. And there's a sidewalk along the right side of the roadway here.
And the side of the asphalt curbings, that's the same side that 34 Fairview is located on, is that correct?
Correct.
Let's go, if I could have the next slide. And Trooper Paul, if I could direct your attention to the next student for you, I think it's 583. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you with 583?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just briefly direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you know as far as from this perspective.
Yeah, so this is the southbound. 34 Fairview would be on the right side here.
Ms. Gilman, you can take.
This is some quality workmanship. Look at all of this filling in of the cracks. Just repave.
Can I approach this retrieve now?
Yes.
Now, Trooper roadway, as far as Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note in regard to postings regarding the speed limit on that particular roadway?
Yes, the posting for speed limit is 30 miles per hour. At this area, it's only posted 30 miles per hour for northbound operators, and I believe it was like 19 Fairview Road is posted in front of. For the southbound operators, it was not posted.
And so for a northbound operator, that would again be someone where the residents of 34 Fairview Road would be on the left-hand side of the road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the width of the lanes, or what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to the lanes or the roadway itself?
Yeah, each travel lane was approximately 12 feet, and the overall width was approximately 27 feet.
Now, as far as measurements being conducted with regard to the scene, what, if anything, did you use or employ to take those measurements, or what, if any, devices?
Yes, I mapped the scene with it's about a Leica GNSS GPS total station, and also used a drone.
That's a UAS, is that correct? The drone, I mean?
Yes.
And with regard to each of those, as far as the GPS mapping and the drone, have you received any sort of specialized training in regard to employment of each of those tools?
Yes, I have been certified to use the Leica, and I've also had a Part 107 license for the drone.
Now, as far as starting with the Leica or the GPS, if you could explain to the jury sort of what that is and how you use that device in order to, as you termed it, map.
Yes, it's essentially what surveyors use to make roadways. It uses satellites and GPS data plus cell phone data to make marks on the roadway, or actually not marks, but just mark points in the roadway that are within millimeters of the device.
And with regard to the drone device, sir, how does that? Can you explain to the jury sort of how that works and how that's used?
Yeah, so the drone, and we fly the drone around the area. We set it to set up a grid pattern to fly around the scene. And while it's flying this grid pattern, it takes a series of photographs, and these photographs are also GPS marked. So once we get all the photographs in, we throw it into a program, and the program will essentially stitch us all together. And then once we get that picture, we throw it into a diagramming system.
And that diagramming system, have you also received training in regard to utilization of that diagramming system?
Yes, I have.
And the one that you're currently using within the CARS unit, what was that diagramming system or software called?
It's IMS 360.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 4 documents. Ask you to just review those. Finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the diagrams that we print out through the program.
And the last one is the drone image. Is that correct?
Yes, they're all drone images. The last one is just one that was put into my diagram, and I labeled it as a drone image.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce the next 4 exhibits. No objection. Yes, that's my fault. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper Paul, are you familiar with the term, well, let me ask you this, in regard to the roadway itself, what, if anything else, beyond sort of lane width and overall width, what, if any, other measurements did you take there?
So we took measurements for the evidence.
And let me ask it this way, as far as with elevation and incline of the roadway, what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to that?
Yeah, so we took the elevation and roadway measurements, or the elevation for the roadway.
And where in relation to the residents at 34 Fairview did you take that, sort of the entire street or just in the general area of that specific address?
In the general area of that specific address.
And from your measurements, as far as, well, let me ask you this, how is a measurement regarded to elevation or incline? What kind of tool do you use for that?
We have a level, it's a digital level that we'll place on the roadway, and we'll get measurements from that.
Now, with regard to the measurements that you took of the elevation or the incline in the roadway, anything, or what, if anything, of significance did you find from that?
So this roadway had approximately plus or minus 1 to 2 degrees.
So nothing significant, is that fair to say?
Nothing significant, yes.
Now, sir, through your training experience as a crash reconstructionist, are you familiar with the term related to crash reconstruction called roadway evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and what types of things could be termed as roadway evidence?
That's roadway evidence is anything that's related to the collision you're investigating at the time. It could be anything from vehicle debris, gouge marks, tire marks, anything that's related to a vehicle or whatever type of crash you are investigating. It could be vehicle or pedestrians.
So any sort of anything from either the vehicle, pedestrian as well, is that correct?
Correct.
So pieces from a vehicle, holding items from a pedestrian, correct?
It's pretty leading there, Mr. Lally.
Now, with respect to both your review of the CERT team diagrams as well as speaking with members of the Canton Police Department, were you able to then plot certain pieces of roadway evidence onto those diagrams that you that I just showed you a few moments ago?
Yes, it was.
Now, with reference to, you're familiar also through your training and experience when it comes to pedestrian crashes, as far as sort of the physics or kinematics of how pedestrians interact with vehicles in the course of a collision?
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple of terminology questions when it comes to items that are involved in a collision, sort of simple Newtonian physics, Newton's first law. Can you explain what that is to the jury and sort of how that pertains to any collision between two objects?
The first law?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the when an object stays in motion or stays at rest, will stay at motion or rest until acted upon by an outside force.
Now, with respect to, are you familiar also with a crash reconstruction term called final rest?
Yes, I am.
And are there different derivations of final rest as far as controlled final rest versus uncontrolled final rest?
Correct.
And can you explain just first to the jury what final rest means in relation to crash reconstruction, and then what, if any, differences there are between a controlled final rest and an uncontrolled final rest?
Yes, the final rest is what we use for describe the area where a pedestrian came to stop after the collision. It's immediately after the collision. This is where they first stopped, or a vehicle, usually after collision, it's where this vehicle first stopped. And a controlled final rest is when an operator actually controls the vehicle to the stop, and as opposed to the uncontrolled final rest is when there is no control, it's usually acted upon by outside forces that will control the vehicle or pedestrian to its final rest.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish what's now been marked as Exhibits 584 to 587 for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could first have a diagram, please. And Your Honor, may I approach this to return the exhibits to the witness? Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in just a little bit on that. And now, Trooper, what you have up on the screen is that what you have before you as first in that exhibit.
Yes, it is.
Now, using the laser before you, if you could, I would ask you to draw your attention or correction to what, if anything, of significance you have noted within this diagram.
Okay. Let me use the pointer. Okay. So in this time, I labeled each part of evidence. So right here would be the pedestrian's final rests, and they're all, since there's so many put together, everything was labeled with a red arrow.
Hold on. Was Lieutenant Gallagher on the scene before John was lifted and put into an ambulance? I don't think he was. I don't believe Gallagher was. So I'm going to go into this. I don't think he was. I don't think Gallagher was on the scene. Oh wait, maybe he was. I'm just gonna look through my notes. No, I don't think he was. So that's really interesting. So this is Lieutenant Gallagher said this is his final rest. This is where John was found. And how do we know? How do you know? Because there was never any measurements taken.
Arrow that would be pointing to where the final rest is. and this is where a glass cup was found. And these are the red and clear plastic pieces. That's where they were found, and pedestrian shoe was found here. The smaller versions here in the light blue is one's the fire hydrants, the flagpole. This is a label for the street 34, and also the street name Fairview Road here.
Now, as far as measurements were concerned, what, if anything, were you able to do to measure sort of between different points of roadway evidence, or specifically from the pedestrian or Mr. O'Keefe's final rest in reference to other items that you have depicted on the diagram?
So, on these diagrams, I can hard to see here, but it is a scale diagram. The diagram itself is scale. Once you put a roll up to the actual paper, it's scale. I've also have on here, sorry to see, but there's, I think it's right here. They're called ground control points. They're little X's on the roadway. They are used for the drones imaging, and using the drone imaging will use those in order to help put all the pictures back together. At the time of this, I measured between each point from ground control point 1 to 2 and put it as approximately 50 feet. 2 to 3 is 50 feet, and 3 to 4 is 50 feet. So it kind of is a second way to measure off the diagram, and also using the program to measure to different points while using the diagram.
And as far as starting with the shoe that you have depicted in this diagram, what was the measurement of the shoe away from Mr. O'Keefe's car?
I believe the shoe was approximately, I don't know, it's approximately 10 feet away.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report just to the specific measurements?
Yes.
He can refer to his notes for specific measurements, but his specific measurements are going to be rounded measurements
How far away?
from information that was given to him by someone who never saw John on the ground. And no measurements were ever taken once John was put into the ambulance from solids, from the lamp, from the flagpole, from the fire hydrant, from the road. The end of the road was never revealed. So we don't have
Approximately was that from
like
Mr. O'Keefe's car?
9 feet.
And did you also have a measurement for how far away the glass cup pieces were from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yeah, 1 foot.
And for the red plastic that you have labeled on this diagram as A, how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's body was that?
7 feet.
Now, with regard to the directionality, you also measured sort of directionality as far as the 9 feet that the shoe was away. Which direction was it?
Each evidence was measured from the pedestrian's final rest. So the shoe was 9 feet southeast from the pedestrian's final rest.
And if you could, using the laser pointer on the screen, as far as the directionality of this, or if you could first direct the jury's attention to where Mr. O'Keefe's final rest is, and then as far as the directionality of southeast from that rest.
Okay, so right here, pedestrian's final rest, it's more right there. The shoe is right here, so it would be kind of southeast. I have an arrow pointing north to kind of give it extra.
And the glass cup that was 1 foot away, which direction was that?
It was about 1 foot north. I think it was found like right next to him. So.
And the red plastic that you have labeled as A, again, that was 7 feet. Which direction was that, sir?
That one was east, so it was right here.
As far as the clear plastic, what was the measurement and what was the directionality for that item, sir?
10 feet southeast, so we're better over here.
And the red plastic that you have labeled on the diagram is B. How far was that, and what directionality was that?
That was 12 feet southeast, and that was found right here.
We need a gimbal for this.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to the next
pointer.
exhibit before your diagram, to if I could have that, please. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this particular diagram in reference to the roadway evidence?
It's just essentially the same diagram. It's just a closer up version of it. So we have, yeah. So you saw the pedestrian's final rest, glass cup, plastic pieces, the shoe. It's all still depicted in the diagram.
And the red arrows that you had indicated, delineated, depicted sort of from where the words are to where the items were. Is that present in this diagram as well?
Correct.
If I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, and if I could have diagram 3 to go. And again, Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And if you could just describe to the jury what are we looking at in this diagram?
Yeah, so this is just a closer up to the evidence. It's a little smaller scale.
And these diagrams are created from photographs, so with the drone overhead on that day, February 1st, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the last exhibits within those images. And again, sir, if you could, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
Could you describe to the jury again using laser pointer to delineate what, if anything, is significant to observe in this drone photograph diagram you have on this?
Yeah, so this is from my report. It's the same diagram. Has the same amount of evidence on here. There's a house, there's a light pole here. These lines here, which I mentioned earlier, were the edge of the road and the edge of the sidewalk.
Thanks. Someone you can take that down.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we pause here for the lunch and recess? Trooper Paul, we'll have you back with us at 7:00,
Thank
okay?
you.
And if you follow the jurors out, please.
All rise for jury.
And jurors, why don't we take 40, 45 minutes?
You are muted.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Okay, so they're going for a little sidebar, and then they're going to take the lunch.
Court, all rise, go stand for the lunch and recess, 45 minutes.
Alert. Have you
Oh, hush. Oh, hush, hush, hush. All right, so we're going to skedaddle through their lunch break. Jurors coming back in. Witnesses coming back in.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may we have exhibit 587 back up on the screen?
Yes.
And this gentleman, that's the drone image. Mr. Paul, direct your attention to what's up on the screen. It's now been marked as exhibit 587. Again, this is the last of the set of 4 diagrams, drone images that I presented before you before, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the evidence, specifically pieces of taillight that are depicted within this diagram, did you put every single piece of taillight that was recovered on January 29th within this diagram?
No, I did not.
Fair to say you did also not put every piece of taillight that you're aware was recovered over the course of this investigation and depicted in this particular diagram.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to this particular area of Fairview Road, understanding that you were there in the daytime, correct?
Yes.
However, when you were there in the daytime, what, if any, note did you take as to sort of overhead lighting or available sort of handy street lighting in the area?
Yeah, so on the top corner, I'll try to right up here, there's a light pole right there, overhead light pole.
And with relation to where you've marked as far as the final rest position of Mr. O'Keefe and the other areas of items of evidence that were recovered from the scene, was there any lighting in that particular area?
There wasn't.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have that's back. Thank you very much, sir. Now, turning your attention, sir, back to February 1st, 2022. At some point, you were at the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And where specifically within the Canton Police Department did you go?
To the back in the garage area.
And within the garage area, what, if anything, did you do in the garage area?
In the garage area is where we imaged the airbag control module.
And so, I'm sorry, it's fair to say the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was located in that garage area?
That is correct.
And you imaged that vehicle, and what, if anything, else did you do with respect to that vehicle that day?
At that point, we just analyzed the damage to the vehicle.
Now, at some point, did you perform any sort of mechanical inspection of the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that day or at some later?
It was that day.
And was that in the garage area itself, or where did you perform the mechanical inspection?
We analyzed a little bit of the steering and the brake pedals while it was sitting in the garage. Then we did testing with it on the in the driveway next to Canton PD.
Now, sir, starting with a visual inspection of the vehicle. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two photographs. Ask you to just review those, look up when you finish. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are crime scene photos that I've attached to my report.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sorry.
523, 589.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, report submission.
Yes.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize as?
That's one of the crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
And what's contained in this is that fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the front of this vehicle looking at it from the passenger side.
Yes.
And I was wondering if I could have the next photograph, please. And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize as?
That's a crime scene photo that I attached to my report with notations that I made on it.
And what's contained in this photograph is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the rear passenger side area of the defendant's vehicle in the garage on February 1st.
Yes, it is.
Now, step back a little bit here. With regards to what you've noted within this, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in your inspection of this area of the Lexus.
Okay. So on the left side here, I put down that scratches and there's a dent there. The broken tail light here was here. There's some scratches on the bottom right rear bumper here. And there was glass from a cut back on the bumper.
As far as the glass on the bumper, what, if any, observations did you make of that in relation to the vehicle itself?
Yeah, it appeared to be from a cup as opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection.
So I'll strike the first part of the answer, but the second part will stand.
I have no objection to the second. Thank you.
Now, with regard to the dents that you've delineated within this photograph, did you take any measurements from the ground as to where that was located?
Yes, I did.
And how far did you measure the dent to be approximately from the ground?
Approximately 48 to 50 inches from the ground.
And what, if any, measurements did you take as far as from one part of the vehicle to the other as far as where the dents were located?
Yeah, so it was approximately 19 inches from the right side of the vehicle.
Now, the scratches that you were talking about before, where were they in relation to the dent?
Right above the dent, as you see right there. That's my hand shaky.
Now, as far as you obviously also made observations of the driver's side tail light as well.
Yes.
And so, from what you observed with the driver's side tail light versus the passenger side tail light, what, if any, observations did you make as far as the color of the pieces that you found missing from the passenger side tail light?
As compared to the left side of the tail light?
Yes.
So on the left side of the tail light, there was red and clear plastic pieces.
Now, the scratch marks along the bumper, did you take any measurements with relation to them?
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground to where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thank you. Mr. Wynn, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Paul, we can talk about a mechanical inspection of a vehicle just first in general terms. What is it that you're doing with respect to the vehicle in order to conduct that mechanical inspection?
So when we do mechanical inspections, we're obviously checking the steering, make sure the steering moves properly, the brake pedals, make sure they are firm, make sure the accelerator pedal moves back and forth. Just generally looking at the tires, make sure there's no issues with the vehicle.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle itself as far as any defects or anything to do with the braking, the tires, or any of the other areas that you inspected?
We didn't observe any mechanical defects with the vehicle.
Now, with relation to the weight of the vehicle, what, if any, analysis, or what, if anything, did you determine as to the weight of the Lexus?
The way the Lexus item plan was on analysis was just based on I have the gross vehicle weighting for the vehicle.
And how much of the vehicle weighs according to the gross weight?
I think it was approximately 7,000 pounds.
Now, with respect to the lights of the vehicle and being the tail lights and the headlights, what, if anything, did you determine those to be as far as what type of lights were they?
They were LED. Both they were headlights and tail lights were both LED.
And if you could just expound a little as far as LED lights, what, if any, significance does that have to you, or what kind of lights are LED? How bright are LED lights?
LED most comparison to what most people think in car and tail lights, where they have the bulbs, where they have the filaments. LED is more electronically controlled. They sense, there's a sensor that will light up, as opposed to a bulb type headlight and tail lights.
Now, are you familiar with an organization called NHTSA?
Yes.
And what does NHTSA stand for?
It's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to NHTSA in respect to this vehicle itself?
We run the vehicle through NHTSA, see if there's any recalls on the vehicle.
And what, if any, recalls did you discover when you ran this particular vehicle through NHTSA?
There were no recalls.
And to be specific, we're talking about this specific vehicle as opposed to just Lexuses in general, make and model, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we put the VIN into the system, and it will tell you if this vehicle has any recalls to it.
Now, you indicated on February 1st at some point you did some testing with the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that testing done, and what did it consist of?
It was done in the parking lot of Can PD on the same day. We did a forward braking test, a reverse braking test, and a reverse acceleration test.
Now, the parking lot of the Canton Police Station where you did this, what kind of roadway surface was that?
It's an asphalt surface.
Similar to the asphalt surface at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the condition of the roadway as far as how dry or wet was the roadway when you conducted these acceleration braking tests?
It was wet at the time.
And with respect to your understanding of January 29th, 2022, with the asphalt surface in front of 34 Fairview Road, what was the condition weather-wise as far as that roadway surface at the time of this collision?
At the time of the collision?
Yes.
What I'm saying is it was snowy, so the asphalt road had been fairly wet from snow.
Now, when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests with the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, what, if any, tool or what, if any, implement did you use in the course of that testing?
We use a device called it's called a V-Box. This one's a V-Box Sport. The device is attached to the windshield, and it's also attached by an antenna that goes to the roof. And then basically V-Box, do you want to explain what V-Box is?
Please.
Okay. So a V-Box is it measures performance for the vehicle. It uses GPS data to measure the speeds and its location. Use that it'll give us how fast we were stopping, a drag factor for the roadway for that specific vehicle and type of road, and acceleration factors. So we attach that to the windshield, just kind of give me a way to check its acceleration and check its performance.
And sorry, you're on one moment, please. Sure. So the V-Box is attached to that vehicle, so it's what specifically is it measuring?
So yeah, it's using the GPS data to apply its location, and so it's measuring its speeds and using the speed and the location, putting that together. And once you use the app on the V-Box and it sets some parameters as like you can go out 30 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, and it'll set your vehicle. So when you go to 30 miles per hour, it'll tell you what you're doing at 30, what you're doing at 20, what you're doing at 10, and then it'll know if you're doing braking or acceleration tests. So use those numbers that you have to give you, your acceleration factor or braking factor for the vehicle.
And so from the V-Box Sports device that you use, and you've received training as it applies to using that device?
Yes, I have.
And certification as well?
It's usually just training on it.
Now, with respect to the V-Box Sport as it's attached to that vehicle, that's measuring specifically from that vehicle with those tires on that roadway surface that day, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to that testing on that day, you did some acceleration or reverse acceleration tests, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many of those tests did you conduct?
2.
And describe to the jury sort of how you conducted those tests or what speeds you were using or sort of that process of the 2 reverse acceleration tests that you conducted that day.
So the reverse acceleration test we conducted, we set the parameters up to 25 miles per hour. So what we did is we try to come from a stop at 0 and then press the accelerators all the way about as hard as I could press it and try to go back and see how fast I can get to 25 miles per hour and see what the performance they did at that time.
And what, if any, kind of data did you receive with the V-Box Sport using during those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
It gave me an acceleration factor. It gave me its speeds and times and distances that it was at each location. And
if you could explain to the jury, so when you say acceleration factor, what is an acceleration factor?
It's just a number of how fast the vehicle could travel from an acceleration. It could be a light acceleration to a medium acceleration, a hard acceleration. They all have a different number that you can use to kind of relate it back to what the acceleration is for that vehicle.
And what was the acceleration factor that you were able to obtain with those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
I believe this was I had 0.317, I believe.
Now, during the course of those the reverse acceleration tests that you conducted on that day, what, if anything, did you know? Well, let me ask this: as far as the operation of the vehicle, who is actually physically operating the vehicle?
I was actually operating the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you know during your operation of that vehicle during the reverse acceleration test that you conducted?
We also noted the accelerator pedal moved freely. There was no binding. There were no interference from anything on the floor. Nothing interfered with the accelerator pedal. It worked as it's supposed to.
And when you're doing this reverse acceleration test, how are you, if at all, are you manipulating the steering wheel at all, or is it a straight line test, or how is the test? How is the vehicle directed during the test?
So I try to keep it fairly straight.
And when you accelerated in reverse in a fairly straight fashion with the steering wheel, what, if anything, did you note about that?
We kept the vehicle fairly straight. There was it was fairly easy to keep control of.
Now, in addition to the 2 reverse acceleration tests, what, if any, testing did you do with regard to reverse braking?
Yeah, so we conducted 2 reverse braking tests.
And again, similar, can you describe to the jury, this is also with the V-Box board attached, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're obtaining data from that as well?
Yes.
And during the course of the reverse braking test, what, if anything, first as far as data is concerned, how fast were these tests being conducted? What, if anything, was input, and what, if any, data did you receive from?
Yeah, so the reverse braking one, we try to get up to about 30 miles per hour. And then once we get up to that speed, that's when we would apply the brakes, try to brake the brakes fairly hard to try to get the vehicle to stop.
And are you also familiar with the term known as a deceleration factor?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that?
It's just essentially the opposite of an acceleration factor. This is a number for how fast the vehicle would slow down.
And with regard to the deceleration factor from the 2 reverse braking tests that you conducted on that date, what, if any, figure did you receive from the instrument, from the V-Box board?
For the reverse braking?
Yes.
I believe this one was so it gets you a drag factor number for this vehicle too, and it's our deceleration factor, which is both are used the same way. This one was a points, and it was 7.1.
Now, with regard, again, you're operating the vehicle during these 2 reverse braking tests, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you note in regards to the operation of the vehicle when you were conducting these 2 reverse braking tests?
Yeah, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation from the brake.
Now, in addition, sir, were you able to conduct some forward braking tests?
Yes, I was.
And similar again, could you describe to the jury as far as how you were operating the vehicle during the forward braking test?
Yes, essentially the same thing as reverse. If I was going forward this time, I got up to 30 miles per hour, and I would just apply the brakes about as hard as I could apply them to the stops.
And again, are you receiving from the instrument some sort of deceleration factor?
Yes, I was.
Did you recall what that was?
Yeah, it was a 0.69.
And during the course of your operation of the vehicle during the forward braking test, again, what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the defense vehicle?
Same as before, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation, no issues.
Now, you talked a little bit about a ACM or an airbag control module, correct?
Correct.
You indicated earlier in your testimony that you had downloaded information from that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you download that information, what, if anything, do you get from the vehicle, or what, if any, how are you able to sort of read or interpret that data?
So in the airbag control model, it's equipped with a 8-bit data recorder on EDR. And then that data from the EDR, we will use the Boss EDR software, and we'll attach to the vehicle. And then that software will basically extract the information or image the information that's in the module. And so that information could range from getting us speeds, if there was braking, if there was steering wheel movements, basically like looking for change of velocity, that type of. So there's a lot of information around the vehicle.
May I approach you?
Yes.
When the documents are 7 pages in length, ask you to review that before we finish. Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the document that gets printed out from the airbag control model through the crash retrieval software.
Thank you. May I approach anyone?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce the minutes in that exhibit. No objection.
Is it 590?
Now, sir, when it comes to the CDR printouts, or let me ask you this. When it comes to the airbag control module, who is that designed to protect or to apply to in respect to safety measures with vehicles?
Applies to the occupants inside the vehicle.
And this may sound a little personal when I say it, but essentially the airbag control module is typically not designed to protect people on the exterior or the outside of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've been involved in a number of crash investigations involving pedestrians, correct?
Yes.
And as far as this particular case, what, if any, sort of
useful or significant information were you able to interpret or retrieve from the ACM?
And this through the software, there was no data recovered or no events recovered.
And when it comes to pedestrian crashes in general, and as far as there being no data in this case, is that something that's abnormal?
It is not.
Explain to the jury sort of why.
So what an airbag control module is doing is, as it's running, it's constantly monitoring the vehicle. It's looking for like a sudden change of velocity, like a collision. So once it feels that sudden change of velocity, essentially it'll wake up and monitor the vehicle, see if there's people wearing seatbelts on, what's the speed of the vehicle, number of different things that it could look for. And all it wants to do is either, do I deploy the airbags or do I tighten the seatbelts? So most motor vehicle crashes with a car-on-car crash, there will be a higher change of velocity. So that's usually kind of what it's looking for. Pedestrian crashes are going to, there's not going to be much change of velocity to the vehicle. That means when they both interact with each other, the pedestrian is not going to change that vehicle's velocity in such a quick manner as, say, two cars would strike each other.
Now, with respect to crash reconstruction in general, are you familiar with the term called delta V?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means as far as what is a delta V and what is it measured?
So that's kind of what I was saying about the change of velocity. It was a change of velocity. And I mean, like change of velocity, like it's also within a certain amount of time. So change amount of speed within a certain amount of time. So.
And with respect to people as it applies to crashes or collisions involving pedestrians, and I think you've said a little bit about this, but what, if any, impact on the velocity of the vehicle would striking a pedestrian typically have?
Very little.
Now, specifically when it applies to pedestrian collisions in general, are you familiar with the concept of linear momentum?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it applies with pedestrian crashes in general?
Linear momentum. Momentum is essentially when two objects interact with each other. They come in with momentum and they leave with momentum, with essentially the same momentum. And linear momentum just means something that's in line with each other.
Now, as far as we talked a little bit earlier in your testimony about roadway evidence, when it comes to your experience with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, relationship does that linear momentum have in relation to roadway evidence that you would expect to find at a scene of a pedestrian collision?
So when a pedestrian strikes a vehicle, they will go in the direction where the vehicle was traveling. So if the vehicle is traveling one way, the pedestrian strikes, it will go essentially that same way, depending on what part that vehicle strikes.
Now, as far as other items that the pedestrian may either have in their hand or other items of looser fitting clothing, what, if any, experience do you have as far as observations of those on collision scenes involving pedestrian collisions?
Yeah, so it's not uncommon for pedestrians to lose essentially any sort of loose clothing. So shoes, belts, hats, anything that's not very strapped on very well, could leave the body.
And as far as directionality is concerned, when it applies to that linear momentum that you were speaking of before, those sort of loosely held or handheld items, or would glasses be included within that as well?
Correct.
So those types of items, as far as directionality is concerned, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, so they will go in the same direction the pedestrian travels post-impact. We usually use that as kind of a post-impact path of travel for the pedestrian, showing that this is the direction that they would have traveled from where they got struck.
Now, are you also familiar with the reconstruction terms known as area of impact and point of impact?
Correct.
And can you explain what those terms mean in a crash reconstruction context for the jury?
Yeah, so an area impact is essentially the area where the crash happens, where these two vehicles or vehicle pedestrians, where their initial impact happens. Point impact is the same thing, it's just more down to like that specific points at that specific area. Area can mean a little bit broader in that sense.
And what are some of is this something that is delineated somewhat, at least by roadway evidence?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what types of roadway evidence that would lead you or any crash reconstructionists to formulate an opinion as to the area of impact?
Yeah, so like I said earlier with the path of travel. So a lot of collisions most of our collisions, we start where the final rest goes and we follow the debris or the clothing. We're back to where, follow that path back to where it came from. And we know within that area, that's where an area impact would be.
Now, with relation to the evidence that was depicted on the diagrams that were up on the screen before as the exhibits, what, if any, relationship would the taillight pieces and shoe that were recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road have in relation to that area of impact?
Yeah, so they were found alongside the roadway. So I know that they were found, the area impact had been somewhere within the roadway and probably somewhere at the beginning just prior to the beginning of the first point of evidence that we found.
So somewhere toward the first point of evidence contained within that debris field, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, could have one more.
Yes.
Now, sir, are you also familiar with a safety system specifically applicable to Lexus vehicles?
Yes.
And have you seen training in regard to downloading information in regard to that as well?
Yes.
And what is that safety system? What is that called?
It's called the Toyota TechStream software.
And so the Toyota TechStream is a software similar to the crash data retrieval or CDR software that you're talking about, but just specific to a Lexus.
Yeah, but it's between Toyota and Lexus has software. The TechStream it's similar in the fact that they both record data to the vehicle. TechStream was created by Toyota for their technicians to diagnose vehicles and use that information to help, any kind of mechanical issues that they would have with the vehicle that they can do when you bring your car to them. They can look at the TechStream and just kind of find out what caused the mechanical issue.
Now, with respect to the Toyota TechStream data that's available, what kind of data are we talking?
So TechStream, they also do diagnostic stuff. So they're looking for any engine defaults or anything else. But they also have what's called a vehicle control history in it.
Sorry, I missed that. Called what?
A vehicle control history.
Thank you.
And the vehicle control history it's basically monitoring people's driving behavior. So it has certain, they call it triggers that they have listed. And when those triggers are met, they will record data related to that trigger.
And what type of data, in general terms, what type of data are you able to recover through the Toyota TechStream tool from the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so that each trigger being poured, it's the same as the get your speeds, brakes, the accelerator pedals on, look for steering wheel angles, engine RPMs, all the information that you have related to vehicles.
Now, in addition, is it possible with vehicles that have some vehicles made that are accessible through this Toyota TechStream, including Lexus, which I should say, I'm sorry, so Lexus is manufactured by Toyota, correct?
That's correct.
So in some vehicles, Toyota or Lexus vehicles are made by that manufacturer are equipped with camera systems, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, in general terms, what, if anything, in relation to the camera system is it possible to collect from the vehicle control systems?
The camera systems in certain vehicles can record photos, like little grainy black and white photos.
And were you able to recover any black and white photos or photos of any kind from the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I was not.
Now, with respect to the sort of physical process of the downloading using this Toyota TechStream tool, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's physically done or what you're doing in the vehicle in order to download that information?
The same process, just different software as we would for the airbag control module. As I said before, we plug into the DLC port, and then of that software program, and we follow the steps, and we extract the information from the vehicle.
Now, the extraction of the Toyota TechStream data in this particular case, when was that accomplished?
For this one, I believe it was February 2nd, 2023.
So a year and a day after you had conducted the braking acceleration test and inspected the vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage.
That's correct.
And so as far as the timing of that being February 2nd of 2023, why was that?
I was at the time of my initial inspection, I didn't really know much about TechStream at that point. So over time, I kind of learned about TechStream. And so once I learned about it and I thought this is relevant to our case, and I looked more into it and found that it is relevant. So.
And the Toyota TechStream, as far as that applicability or that tool, is that a relatively newer tool in the area of crash reconstruction?
It is getting fairly newer, as it's getting spread out. It's getting bigger. It first got created on one vehicle in 2014. So it's been slowly trickling into the Toyotas and Lexus vehicles over time. But it's definitely gotten bigger within the past couple of years.
Now, with regard to this information, when you were then able to download that information, you received some data, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that it goes, or it's measured sort of by triggers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from the data that you were able to obtain from the defendant's vehicle, what type of data were you able to retrieve as it relates to the vehicle control system?
Yeah, so this had like a page and a half full of triggers that over the vehicle's time span that it captured.
And with respect to the triggers, how many triggers did it capture?
it's like a page and a half. I don't know exact numbers of how many triggers that was on each page, but there was, it's at least a good page and a half full of triggers.
Your Honor, may the trooper refer to his notes in regard to that? Trooper, if I could direct you, I think it's page 9 of your report.
Okay.
And how many triggers was it, sir?
Can you count them?
Does he have to count them, Mr. Lally?
No, I don't think he has to count them. Sir, if I could direct you to paragraph 23.
Oh, yeah. So 22 separate triggers. Those are, so in my report, it says 22 separate triggers that occurred on odometer mileage 12665 to 12666.
And with regard to the mileage that you noted as far as being between miles 12665 and miles 12666, that's 12,665 to 12,666, correct?
Correct.
And what was the mileage that you observed on the vehicle at inspection?
12,665.
And at the time that you conducted this Toyota TechStream download from the vehicle, what was the mileage at that time?
12,666.
And there's also reference within the vehicle control history data in regard to something called a key cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what a key cycle is and what are the different things that could trigger a key cycle?
Key cycle is essentially, so it's from the ignition cycle. Let's fix that. Sorry. So a key cycle is essentially from when the vehicle's off, it's pressed on. It doesn't necessarily need to be running or turned on. It just needs to be turned on and then off again, and that'd be one key cycle.
Now, with relation to your analysis in regard to vehicle control history, what, if any, role did the key cycle numbers, or what kind of role did that play in your analysis?
It shows me where how far away they were from each other. The key cycles were.
And how far away in what terms?
So when I turned the vehicle on, when I did my testing, it showed me what key cycle was that I was on when I did those testings, and then the odometer mileage in relationship to that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a document. Just ask you to look at that. Look up. Finished. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the minutes. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. The 591.
Your Honor, may I have a moment and then return it to the witness?
Yes.
If I could ask for a publicist to the jury. Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen? Is that the exhibit that you have before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this exhibit and what type of information, where it's located within this exhibit.
Okay, so this is the vehicle.
Okay, I'm going to reset my router. So the stream may look like it disappears, but it's not going to disappear. Just give me 1 second. We'll be right back.
vehicle patrol history, every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is on this label here. You see elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Now, from the within this table, sir, there are 2 triggers reported at odometer mile 12,629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to the.
Okay, you have to either come close or speak up even louder. So
I will speak louder.
there's no microphone near you. That's the problem with the court recorder.
My issue is, Your Honor, there's no light over here.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then you can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please.
Thank you. My apologies. So that odometer mile, as far as 2 triggering events, at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666 during the course of your braking and acceleration test, correct?
Correct.
And the mileage difference between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as the, what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your?
Yeah. So yeah, I was told that where she traveled afterwards or prior to that. I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Oh, you another document, sir? Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are the Google directions. I put them in a table and put in my report.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce you to this exhibit.
Objection. Did you?
All right, I have 1 minute, sir.
Yes.
May I return to the witness, sir?
Yes.
And Your Honor, of course, if I could publish it to the jury.
Okay.
So if you could, Mark, make this a little. Now, Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit before you?
Yes, I do.
These are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here and how you came to these mileage rules.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed that we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dayton. So I did that for every single one and find suggested routes. So which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I did a total distance, and I did a min and the max distance of, the minimum was 36.1 and the max distance of 38.8.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute, and I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Sorry, y'all. I'm really trying with this internet. I'm really trying. I'm listening.
Now,
My
in
notes aren't as good as I'd like them to be, but I'm trying.
Now, in addition to those distances there depicted in that exhibit, sir, have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, well, I'm sorry, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes to travel, is that correct?
Yes,
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6.
correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance traveled to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference is that?
Between the two min maxes,
Yes.
only 2.7.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss,
adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the DCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the 2 triggers that are in this vehicle.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these 2 triggering events that you were talking about in the earlier mile?
I said no difference. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the 2 triggering events that you were just talking about?
Yes, it was.
Now, as far as within your report and your analysis, did you come up with sort of a label as far as these 2 different triggering events that you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that incorporated the mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, 12,629, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I laid them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and the other one's 12,629B.
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
And may I approach, Ron?
Yes.
No, you have the document after you that finished.
Okay.
And do you recognize that?
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
May I approach, January?
Yes.
Almost 6 introduced in this. No objection.
The 593.
Again, if I could just have a moment, Ron.
Yes.
May I return this to the witness, Ron?
Yes.
With the information made.
Yes.
You heard her. With a good yes. With a good yes.
So with the document before you, what's now
We have
on the
that.
screen, you recognize that as what's now been marked as the next exhibit.
I do.
And if you could, describe to
things
the
are
jury sort of
looking
what
much
these
better
rows,
now.
Indicate as far as what information is there.
So-
And, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this as far as 12,629 miles. A.
Okay.
Crossing my fingers. It
So
stays
each row
good.
starting from the top is the vehicle control history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half seconds increments up to, let me show it right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, then it goes up to 5, then everything after that is about half second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one, total time of 10 seconds. And I'll split time from trigger, just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here. That's the time between each one. Sorry if I can read this right. So and right here, this is the vehicle speeds. The blue is just labeled because that's the speed. Zeros are labeled, the light blue is 0. So if I could read this. So this starts from, shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down to about 0 right here, and then stops for that time, and then increases back, speeds back up to, it goes up to 6.2, and then slows back down to 0, and then back up to 1.7 to, I think it's 8.7. Did I read that right? The next below for us is miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
If I could stop you there just
Yep.
for a second. So as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of it?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts the foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, so this is what's showing how far the pedal was actually pressed by the operator of the vehicle. And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it's, zero's not pressed and 100% it's all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher in this way Toya labels it. So and that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And it also shows from the start from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%, and that's 5 seconds. That's only a little over a second past the trigger. And so 50% and then back off and then back onto the accelerator again, up to 34%.
Now, as far as this data is concerned, for the VCH data from the Toyota tech stream, what, if any, information are you able to glean as far as directionality, as far as forward, reverse, left, right, things like that from this data?
So on this label right here, so it shows the shift position signal. 1 is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward, and then the vehicle got shifted into reverse, and then back to drive again.
Now, from your experience and from your training when it comes to interpreting this type of data, do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or what type of actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this triggering event?
Yes, this appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn. Because also the other thing into it, it shows steering signal, and the steering wheel showed that she was driving left and then right and the back left again, and also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could just shoot one down before.
So, yeah.
The document that I just handed you now, do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
it's the one, the 12,000, the data chart from my report for as labeled as 12,629 miles speed.
So that's the second triggering event within this same mileage reading on the odometer, same key cycle?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come up, do some business. No objection.
Okay.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, and for the sake of taking the best use of our time, if they're in evidence for the rest of this afternoon, both of you can then just ask to, just go ahead and put them up and not ask for permission each time.
She's had enough of the asking. She's had enough. Just move along.
And to recall, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
I do.
This is the VCH data chart from that same mileage with the second triggering event as far as 12,629 miles speed, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles A, correct?
Yes.
This occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this VCH data up on the screen, if you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you note as with respect to this data.
So for this one, same label as before, just that the vehicle control history time is, if I can say that, the trigger time is 1,142.2 seconds after key cycle. And this one shows all the same thing, 10 seconds of data. And let's go, so the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down. It's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. Then she's down to 0 for a while, and then the vehicle speed increases up to 24.2 miles per hour at its max speed. Then it goes down to 23.6 as the last two labels. An accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and 74.
Now, that's 74.5% as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerator pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that 74.5, that's about
pressure.
3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this data from 12,629 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 12,629A?
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 1269A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred within the same odometer mileage.
Now, with respect to the duration of the data that you were able to obtain from this one, specifically 12,629 miles B, what kind of duration of data are we looking at in this particular table of chart?
Say that again.
How long a period of time does this take?
So this is from the start of key cycle, or this whole just this one?
Just this one.
Okay. So this is 10 seconds of data.
And with respect to that 10 seconds of data, as far as the 24.2 miles per hour, when does that occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9 second mark.
Now, similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
And what, if any, significance does that have, or what, if anything, does that indicate to you from this data also?
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
Now, with respect to directionality for this, what, if any, data is contained within this chart in respect to that?
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It should show slowing down zeros like 0.5, 9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel, how far does the steering wheel move from left to right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point, is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle was placed into reverse?
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed into reverse?
At 4 seconds, it's right here.
And so am I correct then that there is a 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5% pressure that's placed on the accelerator pedal, when is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in this table?
74.5 starts at the 8-second.
Now, as far
And I might have
as
missed it.
this trigger is concerned, I understand from your testimony that the maximum speed is 24.
I might have missed it, but when is this data from? Like, what is the time frame of this 10-second data? Like, when in
0.2,
time
is that
did
correct?
this
Correct.
happen?
And what is the vehicle speed recorded at the end of this 10-second data set?
23.6.
Now, as far as the vehicle being in sort of different sets, as far as drive, reverse, things of that nature, what, if anything, did you observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all? What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive. It's slowing down to 0, and it goes to 0, which is neutral, then goes down, then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight, it stops, then it's placed in reverse, and then goes back, goes in reverse.
Now, as far as the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles that are recorded with this data.
Yes.
And what, if anything, was recorded in this 10 seconds of data? Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the end of the set, the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference?
So we were just looking at vehicle control history from Karen's Lexus. I might have missed it because I've been kind of running around doing some internet stuff. And by internet stuff, I mean just trying to get the internet to work. So I might have missed it, the exact date and time that is from, but I have a feeling that that information isn't quite available when retrieving the vehicle control data. So you're seeing how much pressure was applied to the gas pedal. You're seeing in a 10 sec, that was 10 seconds of data, each one of those graphs. And so you're seeing which position the steering wheel was in, how much pressure was applied to the gas pedal, how fast the vehicle was moving and traveling, and if it was in a reverse, and if it was in drive, and if it was in neutral, and that type of data. So what the car did in those 10 seconds. But I am just missing the when that data was recorded. Like when did the vehicle do that in the day and time of this case?
Reference to the change in steering angle of the steering wheel.
It does not change much. It's only 13. I think as far as it goes, it's left. It's at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if the steering wheel's a circle, the whole circle is steering at 60 degrees. So 13.5% is only, and it's still fairly straight in the vehicle at 13.5%.
Okay.
So from this data, this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds or so, in a fairly straight line, and achieves a maximum speed of 24.2 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour.
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in the steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and experience, what, if anything, would cause that?
Well, the steering wheel was obviously caused by operator traveling only small amounts, about right, up to here. So it's only just operator steering at those small deviations.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Let me grab that one. Another document you recognize
And we
that.
got another one.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a more of a closer up snippet of that document that I have attached to my report.
And, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Hard practice. Call the seat to introduce him as the next exhibit. Objection, Your Honor.
You can go ahead. You can go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
She's trying to speed the process along, which is, I think,
Mr.
fine.
Who wants to leave it up on the screen as this next exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this portion of the data.
Yeah, so I circled in here the drop from 24.2 to 23.6, and also the steering wheel signal went from a left at 4.5 to a right 4.5, so positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the accelerator opening ratio, kind of stays consistent with 74%.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So this is a crash reconstructionist, and
I'm showing you another document. You recognize that?
I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
we're also
It's
waiting
a
for
vehicle
the
control history distance chart. I have attached my calculator attached to my report.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call the seat to introduce him as the next exhibit. No objection.
So go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as exhibit 596.
I do.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, let me ask you this first. As far as this table and this information up on the screen, I should have asked you this before. How was this table created, and what, if anything, does this illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,629B. I started from when the vehicle was placed into reverse, and when it immediately goes from 0 and travels up to 23.6. Just that's like the last part of that last chart we had.
And what, if anything, were you able to do as far as distance travel, and how were you able to determine that?
So I used the spherical speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And as far as the total distance traveled from the 0 to the 23.6 at the end, what was the total distance there?
97.35 feet.
And with respect to the vehicle's maximum speed, as far as 24.2 miles per hour that's recorded within this data set, how much distance had the vehicle traveled prior to achieving that 24.2 mile per hour?
62.51 feet.
Thanks. May I approach this retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
okay.
Now,
So
Paul,
give us
with
a
regard to, based on
reconstruction
your
of
training
it.
and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general, this particular set of data from, who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B, what, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and why?
Yeah, there's a point there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 in a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees, and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
Now, with respect to
Why?
Mr. O'Keefe, the pedestrian in this collision, what, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I believe it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained,
Yes.
what, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
Due to, we can break down each injury due to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the the dent
What?
where the scratches
Did
for
you
his
just-
hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent.
Did you just apply you just applied a reasoning to an injury, and we have not yet heard from the medical examiner? Hello? We don't know that. We don't know.
Consistent with this in this particular case with striking the Lexus.
Now, specifically with reference to this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expand upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
So kinematics analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get kind of labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically their principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where you get more struck through the side of the vehicle on the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and then to the left due to this like more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to you mentioned the height of the vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what, if any, relationship
Yeah,
does
let's
that
talk about
have
the height.
in regards to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Yeah, due to it being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian staying above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
I am so
Now, with
confused
respect, you also
there were
made
no
aware
leg
through,
injuries.
review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience in particular to pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have, somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage. Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is that?
I'm having
Due to them
a
get
hard
projected
time
forward,
with this.
so they get hit from behind, they have damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So, I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
I'm sorry. I need a picture of, I know there was a picture earlier. I know there was. Okay, I'm not going to click on it, but you guys can see it. Do we think if she were to back into something, a flat object, the first thing to hit the object would be the taillight and not the bumper? I don't know. There were some scratches, right? And some minor dents on the bumper, but I just have questions about how much pressure, energy, physics it takes for the glass on the taillight, plastic and glass, whatever, on the taillight to break, and like the amount of physics and energy and pressure it takes to like dent a bumper. I just have questions. So it's obviously bumper first to me. Like it just doesn't make any sense. And what part of his body hit the taillight? Are you telling me his face hit the taillight? Because we don't have, the ME has not told us that there are injuries anywhere else. That he had the chest was like, he is not, I don't understand. How can this be?
Now, with regard to the vehicle speeds, kinematically speaking, from your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as the pedestrian collision is concerned,
how much of that vehicle's speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of a pedestrian collision with forward projection?
Forward projection will have almost 100% speed post impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center of mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post impact. His right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out. So, as opposed to traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Is that
Well,
abnormal?
Pause. So it was right side, right? Did he say right side or left side? He said a side. Either way, a side is going to have injury. How come his face is beaten in? And those sharp edges of that plastic and glass, you're telling me he only had a little slice, but he had enough. Okay, so if it was the taillight, I'm losing it right now. If it was the taillight and he got all the scratches mid-arm, okay, you know what? I could venture out of my comfort zone right now to say the taillight could have damaged up his arm that way. The taillight smashed into his arm, right? How does your face get beaten in? How do you have two black eyes and blood and gunk coming from the inside of your body from your lungs? And your face beaten in, but nothing else. You're not, we have yet to hear of if your right side, if your arm got this and your car's traveling and it slams you into your right side, wouldn't your ribs break? Wouldn't you have like an entire side of broken ribs? I'm trying to understand it, but no one here is making me understand this. I'm just getting more confused. I'm not like, I'm confused.
Sort of forward projection type of pedestrian collision. And what I'm going to ask is
questions.
Specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little?
Yeah, due to the sideswipe amount that projected him off to the left, it wouldn't show that the car would have ran over him and traveled over him. Like traditional.
Yes,
car
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit.
Sorry. Yes, so due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left and body rotated, it would have rotated away from the vehicle and his body would not have traveled under the vehicle. As you do in a lot of traditional forward projection crashes, the vehicle would get tracked forward ahead of the vehicle and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
I don't think that's not anyone's question.
Correct.
We have all seen or heard, or even in like film and television, we've all seen accidents on screen of some sort, either real or fake or acted, where people aren't getting physically driven over. There are some situations where that happens, but I feel like in the majority of pedestrian accidents, it's you're being like bumped off of the car. We're kind of like, or even God forbid thrown over it. So I don't think that was ever anyone's question.
Just expound a little bit when you're talking about center of mass and how that relates between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center of mass. Pedestrians is the same. So a pedestrian center of mass is essentially to the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area, just below the chest area would be a center of mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
So his center of mass.
So where on someone's body typically would the center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area, just below the chest area.
And where's the damage
If
there?
I could turn your attention to recall back to February 1st of 2022, when you were at the Canton Police Department. You mentioned that, or testified earlier at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some forward acceleration and rear acceleration braking tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what, if any, other testing did you do with respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras in the vehicle.
And again, if you could, just in general terms, first, just describe for the jury when you say visibility analysis, typically speaking, what are you doing in a visibility analysis?
In the visibility analysis, we are trying to see what an operator would see in a vehicle. looking for, just in this particular case, we were trying to see if the operating vehicle would be able to see a pedestrian behind the vehicle. And also in this, where we have backup cameras, we're trying to look at the cameras and see what would the cameras pick up as we would go into reverse.
And in fairness,
A little
to the
snow and
defendant, at this
salt
particular time when this
is gonna
visibility
mess
analysis was
up anyone's
conducted, it occurred at
backup
daytime, is that
camera.
correct?
That's correct.
I know it does
Understanding of
mine.
the crash is that it occurred at night, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as a visibility analysis, typically, would you be looking to recreate as close as you can to the conditions at the time that the collision occurred?
In most typical cases, yes.
And why were you not able to, were you able to do that in this case?
We were not.
Because it was snowing, blizzard.
Due to was mostly, like I said, it's mostly done when we're trying to see what a pedestrian would, an operator would see a pedestrian. It's mostly done because it's an accident, but a lot of times when it's like an intentional act, visibility is not an issue in this situation. We were just more want to make sure that the cameras worked and the backup sensors all worked in the vehicle.
Now, as far as this particular visibility analysis that was conducted in this case, how, if at all, was that memorialized?
It was recorded when the crime scenes trooper recorded it.
Which trooper? State or, so a state trooper, not like a Canton PD lieutenant or sergeant
My
or
apologies. Before I get to that, sir,
street
Okay.
cop. I don't know the levels of police
I can turn your
officers.
attention just back to the text stream just for a moment. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
First, I'm just going to ask you generally if you recognize those.
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
It's the inside of the vehicle. Appears to be taking out the, showing that taking out the infotainment system.
What system?
Infotainment system.
Infotainment.
And the last photograph
funny
there, what, if
word.
anything, does that depict, sir?
That is the module for the infotainment system.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in respect to this investigation in regard to the infotainment system?
I didn't have anything that was Trooper Marino's to the infotainment system in this vehicle.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had training as it relates to Burla, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does Burla have with respect to the infotainment system?
They have tools to forensically diagnose the infotainment systems.
And if you know, are you familiar with whether or not that was able to be accomplished in this particular case?
It was not,
And do you know why not?
because they had to go to, I think Burla didn't have the equipment, so they went to a,
Sustain.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, as far as those photographs, they're an accurate portrayal of what you observed in the vehicle during the time that you were conducting your testing.
yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce them as the next step exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry, I was writing, what are those 5 photographs?
7.
7.
No objection.
And if I could just follow.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the photograph labeled BEP2. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It is now being marked as exhibit 597.
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
That's the steering wheel.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP3. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's now up on the screen and it's marked as exhibit 598?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this part of the photograph.
That is the infotainment system.
And as far as the infotainment system, when you were operating that vehicle, what, if anything, was displayed on that screen within the infotainment system?
If you were in drive, it just had, the radio navigation stuff. But if you're in verse, that's where the backup cameras and sensors would be.
That car looks luxurious
And,
as hell.
If I could have BEP4, sorry. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 599?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, are we looking at in this?
That's the push button start, the ignition.
So that's how this vehicle is started. It stops essentially as a push button start. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP22. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now marked as exhibit 601?
Yes.
If you could, using laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this.
Yes, that's the infotainment system. It's on, show satellite here. Looks like it's the navigation.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, if if I could take you back just for a second to the VCH data and the kinematics of what you were testifying about just a moment ago. You had mentioned that with respect to the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, that it's consistent or could have been caused by striking his head on part of the pavement or the curbing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your training and experience in pedestrian collisions that you responded to and investigated on prior occasions, as far as the coldness of the ground being frozen, what, if any, impact did that have as far as in relation to the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as
How do we know the ground was frozen, Mr. Lally? How do we know the ground was frozen? Just because there was snow on top of it doesn't mean the ground is frozen. And to your story, Mr. Lally, he was hit before the snow was even like collecting. So, Lally is going to.
the visibility analysis that you were conducting on February 1st. You mentioned that was memorialized with photographs as well as video. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this video that was taken, sir, was that in the interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle, or both?
I believe it might have been just the interior.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And those are the recordings of the visibility or the braking and acceleration tests from February 1st, both interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also confused with this next exhibit.
No objection, sir.
Again, Your Honor.
Yes.
A series of lead photographs. Actually, I'll recover when you're finished.
I just try to move through all the dead air a little bit. Plus, I'm eating my tacos.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, Trooper?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photos from the backup cameras and sensor tests.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also seek to introduce the minutes next exhibits.
Okay.
Photograph 2612. Trooper, if you could, please describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph that's now been marked as Exhibit 606.
Yes, this is the view from the operator as they would turn around and look to the back of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 610.
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the view inside the vehicle showing the infotainment system and the backup cameras on it.
Now, as far as the backup cameras on this particular vehicle, what kind of view was able to be portrayed, or what did you observe on the screen when you placed the vehicle on first?
Yes, so this has a straight backup camera and also has a 360 overhead view of the vehicle.
And as far as the cameras within this vehicle are concerned, are we talking about one single camera, or how many cameras are encapsulating this 360-degree camera angle view?
It has the front and the sides and the rear cameras.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to where you're talking about as far as the screen is concerned, depicting that camera angle view.
Okay. So the one on the left, that's the backup camera, and the one in the middle here would be the 360 overhead camera.
Now, in addition to what's depicted on screen right now, as far as the vehicle on the 360 overhead, as the vehicle travels, what, if anything, in addition, is depicted on that particular portion of the screen as far as the 360 overhead?
It shows a sensor, and also when that sensor shows up in the area where the object that it is closer to.
And the sensor that you're talking about, how is that depicted on the screen?
It's a little red like blip or little bar that would show up on the camera itself.
And is that something that appears as you approach an object from either in front or behind or something else?
Correct. As you approach the object, the bar will blink and will go get faster as you get closer to the object.
Now, with respect to the system overall, in addition to the visual cues picked it up on the screen, what if any auditory cues are also part of the system?
It will beep at you, and it will, as you get closer to the object, it will beep faster as you get closer to it.
And as far as getting closer to an object, the beeping that you're talking about, it increased in speed or rapidity, is that correct?
Correct.
And
My
how
car
does
does
it,
not beep.
what, if anything, does it do as far as the volume of the beeping that you
I guess it would increase as it would get faster.
So it gets faster and it gets louder as you get closer
Yep.
to an object, correct?
Yep.
Now, with respect to sort of the middle of the screen here, up on the dashboard, what, if anything, do you observe there for the direct the jury's attention to what, if any, devices are up there right now?
Yes, so right here, this blue device, that's the V-Box Sport that attached to the windshield.
So that's something that you attached to the vehicle. It's not necessarily something that was in the vehicle when you began to operate it around.
Yes.
Not the Duncan still in the cup holder. Not the iced
Ms. Gilman, if I
Duncan.
could have photograph 2618. And Trooper Paul, if you could describe to the jury, or using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this portion or closer up image of the screen in the center console.
Yeah, so this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is the 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take this now.
Duncan's still in the cup holder. I wonder what her Duncan order
I may
is.
have a moment, John.
Yes.
I would love to know what Karen's Duncan order is.
Analysis that you conducted. You testified earlier that you were primarily concerned with sort of whether or not the cameras and the auditory and visual cues worked properly with this vehicle and this system, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your running these sort of forward and back reverse acceleration braking tests, as well as visibility analysis, what, if anything, did you observe with relation to the functionality of the cameras and the visual and auditory cues?
Everything seemed to be working properly.
Now,
Okay.
when you were operating the vehicle on February 1st and you shifted the vehicle into reverse, what would then sort of occur with the screen in the center of the dashboard?
It would change from the navigation to the backup cameras.
And how long a period of time did that take as far as you shifted from drive to reverse on a number of different occasions while you were conducting your test, correct?
Yes.
And so how long a period of time are we talking about between the time that you shift the vehicle from drive or another gear to reverse for those screens to then display both the rear backup camera and the 360 overhead view?
It's fairly instantaneous, very quick.
Now, at some point during the course of the visibility analysis specifically, what, if anything, did you place behind the vehicle during your visibility analysis?
It was like a punching bag dummy.
And where did you place
The
that
punching
in
bag
relation
dummy
to
from
Along the right rear.
And as far
from
as
the
that
garage
punching
at
bag
Canton
dummy was
PD.
concerned, about how far up off the ground was the top of that?
I'm not exactly sure the exact height of it. Maybe my height or taller.
And
How
with
tall are
respect,
you?
your height, sir, how tall are you?
5'6".
So it was at least 5'6", if not taller, is that correct?
Correct.
Pause.
And with respect to that,
Wasn't John
placing it behind the
6'2"?
vehicle, after it was placed behind the vehicle, at some point were you inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you were inside of the vehicle and that was outside of the vehicle, what, if any, visual observations were you able to make with respect to its placement? And it's in the right rear passenger side of the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, observations were you able to make with respect to that item or exemplar that was placed out there?
It would have been invisible in the cameras.
Now, with respect to the visibility analysis that was
I don't care about the visibility in the cameras. One, it's the middle of the freaking night. There could have been snow on the cameras. The snow could have melted off after it was sitting in a hot garage after it traveled on a thing. I don't care about, and I'm pretty sure that the jury is going to be like, things happen. Like snow can get on the cameras. Like, what are you talking about? Snow, salt, water, it all, the gunk, it all is like, I want to know why you think this damn car bruised this man's face up. Tell me how. Tell me how. And why not we use something that's, I don't know, the victim's height, not 5'6", 5'7".
that was conducted with respect to that. Let me ask you this first. When I say exemplar pedestrian, can you explain sort of what that term means and as how it relates to a visibility analysis?
So an exemplar pedestrian is just like you said, we use a punch bag dummy. It was something that we used in place of a pedestrian to act like a pedestrian.
Now, when that exemplar pedestrian was placed in the rear passenger side area of the vehicle, what, if any, obstructions did you observe as far as just from a visual perspective, sort of turning your head or looking or cameras or anything else as far as where that exemplar was placed?
There were no obstructions.
Now, if that exemplar was placed directly next to the vehicle versus feet away from the vehicle, what, if any, difference did you know as far as visibility was concerned?
Yeah, so if it was placed right next to the vehicle, it'd be blocked by the back pillar of the vehicle. If you place it maybe like 5 feet away, you would be able to see the dummy in the cameras and also in the side mirrors.
This
So in a
happened on
distance of
February
at least
1st, by
5
the
feet,
way.
it was fully visible from where you sat in the vehicle.
Yes.
Not January 29th.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if
Just saying.
you could, I would ask, I'm sorry, not sure what exhibit numbers they are, but the 2 videos that we just introduced.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the exterior video first.
Days after the incident,
For the record,
he's
yes.
saying everything was fine.
And,
Cameras were fine. Could be by now.
Gilman, if you could pause there for a moment. First of all, with respect to, just for orientation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of where we are in relation to the Canton Police Department and where it was that you conducted this test.
Yeah, so this is a view from the back of the Canton Police Department. So as you look at the Canton Police Department, we'd be on the left side of the Canton Police Department.
And as far as the vehicle in question, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where that is and sort of where it's going to be in relation to the camera angle.
Vehicle is right here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press one.
What the hell are we watching? What is happening right now?
So if I could ask you to pause there for this moment. Trooper Paul, during these testing that you were conducting here with the acceleration, reverse braking, all of those, the highest speeds that you recorded during the course of that testing was 30 miles an hour, is that correct?
Yes.
And the highest speed that was contained within that VCH data for the second or the B of those 2 data sets, what was the highest miles per hour there?
At 24.
Now, with respect to the braking in this vehicle, what, if anything, was this vehicle equipped with?
Had ABS brakes, anti-lock brake system.
And with relation to anti-lock brake system or ABS, what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to braking and what is then visible on the pavement?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that so?
Due to when the brakes, as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire. So it kind of rotates between tires. So the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not leaving marks on the pavement, what, if any, relationship does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS brakes?
Yeah, the sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
As far as sort of screeching of braking and tire coming to a brake, what would you expect to hear with respect to ABS braking?
There would be no screeching of the tires.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play from here.
Karen's face is unreal, especially in these moments. She was clearly reacting to Mr. Lally questions and the very obvious, leading nature of them. We're watching this man test this Lexus. I don't believe this recording comes with audio. clearly it's sped up. You can see the lights and the cars moving at natural speeds. You can feel the frame rate like moving way too fast. So it's probably moving at, I would say, 1.5 or 2 times speed. At some points, it for sure was. I wish that they made note of that, of any. It's actually, we're playing it at this speed versus another speed, and there's no audio, so you can't hear the sound of an engine braking versus cars squeaking on the pavement. Like, we have no comparison because we just have this man going forward and back. Look at you go. This is not what I expected when I heard accident recreation. There's got to be some sort of like technology where you can put all of that VCH data, that vehicle control history data, into like a 3D modeler, you know, and like get exactly how the car was moving and the speeds.
Yes.
I don't know. It just feels. This feels very like home movie.
Again, Trooper Paul, with reference to what's up on screen, if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the screen in the center of the dashboard, and just as far as what different parts of the screen are visible.
So right here is the reverse camera, 360 camera.
And as far as this particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what was done with regard to acceleration or braking tests, or are we looking at visibility?
This is the visibility analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, please, sir.
Is that man? Nope. I don't think he's part of it. I think he just left the building at the wrong time. Aw. Now you're famous. Still no audio.
Sorry, could you pause it there, Mr.
So what's
I would
the
ask you to just bring it back to the close. Pause it there. Super Bowl, as far as the, this is a closer up image of the screen that was visible in the center of the dash of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser points may be a little difficult to see. If you could, using the laser point, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observed on this screen while the vehicle's in reverse now, correct?
Correct.
If you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen as the vehicle's in reverse with the exemplar pedestrian behind.
Yes. So this screen has now changed to a park assist screen, and it now shows a sensor for the back of the vehicle. And also same here, the sensor starts popping up in a yellow line for behind the vehicle.
Then in the camera view.
The actual camera view shows that's where our punch bag dummy was, and also shows where the sensor's backed up to on the bottom here.
And Ms. Gilman, for the record, this is about 34 seconds in. If you could press play from here.
I so want parking assist on my next car. So if the car gods are listening.
Now, Super Paul, at some point over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, did you become aware of ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's residence at One Meadows Avenue?
Yes.
And specifically, have you had occasion to see a video depicting the defendant backing out of the garage as snow was coming down?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury with the witness on the stand, Exhibit 6. Video
What's
number
happening right
153.
now?
Objection may be approached.
Yes.
What is happening right now? I'm sorry, just put a Taki in my mouth. Oh no. Why are you talking about that video? What? What's going on? I need information. I need data. I need a vehicle control history of what the hell's going on right now. Oops. So sorry. Had to go back.
All right. I appreciate your patience.
You are unmuted.
A few things. So I'm going to send you home for the day because the lawyers and I are staying, and Trooper, I'm going to ask you to stay. Sometimes when we take these breaks, when I have to talk to the lawyers and then don't schedule you, it's because we have to do things in the case to facilitate getting this case to you now as efficiently as possible.
What
Next
ear?
week, we will be in session here Monday. Tuesday's going to be a full day of the lawyers and I with witnesses to make sure that the case is ready for you to wrap up. So Tuesday, you will be off. We'll be working. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court is not in session on Wednesday. We'll have a full day Thursday,
belated
and half a
Juneteenth.
day Friday. It's a little different than we looked at, but I am assured that we are still on schedule to getting the case to you folks to begin your deliberations sometime that last week. Okay, so we appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate the lawyers now really trying to work to get this case to you as efficiently as possible.
So now, so we're still
those options.
expected.
Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Monday. Monday will be a full day. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
We're still expected to get this case, give this case to the
You
jury
are muted.
sometime in the last week of June.
Jared, follow me, please.
This is Friday court, remind you. Let me remind you. This is court from Friday. Let's skedaddle into it because I want to.
You'll be shown a video.
Okay.
So,
What I think is about to happen is that they're going to be like, hey, also, so since you're an accident reconstructionist, can you also reconstruct this accident, which is when Karen backed into John's car leaving the driveway, garage?
we're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions. You'll be shown a video. Okay.
But why? I don't know. Why is this happening?
All right, Mr. Lally.
Now, Trooper Paul, as I was asking you before, with respect to have you had occasion to see a ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house on One Meadows Avenue, depicting a defendant or the defendant's vehicle backing out of a garage while snow was falling?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, as you already testified to, you made observations of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage on February 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play the video at this time?
Yes.
Your Honor, at the same time, I'll stipulate to the video.
I want to see it for purposes of this voir dire. And in fact, I'd like to see the version that the defendants have with the focusing in on the tire.
Understood.
Okay. Okay. So
Both. Go ahead, Ms. Gilman. You show yours, and then I'm going to ask the defense.
153.
So the judge basically is like, I don't know what the hell is going on either. So let's watch it and let's figure this out. Let's sort this out.
Now, Trooper, from your observations from this video, at some point, this vehicle either comes close or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your observations of this video and your observations of the defendant's vehicle, at some points, have you also seen photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes.
And is your understanding that those photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle were taken by State Police Crime Scene Services on February 3rd? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your observations in this vehicle, what I'm going to ask you is in regard to the significance to observe, significance of the impact of the two vehicles. In respect to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe on his vehicle at that time?
The photos are now.
Right now.
Oh, right now. There was snow on the vehicle.
And then with respect to the contact between the defendant's vehicle and victim Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe to occur with relation to the snow based on the significance of the impact between the two?
The snow doesn't move.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play this.
What on God's green earth is happening?
All right. Can I see the other video? Please.
Turn that garbage off. Oh, snow doesn't move. Nothing happened. What?
Yes, I think it's on. I know it's in evidence, but I think it's on your computer, your hard drive.
Preach. Preach. Oh, let me get off. Sorry. They're going to highlight it. Yeah, I don't know about anyone else. If I had something with my car, I'm getting out to check the damage. Now, this video in particular, this is Karen leaving the house very early in the morning because she can't find John. And honestly, if I bumped the car, like if I felt a little bump, I probably wouldn't check in this. If I was in her shoes, she may not even heard it, because you know when you drive on snow, especially like really thick snow like that, it's kind of like the tires
Right.
when you're moving slow.
Thank you.
It's so loud.
Okay, could
I
you
might
turn the
even
lights
heard
on,
it.
please?
Your Honor, if I could use just two photographs, and I'd like to, just for
Sure.
purposes. Ms. Gilman, if I could have
9.9 out of
what's now
10.
been marked
I'm
as
getting
Exhibit
out and looking.
549.
And before you do that, what is the exhibit we just saw through your IT person? What
Your Honor, it's
number?
the same exhibit. It has not been enhanced in any way. It's just magnified for purposes of this of showing. In other words, the magnification is not embedded in the video. It's the
Okay.
Same video.
Okay.
We just magnified it.
Okay,
Here you go.
all right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Oh my God, I just want to finish.
And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And what are we looking at, and which area of the vehicle are we looking at?
It's the rear, John O'Keefe's car.
The driver's side, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does this portion of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that we just watched?
It was faced, well, kind of you see it
All right,
from.
what was the answer? I
It
didn't
was,
hear.
sorry, it was faced kind of the same way you see the back left rear corner of the vehicle as you do in this picture here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 559.
Completely different position. Someone has moved that car.
Sir, is this the same driver's side rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
I don't know.
Now, as far as your observations of these photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in either the last exhibit or this exhibit itself?
There was no damage.
Now, as far as the impact, let me ask, as far as the damage that you observed to the taillight area of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the amount of force necessary in order to cause that?
Objection.
We need a foundation on this.
Oh,
Trooper,
yeah.
over the course of your, I'm sorry, how many crashes have you investigated over your time? with the cars unit?
I've been primarily on 196 crashes.
And I know I'd asked you before about pedestrian crashes. Fair to say most of the remainder, if not all the remainder, involves vehicles colliding with other vehicles.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that experience in relation to vehicle crashes, what, if any, training or knowledge do you have in regard to sort of physical forces of vehicles in a collision sequence, and what kind of damage you would anticipate?
You have a background
So
in
obviously, the
physics,
higher the
guy?
speed, the more damage. The lower speed, the less damage.
I don't
And,
think
what, if
that's
any,
necessarily
from
a
the
foolproof
observation
statement
that
there.
you made in that video and the observations that you made of the defendant's vehicle, what you observed in the video, was that consistent with the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
Objection.
So I'm going to allow this for voir dire. I just need to hear this information.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
It's not consistent with the tail light in this collision.
And why not?
For one thing, the collision, the tail light is, let's say, 42 to 50 inches off the ground. So that vehicle would have to have damage 42 to 50 inches off the ground, because they would have had to contact each other in the same distance from the ground, and there's no damage to that vehicle. So if the taillight breaks, it should leave some sort of scratching, maybe a dent, something on some sort of damage to that vehicle should have occurred.
And with respect to
Sorry, can't hear me. 3.5 to 4.2 feet is the range off the ground from where the taillight exists on her car. So how the hell did his face get beat up?
I think you just answered it. So
So for
as
the
far as
taillight?
Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what kind of damage would you expect from an impact significant enough to break the plastic on the taillight?
If his reasoning is that the dents on the bumper are from his hand, what? It's not making sense.
It would be probably higher speed than what we saw.
For purposes of voir dire, I need to hear all of this. Mr. Jackson. Go ahead.
A higher speed than what we probably would saw in there. If it's not, it was minimal. Maybe it would crack a tail light or something like that, but it wouldn't. I mean, the damage is different. And also, we have a bumper that's also in the way too.
And to that point, Trooper, when it comes to a bumper, from a functional standpoint, what is a bumper and what does it do with respect to a vehicle in a collision sequence?
The bumper is, it's basically meant as another cushion to absorb the impact to another vehicle, from one vehicle to another vehicle. It kind of sticks out to kind of also preserve whatever, the tail lights and everything else and the damage on top of it.
So in order, from your experience as far as responding and investigating collisions, specifically collisions between motor vehicles, the speed that you observed the defendant's vehicle traveling in that video, what, if any, relationship does that have specifically also as to the bumper, as to the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
So if you look at the defendant's vehicle, there is a scratch mark that is along the left side starts from her bumper around the rear. That could be consistently with his bumper. That would be around the same height level. He has a little ridge there on his bumper. So that bumper could have been hit that little ridge. And also the bumper in itself, and here is a different material. Hers is a little lighter, like a glossy colored paint. This is more a duller flat finish. So it might have why it would show up on her bumper more than it would show up on his bumper.
Okay.
And finally, sir, in your opinion, the damage to the defendant's taillight is that something that could have occurred or could have been caused by the crash or the contact of the vehicles that you observed in that video?
Objection.
No.
So again, this is voir dire, Mr. Jackson, going in here.
No.
And again, sir, why not?
For one thing, the bumpers, you have to go push through the bumpers in order to hit the taillight against the other vehicle. And there's no significant damage to a bumper in order to push back into the car.
And again, there was no snow on the vehicle. By that, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle that even came off the vehicle that you observed during the course of that contact between the two vehicles.
That's correct.
Oh,
I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Did you ever put the two cars together?
I did not.
No, you didn't, did you? You never tested whether or not the SUV would match up with the Traverse, did you?
Jackson coming
No, I
in
mean-
hot.
You just said, oh, look, one of them has matte finish, one of them has glossy finish, so it couldn't have happened, right?
No, I'm confused by the question. I'm talking about the taillight. We're talking about the taillight.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the taillight? We're talking about the bumper.
Yeah, we were talking about the taillight.
So one person at a time, you both are talking over each other.
Jackson's
You
pissed.
started talking about the bumpers.
He's pissed.
Yes.
You said, well, one has matte finish and one has glossy finish, right?
Yes.
You said, well, you'd expect one of them to slide off of each other, and they could have done this and they could have done that, right?
Not slide off each other.
You were suggesting that the two cars wouldn't match up such that the taillight could make contact with any part of the Traverse. That's what you were suggesting.
I'm saying it didn't match up because there's no damage to the Traverse.
You didn't test whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the Traverse, right? And make physical contact with it, right?
When I see a picture of the Traverse,
no.
when I see the picture
No,
of the
this is a
Traverse,
voir dire. I need the information,
you
Mr.
asked me a
Jackson.
question.
Yeah,
I said when
yes or no question, Trooper.
I don't think so, but
Mr. Jackson, just for, there's no jury here. This is for purposes of what I have to rule on. The more information I have, the better off I am in being able to rule on it.
Let me take a breath.
So this is you trying to keep the evidence out. So you want to give me the information.
Understood. Did you or did you not ever do a test?
That was-
where you backed
So I know I keep pausing, but that was a fantastic moment. So this is a voir dire. She lent a little info to us who are watching. The jury is not here. Jackson does not want this to come into trial. Jackson does not want to have this questioning, this conversation, this topic in front of the jury. One, because it's absolutely ridiculous. And two, I'm sure his questions are going to lead and give us a little more information as to why exactly. But I'm going to go with that. With how pissed he is right now, with how pissed Jackson is, I'm going to go with that. This is surprise. And I don't think Mr. Jackson likes surprises very much.
the Lexus up against the
And
Traverse?
also,
we did not.
there should
Did you
not
or
be
did
any
you not ever do a test
surprise
where
like
you
this.
put the two cars together and measured them?
No.
Did you ever measure the taillight of the SUV, the black SUV, against any area on that Traverse?
No.
Did you ever do any force multiplier tests to determine the forces necessary to crack the SUV's convex taillight?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not a plastic taillight, under how much pressure a plastic taillight would need to be subjected before it would crack?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not if a plastic taillight came in contact with a metallic portion of another SUV, whether it would leave any mark?
I haven't done any testing. I've seen crashes where headlights have struck other vehicles. That's kind of where the experience comes from.
Fair enough. But I'm guessing that those crashes are probably different speeds and higher speeds. Not this, right?
I've had multiple crashes at different speeds.
So have you ever
Well,
had a
yes.
crash where you've investigated, the Massachusetts State Police has been brought in to investigate a crash where the car was going in reverse at about a half a mile an hour?
Half a mile an hour?
Whatever that was.
Are you saying the SUV Lexus is going half a mile per hour?
Well, you're the reconstructionist. Give me an estimate of how fast you think that SUV was going at the point of contact with the Traverse.
Maybe like
Fair.
1-2 miles per hour?
Okay, fair enough. Have you ever been called in to a crash, to investigate a crash, where the cars have collided at 1 mile an hour?
I've had pedestrian crashes that have been at a very low speed.
Okay, that wasn't my question. That wasn't quite my question.
Okay.
My question is, have you been called in to a crash involving two vehicles
Yeah.
that made contact at about a mile an hour?
I have seen testing for vehicles at low speeds. So next time I've been called to a crash, I go to fatality crashes, but I have seen testing for vehicles at low speed impacts,
Okay. How low speed?
like just the bump.
So like this?
Yes.
Did you see any damage?
Yes. All right. Well, minimal damage.
Right, in what circumstances? Minimal damage, like, I don't know, like a cracked taillight.
No, like just a little bit of rub off on the paint.
Right? Or you might see nothing, right?
Yes.
You've certainly seen circumstances in which two cars come in contact and there's absolutely there's no physical damage to either car, nothing observable, right?
Yep.
Have I gone to
Sure.
crashes?
Have
Have seen no
you?
physical damage on a car?
Or just in common sense, just everyday life, where one car backs into another car at the Jiffy Lube, makes contact and drives away, and there's no damage.
He's
Not
speaking from
normally. It's usually something
experience.
with car and car impacts.
Like, what's the something?
A crack or a paint, something chip, scratches.
So if you put a piece of metal
disagree.
in that scenario, if you put a piece of metal, steel, right,
Uh-huh.
against a piece of plastic, which one do you think is going to give way first?
You will still see some damage to both vehicles at a speed.
Which one would give way first?
Wow, he's really
Between
fighting
metal,
on
depends
it.
what speeds.
I'm
And what we're talking about, you're just saying plastic and metal. You're giving a pretty general, broad plastic and metal
Trooper Paul,
analysis here.
you
Jackson's
admit,
pissed.
you got to agree with me that there are circumstances in which low speed, very, very low speed contact between two cars can certainly leave damage on one and not damage on the other, damage on both, or no damage on either one. Observe.
Yes,
Yeah.
actually, I just said in that situation where the scratch on the side of her car
Right.
had a scratch mark and his doesn't appear to have anything.
And you said under questioning by Mr. Lally that certain circumstances like this
Yeah.
could lead to a lens material, right, plastic material cracking.
Say again, like on least.
Just a few minutes ago, Mr. Lally,
I'm trying to answer your question. Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a question a few minutes ago, and you indicated that something might show up on a bumper. Something might, something might, like a taillight, might actually crack, correct? A low speed impact,
The taillight might crack on a low speed impact.
correct?
Yeah, it might crack.
Okay, now, Mr. Lally also said you saw this video where the cars come close to or make contact, right? That's how he worded the question. Remember that?
Come close. Yep.
Which one is it? Did it come close or did it make contact?
I said it might. I don't know if that scratch from the side is. It's something that's consistent with the height of the bumper. Like I said, I didn't measure them side by side, but you can clearly see there's a scratch on the side, and that's something that looks like that would come back. So as I look at the bumper, I see the bumper, and it has a little divot, and I look at her side of her car with that scratch mark. That kind of lines up a little bit of why that could be where that was from.
I thought you said there was no damage on that car, on the Traverse.
There is no damage, and that's why I went to why there's two different paint materials there. That why one could have showed up on her car because it's that flat, the glossy paint on there, and it could have scratched on it. While you have something that's a little more rougher texture with like a flat, flat color on there, so that wouldn't leave on there.
So you just described the circumstance in which two cars come in contact, you don't see any observable damage on one, and you do on the other. That's what
I just, and I,
right?
yeah, I suggested that when you asked me that a second ago.
Yeah. With regard to the video, let's get back to the question that I asked, which was, in that video, did the SUV come close to, or did it come in contact with the Traverse?
Again, I don't know because I'm saying based off the damage that is something consistent with that. So most likely it did
It
come in
made
contact with the bumper to bumper, but I don't know definitively because there is no damage to his car, but it's something that could explain why there's a scratch mark alongside the right rear side of his car, or her car.
Did you see the tire move, sir? Did you see the wheel on the Traverse move in that video?
No, I couldn't see the wheel move.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't see it move. If I did, I didn't observe it moving. If it moved, it moved. I didn't observe it moving. I wasn't looking at the wheel.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I don't really know. It's been a little while,
Well, I don't know what a little while is.
like a year ago, I think.
Okay. So you saw that video a year ago. Did you put anything about that video in your report, which is wherever it is, right here? I'm looking at your entire CARS report.
Yes.
Did you put anything in this CARS report about watching that video?
No, because I watched the video like after the report was done. And honestly, I watched it the first time on court TV. So
So who on court TV during this trial?
like
Prior here.
no, when it was on TV at some point.
When did you and Mr. Lally have a discussion about you testifying about this video?
That was a couple weeks ago?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
A
understand.
couple of weeks ago?
What's a couple of weeks ago? Is it 10 days ago?
Days ago? 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? Two?
Where did you two meet?
At the DA's office.
Was that at your request or was that at Mr. Lally's request?
It was a pre-conference hearing, or pre-trial hearing,
Right. Well, those
or
are
pre-trial conference. Sorry.
done.
So, yes.
What talking over each other. Try not to talk over each other.
I'm trying not either.
Let's both try hard.
Okay.
Who set up the meeting?
For my pretrial,
Yes.
Okay.
Paul.
Adam Lally.
Who was at the meeting?
Right, sitting right here, Lieutenant Coley.
Lieutenant Tully, you,
Lieutenant-
Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin. I'm guessing Ms. Gilman was not there.
She was not there, correct?
Did Mr. Lally show you this video at that meeting?
Yes,
Did he tell you that he intended to ask you some questions about this video at that meeting?
yes,
Did he ask you whether or not you could render an opinion as to whether or not impact you saw or lack thereof, whatever the case may be, was consistent or inconsistent with damage to the taillight?
yes,
Did you tell him that you would give him such opinion if called upon at trial?
yes.
Did anybody take any notes?
I don't know.
Were you taking notes?
Yes,
Where are those notes, Trooper Paul?
I think I just, well, no, it's not on this specifically, but just, make sure I had, my everything checks and balance. And for what I want to talk about, what we're going to talk about.
Make sure you had
My
what?
checks and balances, sorry.
Checks and balances.
Just make sure we're on the same page of what we understand what's going on in the trial.
You want to make sure that you're on the same page with Mr. Lally about what's
What
going
is
on in trial.
happening?
Yes,
Did Mr. Lally take notes?
I have no idea.
You were watching him. I mean, was he writing something down?
I wasn't paying attention to his note taking.
Ms. McLaughlin was there. Was she taking notes?
I don't know.
You didn't see her either?
I don't know if there were people who were taking notes, writing stuff down, or what they're writing stuff down in relation to our conference.
Did you give him an opinion? We've asked whether or not you were asked to give an opinion, and you said, yes, 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 I was.
Yep.
Did you give an opinion at that meeting about whether or not you believe, in your opinion, the contact between the SUV and the Traverse, the Lexus and the Traverse, could result in the damage to the taillight?
Yes,
What did you tell him in the meeting?
what we talked about already and the stand here.
Okay. So what you relayed to him was exactly what you relayed in this court.
Yes,
And he told you that he was going to ask you to look at the video, correct?
yes.
You're going to be asked a series of questions about that video, correct?
He told me the video and he said, okay, this is the video. This is what they think the taillight is broken. And these are the pictures of his car that they take. So they asked my opinion on, do you think that's where a taillight would be broken?
And he told you, you need to make sure that you tell the jurors that could have happened in this impact, right?
He didn't tell me that to make sure jurors, that's my opinion on, it doesn't appear to happen in that video.
Did he tell you that it would be helpful to the prosecution if you said that it would be, that it was inconsistent with the taillight break?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Did he tell you it would be helpful to the case if you said that?
No,
But you knew it would be, right?
I'm just stating what I saw, my professional opinion on what it is. If it looked like it was consistent, I would say it's consistent. If it wasn't consistent, it's not consistent. I'm not going to.
I'm sure that's what you would say.
Okay, so comments
All
are
right.
not appropriate for the jury. They're also not very good for me, Mr.
Understood,
Jackson.
Your Honor.
The comments.
Did you formalize your new opinion?
She has.
This is a new opinion, right? You've never been asked this opinion before.
Yes.
Did you formalize this new opinion in any kind of report, memorialize it in any way?
No.
Did Mr. Lally ask you to create a report of some sort that you can turn over to the defense so that we would know that you have a new opinion that you're going to testify about?
No.
Did you save those notes that you took about making sure that you were on the same page as Mr. Lally?
Yeah, I saved mine.
Where are they?
They're my report.
They're in your report?
Yeah, as I was writing a report, I just kind of highlighted stuff that I want to make sure I memorize and remember my report.
Okay, I'm talking about.
Okay, so what we just heard him say was that he did not make a report about watching and coming up with an opinion on the Karen bumps into John's car video. That wasn't what he was hired for initially. That wasn't what he was asked to do initially. It was the accident report of John or Karen hitting John, or Karen's car, hitting John physically. Not the one in the driveway with the cars hitting each other. And then, so Mr. Lally asked him to do that and form an opinion as an expert witness, to form an expert opinion based on your, expertise. Wow, I'm an idiot. About what happened in that very instance. However, that information was not divulged to the defense team. So the defense walked in believing that all he was going to be talking about today was the actual accident which resulted in John's death, not the car-on-car violence that happened. So that's a problem. that the defense did not know that that was happening. And they need to know. And they like legally,
About notes
like
specifically
lawfully
about
need to know.
This video, seeing this video. And
Both
rendering a
sides
new
go
opinion
into
about
court
this
with the
video.
same
No, I didn't have notes
information.
specifically about this video. I didn't write anything down saying I must do this on this video.
Did you write anything down about
It is
the new
fishy.
opinion that you would come up with related to this video?
No, I did not.
I'm just wondering.
Yep.
And your opinion ultimately that you imparted to Mr. Lally in that meeting was that the car did not move and the snow did not move, correct?
Correct.
I think that's all I have.
All right. Did you want to follow up at all, Mr. Lally?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, Trooper, you are all set for today. We will see you Monday morning.
Thank you.
Okay, so he's done. I think she's gonna chit chat a little bit, hopefully in open court. Get out of here. We'll see him again tomorrow. That was crazy. Wait, oh my God. Wait. Let's go back.
So-
Watch the head nod. Watch the head nod.
All right.
I loved it, Mr.
So
Jackson.
you're moving to exclude this. I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, it's very clear that this is a blatant violation. Commonwealth has at least the obligation to provide us with any new opinions that any expert is going to testify to on direct examination. They've known about this witness for not months, for a year, for a couple of years. They've known exactly what this witness has memorialized in his official report. They knew that the only thing that we had was the official report. They met with him 2 weeks ago. This has become a pattern of conduct by the Commonwealth over and over and over. We're finding these witnesses getting on the stand, finding out that there's been a sort of preemptive strike in some sort of a prep interview where they're coming up with new opinions, new conclusions, new facts. It happened with Jennifer McCabe. This new fact about coming up, going to Michael Lank's house. It happened with Officer Sarah, coming up with a new determination about what was said or not said at the scene that we had never heard before. That was also a prep session of some sort, or I believe it was. And then this witness, literally, it's not even like just was it light out or was it dark out. This is a completely new opinion based on evidence that we presented, both in or talked about in opening statement and have presented variously throughout this trial. And this officer gets on the stand and now has a new central opinion about whether or not we're right and that taillight lens could be cracked. That's something that should have at least been reduced to writing. And even if it was reduced to writing, it should have been excluded because it's a discovery violation. It's late. We don't have time to prepare for it. And we're caught off guard. I use the word sidebar ambush, and I know that rankles the court, and the court doesn't like it, but that's exactly what it feels like.
Well, that's been used both ways here, right? So it's a word, let's just take it out of here, make your point. Okay.
I'll see if I can come up with a synonym for it.
Well,
I feel like
I understand your argument, so focus on, just continue where you were, but no comment whether I like ambush or don't like ambush. It's a word I've heard a lot on both sides.
I understand, Your Honor. My point is the evidence that now is being sought should never be presented in front of you. We didn't have opportunity to get this in advance. It's at least very least been in the Commonwealth's possession for weeks. He took notes about it. He now says, well, I didn't take notes about that specifically. I don't believe that as far as I can go. I think he did take notes about it. He showed the video. He provided a new opinion. Mr. Lally knew that he was providing a new opinion. And then the first time he discloses this opinion is in front of the 16 jurors.
Yeah, that is
We would ask for a
15 jurors. They were at 16.
All right, Mr. Lally.
This morning I dropped
Yes,
out.
Your Honor. As far as a pattern, especially coming from counsel, I simply find it laughable. As far as Officer Sarif, I think what counsel is referring to was testimony that was in his grand jury testimony. It was crossed about whether or not it was in his report, but it was in his grand jury testimony.
Go back
As far as Ms. McCabe is concerned,
Trooper
that was
Paul.
regarding reciprocal discovery that was given to the Commonwealth weeks into trial by the defendant. It was then shown to a witness, which is perfectly permissible. Counsel asked a question to Ms. McCabe on cross, and she was aware of the material based on the late disclosure of reciprocal discovery. So there's no violation there. As it relates to, and why I say laughable, Your Honor, is that I am still...
I don't like hearing you say laughable. Just
Understood.
stick to what the arguments are. And
With respect to this witness...
Hold on.
Oh,
Quit
whoa.
the finger pointing
name calling, things like that, please.
Did it?
I know it's been a long week. It's been a particularly long day, but just focus on what you want to argue to me.
And I apologize
Children.
to the court for that, Your Honor. With respect to this testimony, it's well within his realm as a crash reconstructionist. This is a witness who's responded to and investigated hundreds of crashes involving damage to vehicles. Simply making an observation of contact between two vehicles or reported contact between two vehicles on a video. The force is self-evident, and whether or not that force is sufficient to cause the damage that he personally observed on the defendant's vehicle is well within his expertise. And should be permissible as far as for this witness to be able to testify to.
What about the non-disclosure to the defense?
Yeah,
Showing
what
this
about
video
the-
and asking for information. What about that?
What
So,
about the
Your Honor, what I would say is I
non-disclosure?
did not show this video and ask this opinion. This is a video that's actually the trooper mentioned to me that he had seen over the course of while the case was pending, probably over a year ago, that he had seen that video. What I showed him was the photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and asked whether or not he observed any damage consistent with the damage to the taillight observing or popping up on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Why wasn't that turned on?
In hindsight, it should have been, Your Honor.
Boom, done.
All right. So
Argument
it's late.
over.
I'm not ruling here. I want to review everything. I'm not obviously taking any of the evidence home with me. I would like, if it's possible, for what your IT person did on the expanding, like he did this second time, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see the tire move this time. So I'd like that. I'd like that video, and I would like, what's the exhibit number here?
It's Exhibit 6. Do you want just that video, Your Honor?
And the pictures of the cars, whatever was shown during this voir dire, I would like those emailed to me so that I can look at them this weekend while I'm deciding, or put them on a flash drive right now.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We'll do a screen report and get it to the court by email. We can do that. I just need an hour once we get back to base.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gilman, will you burn what you have for me before we leave somehow?
No, if I could, I just want to close one loop.
Okay.
What I was referring to with Ms. McCabe, I want to make sure that this is clear because this has come up a couple of times. The only thing I was referring to, or what I was referring to, is not the only thing, but
We love
what I was
closing
referring to with
loops.
Ms. McCabe is after Ms. McCabe testified, days and days and days after she testified and she was excused as a witness, then we got the report from Lieutenant Tully about the new information that she disclosed on the witness stand. In other words, she was cross-examined about it, et cetera. And then after she testified and was cross-examined and gone, then we got a report that predated her testimony that was in the possession of the Commonwealth, or at least in the possession of Lieutenant Tully. That's what I was talking about. I just want to make sure that that's clear. We don't need to go into it any further.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So I'll see you Monday morning.
Better safe than sorry, Mr. Lally. Because holy
You are unmuted.
crap. All right. Let me get myself over here, and we are just gonna boot, scoot, and boogie right into the next day. Because that's what we're gonna doing, and because gosh, I sound like the guy on the stand. 26. So, as I'm finding this, we just found out that Mr. Lally had a meeting with the guy who's just on the stand, Trooper Joseph Paul, about coming to a conclusion about a new piece of evidence, which is the video where the cars go boop. Not where the car and John go boop. Sorry, that's gross. But anywho, speeding up, that was in a meeting with Mr. Lally and all of the people and Lieutenant Tully, of course. But the information of that meeting, the reason for that meeting, the brand new conclusion that Joe Paul is now going to be coming to on stand was not shared with the defense, and that needs to be shared. So each side knows each piece of evidence that they are bringing. So the defense knows everything that the Commonwealth is bringing. The Commonwealth knows everything that the defense is bringing. It's all down to the argument. And you may have pretrial, like preparation meetings with your witnesses and all that stuff. Sure. But when things get on the stand, like you don't really know how things are actually going to happen. You can't really control it then, but it's called the prep. You prep for trial, and everyone, both sides going in, have to have the same information. And so the defense was like, what the hell? Why are we talking about this video? Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm gonna need to see you at sidebar. Thank you. And the prosecution is like, yeah, he's an accident reconstructionist. So he's going to reconstruct this accident, ask questions about it from his expertise. And the defense is like, the fuck? like the hell you mean he's going to? That wasn't part of the plan. What do you mean? Like, when did you ask him to come to a conclusion about a completely separate piece of evidence? Like, we need to know this. We need to know this. We need to be able to prep for our rebuttal of this. And they were not given that. And so they went into the voir dire of him for the judge to see what is going to be asked, go through the information, evidence of it. So let's get into what happens on Monday morning. So this is Monday morning court. This stuff is really juicy and really exciting. From like I enjoy the process of court.
Morning.
Okay. Day 26. So she's going to start. So they had the weekend. She had the weekend to think about it. I think Mr. Lally saying, in hindsight, probably should have shared that, is pretty much enough for her to be like, yep, so that's not coming in. Like, so we're not going to have that conversation in front of the jury. That's absolutely, completely inappropriate.
You are
So,
unmuted.
I guess the jury's coming in. I don't know what the conclusion was. I don't know what her ruling was. As of yet, we don't know what's going on.
Settled in Benoni, now sitting in the Norfolk Superior Court within the County of Norfolk, brought near give your attendance, shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth, Mr. Court, that can be seated for without testimony.
Good morning again, counsel and Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
Good morning,
Enjoyed
jurors.
this gorgeous weekend. I have those 3 questions to ask you. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said
That's
yes and
a
nodded affirmatively.
smiley
Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much.
Could we please have Trooper Paul?
I do not know what happened. I do not know what her ruling was.
So, the evidence you report during the case down here, all truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning, Trooper. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could just again, please,
So basically, if we see the video, then she ruled that it can come in. And if we don't see the video, she ruled that it cannot come in.
state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Yes, it's Trooper Joe Paul. That's Paul.
And sir, if I could just take you back to a couple different portions of your testimony from Friday. With respect to the acceleration and braking tests that you conducted in the driveway area or outside of Canton Police Department, was that before or after Ms. Hartnett from Crime Scene Services Section had processed the vehicle?
After.
And so as far as anything that was removed by her, that was done prior to you conducting any of your tests, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you've investigated approximately 191 crashes over your time with the cars unit with the state police, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you just some general questions with regard to a number of those crashes have involved motor vehicles, collisions with other motor vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Now, in general terms, with respect to motor vehicle collision, what, if any, you talked a little bit last week about sort of area of impact and point of impact, correct?
Correct.
Now, that's with regard to the roadway, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So with regard to the vehicles coming in contact with each other, what, if anything, regarding damage would you expect or anticipate based on your experience in general terms when vehicles come in contact or touch with each other in a collision sequence?
No, I'm going to allow it. In general terms, what do you look for?
So we look, well, it's 2 times of damage onto a vehicle. One's contact damage and one's an induced damage. So when we look at vehicles, we are looking for what's caused contact damage. And the induced damage is basically, start from the beginning. So contact damage is the damage that is actually made direct contact with another vehicle. And induced damage is the damage that did not make direct contact. So for example, if you push in one piece of metal to make contact, the rest of the metal will make a rippling effect that would more cause induced damage.
And just again, in general terms, as far as vehicles coming in contact with each other in a collision sequence, what, if anything, would you expect or anticipate based on your experience to sort of transfer from one vehicle to the other event?
It's possible when you transfer, you can have paint transfers that come from one vehicle to another. You got a tire rub off that go from one vehicle to another, scratches that would come from one vehicle to another.
And again, sir, just in general terms, when it comes to vehicles interacting with each other in a collision sequence, what, if any, role does the respective heights of those vehicles play in respect to contact damage or inducement?
Yeah, it depends on their heights and how they relate to each other. So that kind of shows if one vehicle's taller, one's smaller, it's going to show where the contact damage would be from one vehicle to another based on their height.
So based on respective heights, contact or induced damage could be in a different location from a bigger vehicle to a smaller vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn you back to the text string analysis that you conducted with respect to the defendant's vehicle. Now, there were two events that occurred. Forgive me, on that 12,629 mile events that occurred within that trigger, within that mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And based on your analysis with respect to the odometer readings and the mileage, where is it what is your belief as to where the vehicle was when those two events, being the 3-point turn and the backup straight for approximately 60 some odd feet, where did those occur within the travel path of the defense vehicle?
So the first one with the 3-point turn, in this case, it appeared to be possibly on to as a Cedar Crest, which, because we know based on testimonies that she missed the exit to Fairview and had to make a U-turn onto Cedar Crest, and that would make sense to why they would occur with close proximity to each other. They're within the same odometer mileage and on the same key cycle.
And so that first 24.2 miles per hour for 60 some odd feet, where would that have occurred geographically from your review of the odometer reading?
It should occur probably on Fairview.
Now, sir, based on the totality of your analysis, your investigation in this case, what, if any, conclusions do you come to as to how this collision sequence occurred or how this crash occurred?
Yes. Can I show my report for that, or should you want me to just kind of go off it? Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me continue.
If you could, please.
Okay.
What, if any, conclusions did you come to through the course of your investigation?
So on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45.
So you can look at your report, but you can't read your report.
I
So
read my conclusions based on what they asked me to do. Okay.
yeah. So I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. So just take your time, read your report, and then answer Mr. Lally's question. And if you need to look at your report, we'll see about that again.
All right.
Ask the question, Mr. Lally.
Based on the totality of your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to how this collision occurred?
So this collision occurred on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours. A 2021 Lexus LX570 was traveling southbound on Fairview Road, in Area 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah.
It appears that.
So,
I'm trying to
so
hold it.
you know what? I don't, Mr. Lally, break this down. Ask simple questions so that the witness can answer your questions. We don't need a narrative.
From your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to where this collision occurred?
So, all right. So on the night of Saturday, January 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours, a 2021 Lexus LX570.
Can you slow down?
So yes,
So forget all that part,
Okay.
Trooper. Just
All
answer the question.
Okay.
Where did it occur?
it occurred in Area 34 Fairview Road.
And who, if anyone, were the participants in this collision sequence?
The operator appeared to be Karen Reed, and the pedestrian was John O'Keefe.
And where was the vehicle located in reference to the residence of 34 Fairview?
It was located along the southbound travel lane and to the left side of the house as you look at it from the front.
And as far as the vehicle, what, if any, directionality did it head in, and what, if any, interaction did it have with Mr. O'Keefe?
So the vehicle was traveling in reverse along the southbound travel lane, traveling north.
And how fast was the vehicle traveling and over what distance?
The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately 62 feet.
And at the time that the vehicle was traveling approximately 24 miles per hour over approximately 62 feet, what, if anything, occurred then?
The right rear of the Lexus struck the pedestrian, John O'Keefe.
And post-collision, what, if anything, occurred with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was projected forward and to the left along the front yard of 34 Fairview Road.
And post-collision with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did the defendant's vehicle?
The Lexus continued traveling in reverse before they left the area.
Now, as far as the vehicle itself, from your inspection, what, if any, role did any mechanical aspects of the vehicle play in this collision?
There were no mechanical defects.
As far as your analysis of the roadway and other factors related to that, what, if any, role did they play in this collision sequence?
There were no roadway or environmental factors that contributed to this collision.
Now, sir, with respect to your investigation, what, if any, opinions did you draw based on your training and experience in regard to this collision and how it occurred?
May I look at my report real quick? Just to make sure.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So throughout my investigation, this appeared to be a single car collision involving a pedestrian. The vehicle was traveling at a higher acceleration when, sorry. The vehicle accelerated at a high rate of speed before she struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe on the roadway and subsequently left him at the scene.
And with respect to the backup safety system that you observed in this vehicle and made use of in the course of your visibility analysis, what, if any, role do you, is it your opinion that played in how this crash occurred?
Based on the visibility analysis. So even if the camera systems were covered in snow, even the systems were defective anyway, and even the mirrors were blocked, an attentive and a reasonable operator would not travel in reverse, especially at a high rate of speed. They would have cleaned the mirrors off. They would have made the cameras and systems, if they worked. If they didn't work, they would have done all this prior to accelerating in reverse.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
Now, with respect to your observations during the course of the visibility analysis, the exemplar pedestrian that you placed in the right rear of the vehicle, was that exemplar pedestrian visible to you at the time that you conducted that visibility analysis?
Yes, it was.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. So do you have any, do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
The highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
You mentioned kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
Multiple classes.
You introduced the idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
Testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics, George.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics?
Kinematics is a subfield of what broader discipline of science?
I'm not sure.
Physics, correct?
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects, systems of objects, how they move, and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with the motions.
What's that called? The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
The rate of velocity?
Right.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What role does acceleration play
Holy
in the field of
crap.
kinematics?
What role does acceleration play in kinematics?
Right.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and talks about motion.
Is kinematics also known as the geometry of motion?
This is rough.
Is that correct?
I have not heard that.
Never heard that. What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained,
Rough.
unconstrained motion.
That's what I asked.
Constrained motion. I can't recollect at the moment.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined path, isn't it?
Yes.
Unconstrained motion is what?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path.
Free movement, right?
Correct.
This
Good, remember that in your
poor
class?
trooper.
For the most part, you don't go that in depth. Constrained and unconstrained.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
Let me just pause and say, I got to get through this, but let me just pause and say this poor trooper. He has been put through the ringer and it's not done yet. Lolly did him so dirty.
Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
kinematics uses algebraic formula to model these motions, right? Motions of these points, systems of points, correct?
Yes.
And it includes concepts like displacement and speed, velocity, distance, acceleration, which we've talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right? Do
Yes.
you actually understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Yes.
Or did you learn in class?
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
On Friday, you said that this incident is a pedestrian strike from the vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear, that is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
And on Friday, you said you based that opinion on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said it was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian striker striking something else. I do go in my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry, but
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report, I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
You cannot say it.
Definitively, yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to slow down and speak up, okay?
you just said, I just want to make sure I'm
He's
hearing you
very
correctly, and I apologize.
anxious.
Okay.
You said you cannot say definitively that that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the text stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That specific points, that time frame.
Because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent is because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is consistent at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes,
You snow on the lawn, right?
correct.
You snow on the cars,
Yes,
snow on the trees,
yes,
snow on the roadway.
yes,
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
in a way.
And obviously, there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitely say it.
Right. So every time somebody slows down, going in reverse or forward, and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body from where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was, almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area of impact, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
All right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier, it's that linear. We're going that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which it's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 587. It's your diagram 3. If I may approach on this verb.
Okay.
Oh, that shaky sigh is so heartbreaking.
May I approach?
Yes.
So you can see it.
Oh,
Jonathan,
he's
you
so
publish,
anxious.
Exhibit 587.
Yes.
diagram 3.
He probably had not a fun weekend.
Okay. So you see diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you, correct?
Yes.
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further away. Just let me know.
Okay.
The red arrows adjacent to the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field which explains the jurors on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrian's final rest, basically right there, correct?
Yes.
The debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that's the area of impact that you indicated
Yeah.
to Mr. Lally, you believe occurred because of the debris field and the linear portion of that debris field
hard to
going
watch.
from pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
Donna, can we have exhibit 492 published in the journal, please?
Okay.
Approach.
Yes.
Yeah, it's hard to watch, hard to listen to. And I fully blame it on Lally.
That's coming up. Have you ever seen this?
No, I haven't.
Take a look just above the arrow. You're on the permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow.
Okay.
You see that
Yes, I do.
right underneath fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
What does that look like to you?
Piece of plastic.
It's debris, correct?
Correct.
We go back with the court's permission to exhibit 87.
Okay.
Diagram 3. Just the fire hydrant?
Yes.
Fire hydrant's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably I think 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
That is the furthermost in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now, your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact.
No,
Why not?
because it's just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of debris field. Debris can move and change.
The debris doesn't fly backward, does it?
I'm saying you pointed to like just the fire hydrant as the area impact where the debris, where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you,
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
in fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there. Red plastic B, correct?
I said well, you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, the one that is. I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact. I cannot say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
I never said that was the area impact. I said it's after that.
This is
Sure.
a
We weren't here on Friday.
softball
Okay.
for
That's exactly what you said in the questioning by Mr.
the
Wallace.
defense.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say on Friday that you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe? The point of impact was red plastic B because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of from the final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's body. Isn't that what you said?
I don't believe that's my exact words.
Okay, I'm not asking if it was your exact words. I don't have a transcript of it. I'm asking you, is that what you tried to impart to the jurors?
What I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of that's the last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point. I mean, like before it, so we have to walk towards him.
I'm sorry, I keep doing that because I think you're done. Are you done?
I am done now. Sorry.
Are you done?
Now you're aware that there's a
Crazy.
piece of debris, looks like taillight material, right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area of impact, which you indicated on Friday, was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway. And it's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Yeah.
Are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
I can't believe the reconstructionist didn't have all of the all of the evidence information.
Take a look at
When-
exhibit 279. I want to draw your attention. to
Well, I
that
can.
piece right there, a plastic.
Because if the reconstructionist, if this guy started his investigation and testing with the car and everything on February 1st, there was there was evidence being found all the way through mid-February. 18th, I think, was the last day, maybe into the 20s.
You see it?
Yes.
You describe it.
Alleged
Specifically,
evidence.
What does that look like?
It looks like clear plastic with a little bit of red and black on the top part.
Okay. Maybe in a triangular shape, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go back to, with the court's permission, exhibit 492,
Okay.
and highlight just above the ruler. How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, I'll stop jumping around just a second, I think we
Okay.
just get back to 587. Oh, sorry, the diagram. Thanks. There we go. Now, seeing what you've just now seen in terms of that piece of plastic that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now, the fire hydrant now the point of impact?
No.
Where's the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact.
So you don't know the area of impact?
I said the area of impact is along the roadway after the debrief.
Okay.
I mean, the only thing it would change, only thing it would change is maybe it's a little further away. But besides that, it's a linear field. I'm not talking about like one point. You kind of follow the middle of the debris field, and that should be the path.
Well, if the point of impact is along the roadway, where along the roadway, you can show the jurors where along the roadway, in your expert opinion, was the point of impact?
It should be within, if you follow from pedestrians, find a rest here, just kind of follow back. That's what I'm talking about, linear field. I can.
So now you've indicated an area, I can follow your laser pointer, an area along here, correct?
Yes, somewhere in there.
All right, if I have my spotlight, is that, if I leave it right there, is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe the area of impact is?
It's within, I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know definitely there's nothing on the roadway that has a definitive point that says this is the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Mr. Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions, based on your full analysis, can you point me to within an area of 5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is? Is my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe, in your opinion, is the area of impact?
Do you have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
So what I'm trying to say is, so we follow the linear path back around this area.
Okay, can you?
And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can. Follow back to here. I can't say like if this definitely is, but it's possibly based on also vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So if you follow back to here, that could be a possible area impact.
So when you say that area,
Not
there, I want to be very
helpful.
clear for the record that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X that's on the roadway, on the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3.
It's
Correct?
you'd use your circle almost to kind of be a good area around.
Sorry.
You can use a circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your scale, that scale is going from full left to full right, plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch. Can't see it. So say again. Say the question.
That scale is 40 feet, going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet. My mistake.
Okay.
As material. 20 feet. Okay. All right. So if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted to the pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? Doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So I mean, it could be within 30 feet because I tell you this also on my scale. This 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
How much?
50.
50.
50.
So would you agree that from this X down here to pedestrian's final rest, that's proof plus, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet,
I mean, I could try to use the scale, but it's me as a scale.
if you wouldn't mind. Can you use paper?
This
Yes, please.
This is
Okay.
rough,
Just blank piece of paper.
but this is the defense's job.
Yes, thank you.
The Commonwealth said
Okay.
this is
I got one. Thank you.
our expert. right? This is our expert. This is our reconstructionist. He's going to tell you all the things about the accident, about the car. He's going to break it down. He's going to tell you what happened, how, when, where, why, how, blah, 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 all the things. And the defense is like, okay, but he didn't. So I'm going to show you why he didn't, because he doesn't have all of the knowns. We don't have all the knowns. We don't have all the data.
Still around, it's approximately 30 feet.
We're approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
Can you place, with the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I ask?
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does one have a diagram of the diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
Too much math.
Just now.
Too much math.
And then I'm finished with this. Thank you. Thanks. You indicated just now, in answer to Mr. Lowry's last couple questions, that in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck pedestrian John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV
No.
and flew 30 feet.
Projected, I mean, like I don't think he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
Which he was rendered incapacitated, landed there, that's sort of fly there, right? Didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time? Or,
Well, you tell me, you're the expert.
I mean, he got,
Oh,
when we say projected, we mean he gets projected and they usually have a landing phase and they land and then they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay, how far do you think he landed? How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Or no, rolled.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up at his final rest, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Based on your expert opinion,
yeah, she does.
you believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
That's not what I was saying.
But you said there's no evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Exactly. Right?
Comments.
Exactly.
Objection.
Sustained.
Comments. No comments, Mr. Jackson. Just ask
You
questions.
said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was found right next to him over the course of 30 feet being projected?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
Thank
I don't
you.
know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went with him to the final rest.
So it's just common sense. You have to believe it. It was in his hand. He held on to it the entire time he was being projected.
It's possibly, it could have been his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing. Did
you say tucked in?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, maybe the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body
Well,
while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things and they're hit.
Yes, but I think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's not uncommon to find piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene.
Piece of clothing?
Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said what I'm just responding to what you said. I'm
Oh.
trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't, but I'll
Yeah.
ask another question. Shoes are strapped on by definition, right?
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
It
How about
is.
cell phone?
At
So,
high rate
yeah.
accidents, I
Yeah, it
believe.
depends on where it is.
Well, it was under his body.
Okay.
How do you account for that? He held onto his cell phone with one hand and held onto the cup with the other.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
She knows where he
The
wants
cell
to
phone was
go.
found under his torso, under his body. What's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet?
It just did.
Just did.
It just
And somehow, as he landed,
wow,
tucked that cell phone underneath his body
This
and landed on top.
looks so bad.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
Well, you didn't.
All right. So jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments. So disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it
I
again.
understand. So
You understand, but don't do it. Your answer is always, I understand. Don't do it.
Yes, Your Honor. cell phone in one hand, cup in the other hand, look through the other, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were informed of this incident on January 29th, 2022 at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes.
At the time, you were working out of the CARS facility, which is located on West Grove Street in Middleborough. Is that right?
Yes.
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
The mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes.
is, if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
No, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays? Sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you do your analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle, inspections, things of that nature?
We don't have Sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is crime scene would have
Yeah.
some Sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there to do my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
The comments are
There's a,
disrespectful to the jury,
like a fenced-in area inside it's a fenced-in area
and
Is it
she's
outside or
not
inside?
putting up with
outside.
that.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while, then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it immediately after it left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location? Does
Yes.
that have Sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry,
speak
yes.
slowly.
you know that it could be used.
Sorry.
You know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
You're aware that the Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dayton than Canton, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dayton than Canton. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton.
so from where?
From Dayton, sorry.
So from Dayton?
Where the vehicle was seized. In
Yeah.
all going toward Canton.
You may not
pass
know where the
by
vehicle was
Middleborough
seized
or
from.
Foxborough to get to Canton.
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you've passed by Foxborough.
The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton, to that side, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that? Is that double the distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's far to Canton,
From Dayton, yes.
right?
Oh, he does know that it's from Dayton.
And you're also aware that, because you've been to the scene, assuming correct, in the 3430,
Yes, I have.
and you've been to Canton, PD,
Yes, I have.
you know that those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started
He's working his way up to something.
yes.
Jackson is working his way up to something.
before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case,
I don't think
You
the
were
jury
told
is going to
that
forget
there had
how
been
the
a crash,
cross-examination
correct?
went earlier.
Yes.
you testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash. You were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in the report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian, and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car, and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure.
Yes.
Were you told by Michael
Way too
Proctor
complex.
to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Chief of Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you told? Who were you given your instructions by
Instructions for what?
to reconstruct this incident?
To do
I
your
was given
job.
instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer, is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that, yes.
Right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of how that incident occurred. Car was going in reverse, it's got a damaged taillight, things like that.
Some basic stuff, yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where did it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like, which part of the information? You asked me several different things just now.
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do? At the very beginning,
Yep.
who gave you the summary
Summary of the whole entire, of what?
of the event that you were asked to reconstruct?
I was passed down when I got to the garage. That there was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary, like, that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved.
And
That this was
who
a vehicle.
told you that?
And that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay. What I'm asking is, that's great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
Who's the
I don't know if it was
person?
definitely anybody from the get-go that was like I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there. I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
My question is this: when you got that, did you call it a lowdown? He gave you the lowdown?
he gave me information. Yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told
Ah,
police officers
lowdown.
involved. The
That's
vehicle
incredible.
pedestrian incident. Car was going in reverse. Ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse. Correct.
Correct.
And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
I can definitely say what it means.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
You say so.
Bro.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
Driving me crazy.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to
Anytime
Any other
earlier.
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail lights. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
You asked the question, so next,
I
keep
did.
going. He's answering. Next
trying to-
question.
You guys
Go
have
ahead.
scientifically
Hold on.
what the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask your question.
Let me just pause real fast and let's just little chit chat. I don't know if we're gonna finish this today. I do have a hard stop for today, but we'll just pick it up again tomorrow. We're gonna be catching up. I'm foreseeing a weekend stream in the future as well, and by the week this weekend probably, because we got to catch up, but that's okay. I am vibing, and I think having the little talks in between is really good. So what just happened? So we saw yesterday in yesterday trial, which was earlier, a couple hours ago, maybe an hour ago, where they wanted the so the Mr. Lally, the prosecution, wanted this expert, Joseph Paul, Trooper Paul, to his original job was to come to an expert conclusion, an expert opinion on the Karen Reed car, the Lexus hitting John and that causing John's death. That was like his role. That was his job. That's what he was going to do. Everyone was prepared for that. The Commonwealth, the defense, everyone prepared for that. They did a voir dire, so the jury skedaddled off. They did a voir dire of this witness before as we ended last court session, to see and to give the judge an argument, a sense of what's happening, because the Commonwealth kind of sneakily, to be fair, very sneakily, asked this witness to do a second expert conclusion / opinion on the car versus car. So when Karen Reed's car, well, Karen, we saw on video, backed her Lexus out of the garage and bumped into John's car that was parked, and it was getting snow on. And so Mr. Lally, the prosecution, wanted this expert witness, a vehicle accident reconstructionist, to do a reconstruction and analysis on that incident, and to kind of squelch the rumors and ideas that is when her taillight broke, and that the cops are planting evidence from that scene by scooping up that taillight and finding it at 34 Fairview. So that's what they wanted to like just put the flames out of. But they asked the defense, it asked the expert to come to a second conclusion, a completely separate incident. The internet is doing its thing again. I really got so the defense was absolutely pissed. They did a voir dire, and they said their piece. There's been a lot of big back and forth compliment between each other, and clearly, obviously, that would be coming in. It was not shared with the defense. They were not given proper time to were surprised with the words on the stand that they were going to talk about this. So that's completely unacceptable. Absolutely. What just happened? What just happened? Jackson asked a question and has brought up the garage video evidence that's already in this case. So Mr. Jackson, unfortunately, has opened the door, which is like the legal term, opened the door to him sharing more thoughts and opinions on that specific incident. And so that is really unfortunate. And I am really interested to see what's going to come from this. So he has unfortunately opened the door. I'm going to backtrack about 10 seconds because there was a lot of back and forth on top of each other, and I want to hear it again. And I didn't pause when I wanted to pause. So that is what's happening. And I think it's very, and Kristen says he is very cocky. Yeah, he's very cocky and very anxious, which is a weird mixture. He's a little, I wouldn't say very cocky. I think he's a little cocky, but he's definitely very anxious. He was sitting all weekend on what happened at the voir dire. He has not been prepped. He may have done a lot of reconstructions, but he has not been prepped properly to present himself as an expert in the court of law, which is very clear to all of us. We've seen just the past couple of streams, all of these experts come in. Just the expert before this, she was very well spoken. She was gathering our attention. She did go on a little bit, and it was a little lot that happened. It was like a lot. But this is not how I would want an expert to present themselves in a court of law. I need you to articulate, and I have a feeling that there might be some sort of history, and this is not in a judgmental way that I'm saying this. This is not in a judgmental way in any way, shape, or form. This is just my opinion from working with words throughout a long time of my life. I think that there might have been or is a slight speech impediment, maybe, a stutter, or a reason that he's having a difficulty enunciating his words. So I want to kind of put that in people's brains too, if it comes to having any thoughts on how he's speaking. I think that might be at play here as well. So just to be fair, but I think the enunciation is a really big issue, especially, and the volume. So combined low volume, poor enunciation, you kind of get like a gargle, everything kind of runs together. So that's what we're feeling here. Back to the trial.
Which I knew it was in the same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on court TV, I said that's.
And this is what I wanted to pause at. He just said, when I saw the damage of the right rear tail light, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. The prosecution's expert witness just said that on the stand. When I first saw it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing, meaning it didn't really look like to me that this was a car versus human being incident at first glance of doing almost close to 200 reenactments, recreations.
That could be.
You asked the question, so next,
I
keep
did.
going. He's answering. Next
trying to-
question. Then
Yes,
go
how
ahead.
scientific
Hold on.
about the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask
Sorry.
your question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and tear on a vehicle is, right?
Yes,
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways, correct?
correct.
Scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes,
That's the
Shopping
biggest
cart.
offender.
Bounce off the back of the car, scratch the
Grocery
bumper,
store
scratch the
parking
side of the
lots.
car, quarter panel or something, right?
sure,
I mean, I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get scratched, correct?
correct.
My question is, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.?
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Well, do you have any evidence whatsoever that you can point to?
Hello?
That those scratches occurred on that date and at that time, rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle?
Like I said earlier, the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
Well, you said on Friday, let's talk about those scratches for a second.
Okay.
You testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, if I can find it exactly.
We're not directly talking about the video in the oh, I keep saying parking lot, driveway.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yeah, I think at this point we all just need just a moment.
For his hand could be,
Oh,
you
sorry.
said, quote,
Sorry,
the
sorry,
dent and
sorry.
scratches for his hand could be, those are consistent with striking the Lexus. Remember saying that?
Yes, on the tailgate.
Okay, so the dent and scratches we talked about on Friday, you said were from his hand.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay. Then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of the bumper?
No.
So,
What are you talking about? The scratch inside the bumper that we've been talking about?
correct.
Oh my
Okay,
That's what I'm
no.
talking about. Okay. Is there any way to scientifically date a scratch?
No.
If you go out in the parking lot right now, even as an accident reconstructionist, if you walk out in the parking lot right now and look at a
Yeah.
Toyota Camry sitting there, it's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis that you can engage in to date that scratch, could you?
Objection.
So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is there
That's
any way
fair.
that you could, in general, look at a scratch and say, that scratch is from such and such date,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
nothing more?
I'll allow it.
You cannot say. You can look at evidence and shows that it may have been older than what the newer evidence would be, but there's no way to say that specific date and time and that a scratch would came from.
Okay.
And it's possible that any or all of those scratches on the Lexus could have predated January 29th, correct?
No,
If that's not possible,
the ones that are on from the taillight and the other parts of it
scratches anywhere on the car.
depends on what you got to pick the other scratches. You got to show me other scratches on the car.
I'm saying it's possible, since you can't date the scratch, it's possible that any or all of those scratches could predate January 29th. Simple question, right? It's possible.
Just asking about scratches.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
I'm not being brought it. Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it again. Is it possible that any or all of the scratches noted on that car predate January 29th?
Any and all of the scratches? So that's I'm saying you're being pretty broad. Any and all scratches on the car
Answer that question.
that it predate.
Objection.
I don't know every single scratch on that car. I could mean
Overruled. So can you answer that question?
no.
You testified that you noted glass on the rear bumper of the SUV, correct?
Yes,
And you said something about that glass coming from the cup.
correct.
Just a reminder, this is in front of the jury.
You also
The
said that you
jury
did not
is
see anything
here.
on that SUV. that
Just
could
in
be
case
the
anyone
source
had
of those glass
questions
pieces on
about
the bumper, right?
Yes,
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed that none of the glass pieces, not one of them, would be matched to a cup?
I don't know anything about I don't know that.
So if you knew that the glass pieces on the bumper do not match the cup, that change your opinion
Objection.
about that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it. By whom?
by the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene that was there, it says there's glass in the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. By crime scene. While I was at my inspection,
Wait, what?
It was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
Crime scene say anything else?
I
I don't know what else
would
you want me to say.
expect this level of confusion from a civilian witness, not an expert.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that those pieces of glass on the bumper are somehow associated with the cup?
No,
Just the crime scene told you.
correct.
But if you knew that the crime scene was incorrect, and in fact those glass pieces don't match the cup, that change your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would it change your opinion in any way if you knew that the glass pieces do not match the cup?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Can you answer that question?
No,
I'm sorry. No.
I don't.
Whoa, whoa.
It's glass from a cup. It's glass. It's not, it doesn't belong to the vehicle.
Right.
It's glass.
But if I told you it didn't match that cup,
What?
your opinion?
Objection.
Does that change your opinion?
Are we talking, which cup we never established which cup we're talking about.
How many cups have we been talking about, Trooper?
You said that cup. From the scene? Okay.
That cup. I'm talking.
I just want to make sure that we're on the clear path here.
Oh,
On the
don't
clear-
play
what we're talking
semantics with a
Absolutely.
lawyer.
Okay.
Don't
All I
play
said is
semantics
it's
with a
Found
lawyer.
Next to John O'Keefe's body in the snow at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2022. You got the cup in mind?
Yes.
Okay. That's the cup. When I say cup, that's the cup.
Do not play semantics with a lawyer, especially a well-trained, highly experienced defense attorney. You ain't going to catch me playing that game with a high-trained, experienced defense attorney or a lawyer. Come on now.
Cup.
Okay.
You
Would
don't
it
have
change your opinion?
you don't have ground to
I
stand on
told
right
you-
now, Home Slice.
But the glass pieces on the bumper don't match that cup.
What's my opinion on it? All I said was glass from a cup. That's the only opinion I had. It's glass from a cup that was on a bumper.
Are you saying a cup?
A cup. A cup. It's not glass from the car. That was my opinion on it. I never said it matched to the scene.
You did.
I never said that in my thing. I said it's glass from a cup.
Okay.
What's happening? I have like the tingles
It
in my
says
body
you
right
didn't
now.
do
Like,
any
what
testing
is
to
actually
determine the
happening?
forces necessary to shatter the tail end of a 2021 Lexus 570.
No.
I did not do testing.
Your report indicates, we talked about this a little bit, I'm gonna go back to something we talked about earlier this morning. Your report indicates that John O'Keefe came into his final resting place about 7 feet from the roadway, and that's what you based your diagram on, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that number?
I measured it from a diagram.
No,
You should say that
no.
again.
I measured it from the diagram.
Okay, what I'm asking is how did it get on the diagram? In other words, who
Oh.
told you that his body was 7 feet from the roadway?
Well, wait, I was told by Lieutenant, was it Gallagher? Paul Gallagher, Captain PT. He told me this is where the body was found. So I used my devices to mark that
That's
location.
all.
Okay, but
Just answer the
before you
question.
used your devices, he just pointed someplace on the ground and said he was about here, correct?
That's correct.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that Lieutenant Gallagher never saw John O'Keefe in place at the scene? Did you say
Talked
that?
about this earlier.
Um, Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that the first officer on the scene estimated his body at being approximately 15 to 20 feet from the roadway?
No.
If he had told you that, then it changed your diagram?
Objection.
I was just, he told me this is where he was found. I marked that location. That's all that was.
And you marked basically every other piece of item, sorry, it's a terrible question. Every other item you marked based on a distance from where you were told John O'Keefe's body came to rest, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, and that was by Lieutenant Gallagher just pointing at the ground, saying it was about here.
correct.
You can't have solid conclusions if you don't have solid data.
Was there a single member of the team that was out when you were being shown where the body came to rest? Was there a single member of that team who actually said they saw John O'Keefe's body in place?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
From, what do you mean team? Canton PD?
Whoever was there, who was there with you when you started doing your measurements, et cetera?
I said Lieutenant Gallagher. That's who.
Just you and him?
And myself and the
To be fair, I just playing both sides here. To be fair, this man's job is just to recreate. he's a he's just gonna get the data. He's just gonna recreate. He's not going to follow. He was not following. He's not in the loop. He's not part of the canton and the trooper loop that's there. So there is there's some allowance of confusion when it comes to certain things, because like he wasn't there for the drama, he wasn't there for this, he wasn't there for this, he wasn't part of this, he wasn't a part of this, he wasn't a part of this, he probably wasn't talking to people at this, he's off doing other things. How many car accidents there are? I mean, this man is doing accidents after accidents after accidents all through the Cape. Gosh, the weather gets warmer and people start traveling, there's accidents everywhere. So he is busy doing things, and when the people who very local to all of this are doing their things, which I'm not gonna say if they were great or awful, but they were busy doing their things, he wasn't there for all of it. So keep that in mind.
I was training a trooper at the time. She was there.
You were training a trooper at the time?
Yes.
What?
Okay, so my mistake. I assumed that there were several people out there, just you and Lieutenant Gallagher.
Yes, that's why I was confused by the team.
All right. And again, Lieutenant Gallagher didn't tell you that he never saw John O'Keefe's body in place.
No, I don't think so.
Who did you train?
You did document in your report that the items.
Do they
that you
need
noted on
more
your diagram,
training?
Just looked at a few minutes ago. Those were found by the CERT team, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated in your report that the members of the CERT team located a single Nike sneaker that was noted on your report. Is that right?
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
You also indicated that, quote, in the same area, 2 red plastic pieces and 1 clear piece of plastic of a taillight was discovered.
Yes.
So your report is clear that in total, the items discovered by the CERT team on January 29th were a shoe, right?
Yes.
A partial glass cup broken, correct?
Well, it was on there. I can't remember if that's on their diagram or if that's what I was told at the scene, but yes.
Sure.
Yes.
You knew that a cup was found.
Yes.
You were told a cup was found.
Yes.
And 3 pieces of plastic, 2 red, 1 clear.
Yes.
Not 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
You then measured those items, is that right?
I didn't. What do you mean measure them? Like
Measured
at
them
this?
relative to John O'Keefe's final place of rest. 10 feet from it, 12 feet from it, and we go over those numbers.
Yes, I used their report to place those items onto my diagram.
So, and I'm going to get to that question in just a second. I want to make sure that we walk through it sort of methodically. You then use some calculation, some tool or something to measure distances. Like there's where I assume John O'Keefe's body was. There's a final rest place. I'm going to use that as point A, and then I'm going to measure from there and go 7 feet to where the shoe was found, or the first red plastic piece was found, or whatever, right?
Yes.
Who told you where the pieces were found?
They were in Lieutenant Tully's report. He put measurements in his report.
Okay. And you noted that the shoe was 9 feet.
Yes.
Put that in your diagram.
Correct.
You noted that the glass cup was 1 foot from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
1 foot is not that long, right?
Yes. It was. They basically said I was found next to him.
Right.
Yes.
A piece of red plastic 7 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
A clear plastic piece 10 feet from John O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
And a red plastic piece 12 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
What part of his body were you measuring from?
Like center of mass.
So he's 6'2".
Yes.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you where his center mass was?
No, I measured from. He just said he was here, so I tried to put like where his head, where his feet, and try to measure the middle between those two.
So ultimately, because Lieutenant Gallagher was not at the scene when he was found, Lieutenant Gallagher had to sort of guess where the body was found, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no photographs of John O'Keefe in place, correct?
Correct.
There were no establishing shots, there were no perspective shots, correct?
Correct.
There were no relative shots, meaning this is relative to that, I can measure that, figure out distances, correct?
What, like from the picture?
Yeah, so you know how that's done in science, right? You want to find out a relative position of something, so you take 2, 3, or 4 shots. You know that something is never going to move, like, I don't know, a flagpole. You can measure from there.
Sure.
You get cross coordinates, right?
Sure.
You know how that's
Right?
done
Two coordinates
in
match, that's
science.
the distance, right?
Right.
None of that was done, right?
From the pictures?
None of that was done to do your measurements.
I used, like I said, I used the measurements from. I measured on my diagram in itself, and I measured from those points off my diagram.
Right, but the starting point was a guess, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have to sort of guess at where you thought John O'Keefe's body was?
I didn't guess where his body was.
Did you guess at his center of mass?
Objection.
Did you guess?
I did not guess.
Next question.
Oh, Liar, you had to get a guesstimate, a best estimate.
You stated in your report
There's the jury
Google
knows.
Maps
The jury knows.
misreads path of travel. Well, let me ask you
You
a
just
different
have to
question. If I
trust
can
the
withdraw that
jury
question
knows.
with permission.
Yes.
That was a
Your
terrible.
diagram has all those arrows pointing at specific locations, very, very specific, very thin arrows that point, correct?
Yes.
If you start off with an incorrect assumption about where John O'Keefe's body was, right? Hypothetically, if you were to start off with an incorrect assumption where John O'Keefe's body was, every single item that you note on that diagram would then be off as well, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Is that true?
Yes.
I mean, I guess hypothetically, depends on how off you want to be.
And the answer is yes, right?
Hypothetically.
You stated in your report that your Google Maps misreads path of travel on January 29th, based on what you determined to be, quote, it's likely the two, and you said that it's, quote, it's likely that the two events, meaning the triggering events, occurred at the same time the Lexus was at 34 Fairview at the time of the collision, correct?
Yes.
The first triggering event was what? Was it a 3-point turn or a U-turn? I thought I heard you say both.
I guess it would be more, I mean, 3-point turns, essentially, I guess it's a 3-point turn.
Okay.
Yes.
What, did you say U-turn on Friday? I just want to know that.
It could have been a U-turn. I mean, it's still turning around. So you got to make a U-turn when that's a 3-point turn or not, but it's still.
Okay, but not to be picky, but it's for my job.
Okay.
A U-turn, traveling in one direction, turn, right? Turning the wheel, never changing gear, it's just reverse or anything, just turn, right? A 3-point turn requires moving forward, stopping, changing gears, moving backward, stopping, changing gears, using steering input, and moving on, correct?
Correct.
Well, those are two very different maneuvers, right? You agree?
It's, in a sense, I was trying to say she made a U-turn. Like you can say they made a U-turn. It's a 3-point turn. They're still making a U-turn. And I didn't mean it as like she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around, and obviously the diagram, but the trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Oh,
Well,
honey.
I mean, I guess you could have said reversing direction, right?
That would have been a better way to say it. Yes.
You didn't say that. You said U-turn. So are you changing your testimony from Friday that it was a 3-point turn, or could it possibly have been a U-turn?
It's a 3-point turn.
Okay, because you have evidence of the starting, stopping, changing gears, reversing, stopping, changing gears, turning.
That's correct.
So when you said U-turn, that was inaccurate.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
He already.
Let's get back to the path of travel when you began your analysis. How did you know what the Lexus's path of travel was that day?
I got the directions from Trooper Proctor.
And what did Trooper Proctor tell you in terms of the path of travel specifically? Starting point and an ending point, tell you the exact path Lexus traveled.
No, all I got was mostly just the addresses.
Okay, so if you've got 2 points on a map, and Trooper Proctor told you the Lexus traveled from point A to point B, there are multiple ways to get from point A to point B. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
You picked one of those, right? The path of travel includes freeways, et cetera, right?
Yes.
But as you sit here, you don't know what her actual path of travel was. Because it could have been something different, right?
It could have been something. That's why I gave a range on my diagram.
Do you have any scientific evidence to establish what her actual path of travel is, or did you just guess at the path of travel?
I got the addresses from Trooper Proctor. I put them into the thing, and one of the possibilities of 36 miles, and that was after looking at all of them, at 36 miles is a possibility.
Right, understood. So that's what I'm trying to get to, Trooper Paul.
Okay.
That's one possibility. There's 36 miles,
Mhm.
one route of travel, right?
Correct.
There are other possibilities, right?
Yes.
So between and among the possibility that you picked and the other possibilities, you just sort of have to guess. And there's no science to it. You said, I'm going to pick that. You put it in my report, right?
No, that's not how that works.
Okay, why don't you tell me how that works?
Her odometer mileage on the car from the download and the time we had the vehicle shows 36 miles. So when I plugged those addresses into Google, it came up as 36 miles as a possibility.
And you knew that there was another route of travel to the same location, correct?
What do you mean?
There were alternative routes of travel to the same 2 points, from and to the same points, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You could have tried to extract the location data from Mr. Reed's cell phone to determine the exact route of travel, correct?
I don't know. I don't have access to do cell phone extractions.
So that answers my next question. You did not even attempt to do that, did you?
No.
Yeah, it's not,
You
that's
did
not
to-
his job.
attempt to analyze the key cycles for the Lexus in order to determine placement of that vehicle. You just talked about that with Mr. Lowry, right?
Yes.
I want to be clear for the jurors because most people have probably never heard of key cycles. A key cycle does not have any location data associated with it whatsoever, does it?
Correct.
It just shows you when a vehicle is turned on, the ignition is on and off. That's one cycle, correct?
No.
Tell me what I've got wrong.
Key cycle, the car doesn't have to be turned on.
Say that again.
It goes from off to run. The engine doesn't have to be started to off.
Understood. So if it turns on, well, every single ignition is a key cycle. Every time the engine turns on, that's absolutely a key cycle. Once it's turned off again, right?
That gets recorded as an ignition cycle.
Right. So a key cycle can be an ignition cycle, but it doesn't have to be an ignition cycle. It also can be just turning the sort of accessory on, right?
The key cycles turn the accessories on.
All right. But it doesn't, my question was, where we started with this conversation is, it does not have any location data on it whatsoever.
Correct.
All right. So when you drive your car, you walk out, get in the car, turn the ignition on, start to drive, get your location, turn it off. That's one key cycle, right?
One ignition cycle.
But and I'm going to use the word key cycles because you use the word key cycles in your report. That's what we're talking about.
I'm using that because that's how the trigger was read.
That's how what?
The triggers were read on the text stream. That's how they read them. Key cycles.
By key cycles.
Yes.
I'm going to use that phrase key cycle.
Okay.
We're talking about the same thing. It's an ignition on, ignition off cycle.
Doesn't have to be on.
So you mean the engine doesn't have to be turned on?
Correct.
Right? But if you're seeing triggering events, I'm trying to be tricky here. Seeing triggering events, the car's in motion. What does that tell you? The ignition's on or off?
The ignition's on.
Right. That's what I'm getting to. But it has no location data associated with whatsoever. It could be here, it could be in Wyoming. The car wouldn't know the difference. It's not to report the difference to you, correct?
On the key cycle,
Right.
on just the key cycle. The key cycle does not give out locations.
Say that again?
The key cycle does not give a location.
Right. So your analysis is trying to go from a known key cycle that you can figure out and then work backward from there to try to figure out where the car was on a particular ignition cycle or key cycle, correct?
I didn't use the key cycle to put it back.
Say that again?
I did not use the key cycle to place the car back in its location. The key cycles were, all I got from the key cycles is that they occurred close within proximity to the time we've had the vehicle, not basically saying that this was the location based off the key cycle.
Well, let's look at Exhibit 591 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Did you testify on Friday that this is a copy of the exhibit that was put in 591, this is part of your report, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is a chart that shows when this arrow, that arrow indicates top and bottom where your testing occurred, correct?
Yes.
And you move over to the left, that is key cycle what?
1164.
Right. So you've testified, and we can turn the lights on. You're all right. I don't mind if that stays up. We can turn the lights on. I don't think it hurts anything. You stated in your report that there were, quote, 2 triggers recorded on odometer 12629 and key cycle 1162, correct?
Yes.
These events were prior to the testing triggers on odometer readings 12665/12666 and at key cycle 1164. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're saying, what you're saying in that report is the triggering events were 1162 going in reverse in order. 1162 comes before 1164. They're numerical. Is that right?
Yes.
Every single key cycle just tags another number on top of it, right? There's no formula.
Correct.
After 1 comes 2, after 2 comes 3, 4, 5, 6, and then move on, right?
Yes.
So by the time you got the vehicle, there had been 1,164 key cycles on the history of that car, correct?
Correct.
And you knew, and you put in your report, or you know, that the triggering events that you see under 1164, those are yours,
Yes.
right? I mean, that's your testing.
Yes.
And you were very clear that the triggers that you recorded, that you talked to Mr. Lally about, were two cycles before that,
Yes.
meaning ignition cycles at least, right?
Yes. For that.
Your report, well, let me finish the point. You said that the mileage difference between these 2 triggers and the triggers that occurred while testing was 36 miles. You just said that, right?
Yes.
And the key cycle difference was exactly 2 key cycles, right?
Yes.
1164 1163, 1162. That's the triggering events, correct?
That's correct.
You also reiterated in your report in paragraph 23, 24, 26, and 29, and also in this exhibit in your CARS report, that the triggers occurred at key cycle 1162, right?
Yes.
You were assisted in your CARS report. I think you mentioned Trooper Zach Clark. Is that right?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor assisted to a certain degree, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Larini, Carol Larini, is that right?
Yes.
Also Sergeant Sean Good, Canton PD, assisted as well, correct?
Yes, in a sense.
Did they all read the report before it was finalized?
No.
Did you have any supervisor read the report before it was finalized?
Yes.
And he agreed with the assessments in the report?
Yes.
So in summary, everybody that read the report and you who authored the report believed, and it's reflected in that report, that key cycle 1162 contained the two triggers that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the 3-point turn, I guess now a 3-point turn, right? Changing direction, and then
Yes.
the reverse at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you even went on and testified to that exact thing under oath for the state grand jury, correct?
Yes. Wait, hold on. I need the text streams?
On the key cycles.
Not in grand jury.
Okay. Testified to it on direct examination on Friday and again this morning.
Yes, correct.
If your testing occurred at key cycle 1164, that means you turned the engine on, the ignition on to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that we see up there at 1164 initiated your testing, all right?
Yes.
So that 1164 is where that's where there's no more unknowns, in other words. Like you know exactly where the car is, who's in the car, who turned the car on, and what the triggering events were and what they reflected, because you did it, correct?
Correct.
It's you.
Yes.
So that would be the cornerstone, basically, of your entire analysis of key cycles.
Say again.
The cornerstone, in other words, the one known that is immovable, it's immutable, is 1164 began your testing. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that right? I'm going to allow the question.
Yeah, that's when the car was in state custody.
All right. So starting at 1164 and counting backward, before you started your testing, you know that the SUV had to be started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven to the Sally Port in Canton at 5:31 p.m. from a tow truck on January 29th, correct?
I didn't know that.
You did or did not?
Did not know that.
Okay. Assuming that the car had to be started and put on a tow truck, that would be key cycle what?
I don't know how. I can't speak to the fact that recorded a key cycle at that time.
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that we record a key cycle at that time.
Okay. If
It's
the car was
exhausting for
turned
the
on
jury.
and driven onto a tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how or why it did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
Trooper Paul, you just said unequivocally, when a car is turned on and then turned off, there's a key cycle.
I said when the car without the ignition on, that's a key cycle.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what I mean, when it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak to why I didn't go on, why I did not record.
Well, let's talk about the ignition cycles.
Okay.
Before 1164, okay?
Okay.
Obviously, the car had to get to Canton PD because you saw it there, correct?
Correct.
Assume for purposes of my question, the car was turned on, and there's a video of it turning on, driving up onto a flatbed tow truck.
Yes.
That would be ignition cycle, I'm gonna use your word, key cycle, ignition cycle, 1163, correct?
Again, ignition cycle, key cycles are two different things.
Which word do you want me to use?
If you want to talk about key cycles, key cycles. If you want to talk about ignition cycles, it's ignition cycles when the vehicle gets turned on. A key cycle does not mean to be turned on.
But every single ignition cycle includes a key cycle. You can't have an ignition cycle without a key cycle, correct?
Well, if you want to talk about just use the key cycles or ignition cycles, I'm trying to make sure this gets out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way.
What the God? What?
Every ignition
Oh my
cycle
God.
includes a key cycle, correct?
In a sense,
This can't be real.
Has to.
it doesn't have to. They record multiple different ways.
You can have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
I don't know how it recorded, but it could happen.
Explain that. How could that possibly happen?
Because the key cycles when it turns on, not engine running, and then turns off.
Okay, so work with me here.
Ignition cycles when it turns on, engine running for 2 seconds, and then comes off.
Okay, So,
Or the 2 seconds is not on long enough, it might not record one.
okay, let's ignore the 2 seconds.
Okay.
That's not what we're doing.
Okay.
All right. Let's assume that it's an old-fashioned type of key.
Okay.
Halfway on, the electricity is on. It's like it used to be called ACC.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
That's a key cycle, correct?
For that intensive purpose, yes. This vehicle's not a key cycle. They're not a thing.
Key turning,
Okay.
and that turns the engine on, right?
It turns engine on, correct.
An ignition cycle.
Yes. Well, then turns off.
So ignition cycle necessarily includes the precursor key cycle, correct? Even though every key cycle might not include an ignition cycle. Would you agree with that?
In that scenario, yes.
With that definition,
A square is
Talk
a
about
rectangle, but a rectangle is
ignition
not a
cycles, because I
square.
don't get confused about accessories, just assume the engine.
Okay.
turns on, right?
Okay.
If you started your testing at 1164, then if the engine was turned on, thereby initiating a key cycle, driving the car onto a flatbed truck, and then hauling it over to Canton PD, that would be key cycle 1163. Not hypothetical, correct?
It could be.
Okay. Then going backward from there, if the SUV was, I'm sorry, let me add one event that I just forgot. It had to get off the tow truck in Canton and be driven into the Sally Port. Did you ever see that video?
No.
Being driven in?
No.
If there was a video showing that the car was actually driven into the Sally Port, that would necessarily be a key cycle, correct?
Possibly.
Okay, so that would be key cycle 1163. My mistake, I was missing one, right?
Okay.
Before that, if the car was turned on and driven onto the flatbed to get to Canton, that would be key cycle 1162 in order, correct? We're going back.
It's possible.
All right. Before that, if the car was started and the car was driven from One Meadows Avenue to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, that would be another key cycle, 1161, correct?
They're possible.
Before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed from the garage at John O'Keefe's house to Jennifer McCabe's house at 5:07 in the morning, that would be another key cycle, correct? 1160. Is that right?
It's possible.
And before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Ms. Reed to the waterfall, from the waterfall to 34 Fairview at approximately 12:15 a.m., that would be another key cycle, 1159, right?
It's possible.
I want to be clear. The reason that these numbers skip in your diagram, they don't go directly in order, right? Not every single number is in order on this left-hand column, because this is only a diagram of when triggering events occur, right?
Yes.
Something unusual about the operation of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it's clear that from the data, there was no triggering event at key cycle 1159, was there?
No.
So assuming the driving events that I just told you, right? Assuming for purposes of my question, that the driving events started at 1159, driving over to 34 Fairview from the waterfall. Then driving at 5:07 in the morning over to Jen McCabe's house, 1160. Then driving to Dighton, her parents' house, 1161. Then the car being seized in Dighton by Trooper Proctor, 1162. Then the car being taken off the flatbed and driven into the Sally Port, Canton, 1163. Your testing starts at 1164. That would mean that at 1162, that key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car, correct?
No.
Assuming my hypothetical.
You're hypothetical?
Yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Do you have a better
On June 9,
explanation?
2022, you were asked by a grand jury whether you knew or had done any scientific testing to determine the distance a body would actually travel struck by a vehicle. Remember that?
Not that specifically. Not that way.
Do you remember answering that you had not, I'm just paraphrasing, that you had not done you hadn't finished your report yet?
Why don't you show him? He said he didn't remember it that way.
Yeah?
Yes.
Take a look at, middle of
This
the
is such
page.
an interesting trial.
Your answer starts at about line 12, but the question above it is probably informative.
He's reading over his grand jury witness
You
testimony.
have that in mind?
Yep.
Yes.
His body language.
You were asked,
telling
does that
so
remind you that
much.
you were asked by a grand juror if you could calculate how far a body would move having been struck by a vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that, but figure out if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and it's based on miles per hour, speed of the vehicle, striking vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by stuff?
I don't know.
You said that the calculations would be based on miles per hour and stuff. Did you ever do any stuff to test that? The grand jury's question.
No, we cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Say that one more time.
We cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Who's we?
Me, the role me.
Well, you know John O'Keefe's weight, right?
What's that?
You know John O'Keefe's weight, 217 pounds, right?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I don't know his weight, no.
What?
You know
You
the
just said yes,
weight
and
of
then
the
you said
vehicle?
no.
Yes.
What's the weight of the vehicle, gross weight?
What's the gross weight?
Yeah.
I think it's approximately 7,300 pounds.
Were you able to
Yes,
calculate the mass of the vehicle?
I did not calculate the mass of the vehicle.
Well, you told the grand jury that you were planning on doing that kind of stuff to calculate how far a person would travel being struck at that speed with a car of that weight. You didn't do those calculations?
No, because the calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehiple.
You need to
You
slow down.
testified,
and
again, my
speed
report
up.
isn't done yet. I'm going to look into it. I'm looking into all that stuff, end quote, correct?
Yes.
What's that word again? It's been more than 2 years since that statement at the grand jury. Is your report finished?
Yes, it is.
Did you engage in any of those calculations?
I looked into it. This type of collision I would not be able to use the formulas for this type of collision.
Well, let's talk about those formulas. How would you calculate how far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion? How would you calculate that?
In pedestrian collisions, I use a Searle throw formula.
A what formula?
Searle.
What does that mean?
It's a type of formula that we use for a calculation of post-impact
So
speeds for pedestrians.
that includes certain principles of physics to calculate that, right?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by certain forms of physics?
There would be physics calculations that would be required to figure out how far a body at rest would move having been struck by an object in motion.
Right.
That's a basic principle.
Yeah, I guess you could say though.
All right. Can you describe for the jurors exactly what calculations you would need to employ to determine how far a body at rest would travel having been struck by an object in motion?
So in this scenario, in this collision, it's more of a side swipe. So he did not he did not get enough speed of the vehicle post impact with the vehicle to be able calculations. His center of mass was offset from the vehicle. So we would vastly underestimate his speed. So that's why I did not do a formula. If he was more in line with behind the vehicle, he would have been projected forward, and using that projection forward, he would have been able to get more closer to the actual speed of the vehicle during that post-impact travels.
Well, that presumes a couple of things, Super Paul. That presumes that he was quote unquote satisfied, right?
Presumed?
Presumed by you. You didn't see how he was in, did you?
Based on the evidence, it appeared to be a side swipe.
That's your opinion.
That's just reading the evidence.
You're saying that the principles of physics as we know them today in modern mathematics is
This hurts.
by a side swipe?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
It's the calculations that are out there. You can get a speed, it'll just underestimate the speed.
You would have to know what the initial momentum of the object is that's in motion, correct?
Of what object?
The truck, Paul.
I would have to know that speed.
Yeah, you'd have to know what the initial momentum is, not speed, momentum. There's a difference,
Okay.
right? Would you agree with that?
What is
No.
happening? This
You
is
didn't have to
so
calculate
upsetting.
What the initial momentum is of the object in motion to determine.
Okay. We have been going at this for a long time with this witness. He does need to wrap it up because the jury is just sitting in their chairs going, are you kidding me? Are you? But I'd like to remember, that the jury, even with a witness, even with an expert witness, the jury can, when upon deliberation, come to the conclusion of accepting or not accepting a witness testimony. They can completely exclude it from their deliberations if they'd like. They can add it, can keep it in and use it if they'd like as well. It is up to the jury during the deliberations. It is up to the jury during their deliberations. But boy, oh boy, this is taking so much time. And we are watching this in 1.25 speed, and I'm having like a conniption, like my body, like I'm anxious, like my body just wants to wiggle. This man isn't listening. This man isn't comprehending. There's a wall there between looking at somebody and comprehending what they're saying, and then applying that to their expertise, to their knowledge, to their growth, to what they do every damn day, what they've trained for in 3 different courses and pass a test with an 11% pass rate. I did the math. Okay, it was 11.1111, 3 out of 27. He started this process with getting to this job, this career, with 27 people, and 3 of them passed. So it's very difficult to get here. So you cannot be, you need to, what's happening? This is very confusing. This is not how you want to present yourself, how you want to present your job, your essentially business. I don't think he doesn't run his own business, but like it's your business in a court of law. This is how you are presenting yourself right now. This is how you are presenting who you're representing, which is the New York State Troop, or not New York State. Oh my God, my bad. The Mass State Troopers right now in a court, like in front of the jury on live, not on live television. This is being streamed everywhere, right? A lot of people are watching this, and this is so bad to me. I understand it from civilian witnesses. I get it from civilian witnesses who have a vendetta or have, some whatever happening between someone and the defense and and they want something to go something. They're biased, right? This person is not understanding the questions. He's not answering the questions that are asked of him. He's not enunciating to the point where we can even freaking understand him. And we can hear, by the way, Mr. Jackson is speaking, that this is not going too fast. He is going too fast. This witness is, we're probably not gonna be able to finish this today.
The distance
sorry.
of the body at rest would move?
Well, in that sense, are we talking about trying to find the speed of the vehicle? That's usually what we're trying to do.
Right, okay, well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum. What's the formula for calculating initial
I
momentum?
gotta go to the bathroom.
There's different types of momentum formulas.
Well, there's actually one type of momentum formula. It's to calculate momentum.
Objection.
Sustained.
To calculate momentum, there is a singular.
So sustained. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, that there is a singular calculation for determining initial momentum? That is P equals M times V, where P is the momentum you're solving for that. It is mass, we multiply that by velocity. Is that right? Pretty simple.
You wouldn't use that in a pedestrian collision.
Oh, because the pedestrian's somehow magically out of the realm of physics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is a pedestrian out of the realm of physics and calculations?
No, it's the weight differential between the pedestrian and the vehicle.
So if the vehicle is too heavy and the body is too light, you can't calculate the initial momentum of the vehicle?
Yes.
Got it. Where'd you learn that?
It's in my math class. We don't use momentum for a vehicle to vehicle.
Math class?
The fracture construction classes I have taken.
Got it. Would you need to apply the theory of conservation of momentum in calculating these data?
Do I need to calculate the conservation of momentum?
Or calculation, conservation of momentum?
Yes.
You know what that is? There's an equation for that as well, right?
Yes.
You know what that is?
Not off the top of my head, but yes.
Based on the basic principles of physics, is the total momentum of the collision greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Total momentum before the collision, is it greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Basic question.
What type of collision?
Paul, they're exactly equal in all respects under the principles of physics, right? That's the theory of the conservation of momentum. Momentum doesn't change. It's transferred from one body to another.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you say that to the jurors?
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Paul, if you were qualified to quote, look into all this stuff, you would probably know these answers, wouldn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are there any other calculations that you need to figure out the stuff that you were talking to about with the grand jury?
Objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the final velocity of the objects after the collision? Would that be important?
What objects?
That would be John O'Keefe's body, sir.
The,
Object
I don't,
that you claim was flying through the air 30 feet.
Okay,
Objection.
sustained.
How about calculating the displacement using kinematic equations? Would you be able to do that?
the displacement of the body.
In order to calculate how far the body would move based on the mass of the object striking the body, could you use displacement using kinematic equations?
So like I said before, the side swipe, he would not have gotten 100% of the vehicle, 100% of the speed of the striking vehicle. It would have vastly underestimated this vehicle. You couldn't hit a person and side swipe them, spin them off to the side and have that and get SP from those calculations.
So you're saying that the discipline of physics cannot figure out how far John O'Keefe's body would move, but you personally figured out that he would have flown now somewhat, or been projected somewhat 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you saying that the principles of physics are incapable of determining with the proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision at issue?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No.
Okay, next question.
Well, you just said because it was a sideswipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inapplicable, right?
I'm saying it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been trained in physics formally, have you?
Yes.
You have been,
It's incorporated into the classes.
right? You have a few classes that use the word physics, but you haven't been formally trained in physics, have
Objection.
Sustained.
you? You haven't been formally trained in kinematics, correct?
It's in the aspects of all our crash reconstruction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated emission cycles. And you got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson, ask the appropriate part of the question and you'll get it.
Let me ask you this. Based on your reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation, exactly how was that taillight shattered? Explain it to us.
How does the taillight, what do you, it gets, so the taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
Exactly what part of his arm?
It, based on what I saw for his injuries, was from the upper part of his arm down.
Was his arm out? It just struck the arm on a hinge? Was it in front of him? You did the reconstruction?
It looked-
Here's exactly how his body was positioned when he was struck by that.
So it looks like his arm was more kind of like this, if I can try it then.
You're indicating out by his side, correct?
Yes,
All right. And the taillight would have struck his arm,
yes,
not his torso.
yes.
Okay, so the full mass, the full weight of that truck hit him basically at the elbow. Is that right?
No,
Missing his
no.
torso.
But I said it from the upper part of the arm
Right,
down.
the
Yeah,
elbow and the biceps.
I didn't see anything that shows an indication that this lower torso was struck, but
Okay, so his, torso,
it's not saying it could not have been a possibility, but I just didn't see anything.
so his torso was spared from being hit, but the arm took the brunt, the full force of the vehicle, correct?
Like arm and shoulder, yes.
Okay. And you said he then did a spin, like a sort of pirouette.
He got spun around off his way it struck, it looked like it could have turned around counterclockwise.
Okay. So if he turns around counterclockwise, is he turning around in the air counterclockwise?
Yes, initially,
So he gets hit on the upper biceps, shoulder area, and down to the forearm
yes,
by an unbroken taillight, right?
yes.
In other words, it's nice and smooth. Nothing, no shards of plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm, right?
Correct.
Okay. So how did his arm get all cut up?
Because when his arm struck the taillight then cracked, and as the car is driving past him, the taillight could scratch it.
Got it. So he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks, and as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that you see, those lacerations. I'm sorry, those abrasions that you see, right?
In a sense, yes.
And at the same time, he does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotating. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Whether he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground, It seems like a most likely possibility.
Did you account for the fact that his arm is on a hinge?
Is what? Say again?
Did you account for the fact in this scenario that you just told the jurors that his arm is on a hinge?
On a
On his
hinge.
shoulder?
Okay.
Right? So, arm got hit. Did his arm just swing?
I said arm and shoulder area, so his arm could have been considered part of it.
Even if his shoulder got, the upper,
Okay.
pointing to his upper biceps.
Mhm.
Right? There's no injuries on his shoulder, not a single one, not even a bruise, right?
Like I said, it looked like to me it was from up here. I don't know how far I can up back here, but it was up here.
Well,
So
you're the one that talked about his injuries on his arm.
yes.
That's limited to about mid biceps, to about mid forearm, correct?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
No injuries on the shoulder, no injuries on the torso, no injuries on the ribs, no injuries on the back, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
So your theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with the vehicle long enough for the taillight to explode, basically to shatter. Then these striations get on his arm, abrasions. Does a pirouette, spin, counterclockwise, and flies 30 feet in the air to his point rest.
Yeah, I have probably a little faster than that though.
Actually said he hit his head on a curb.
I said that's one of the possibilities of when you look at the roadway as it gets spun around kind of clockwise. It's a possibility that the curb is there. Any blunt force object on the ground, as the ground is pretty blunt.
Well, except in your scenario that you just told us, you flew through the air onto the light dusting of snow, grass, and dirt.
I didn't say through the air.
Say that again?
I didn't say he got thrown through the air.
Okay, I'll use your word. You got projected.
Projected doesn't mean it's not incorporating just throw. Project just means you get pushed forward. There's two parts of that. Just the air, then there's the ground. Like I said earlier, the tumbling, the rolling, whatever that part of the crash would happen. Projecting is just what we call what happens to a pedestrian post-impact with a crash.
Okay, so a couple questions. If his arm, elbow, took the brunt of that entire impact, how do you account for the fact that he didn't suffer a broken bone?
I don't know.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't have a fracture?
Objection.
Sustained.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't even have a bruise on the arm?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Irreproachable.
Yes.
Sorry, I was looking for something sweet to eat and I found a Tootsie Roll. It's probably so old. So all right, let's skedaddle. All right. Whew.
May I inquire you?
Yes.
The truth
That
is,
was
Paul, you know,
intensity.
having
Lady.
investigated auto pedestrian accidents in the past, that John O'Keefe's injuries do not look anything like an automobile pedestrian accident. Do they?
Yes, I do.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul? You came to these opinions and conclusions because Trooper Proctor told you to come to these opinions and conclusions in furtherance of his investigation.
No, it's not true.
That's why you have these opinions and conclusions that just don't make sense, correct?
That is not true.
And you're just trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Action.
Sustained. All right, jurors will take morning recess.
Morning, Lisa.
And I'll see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
Morning recess. Y'all are all right. Well,
Okay, be seated, close back a second.
all right. Let's get out through the morning recess, and we are getting Trooper Paul back on the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
After Mr. Jackson demolished him in cross-examination. I don't even have words. Y'all were there. Y'all saw it.
With regard to your testimony as far as that triggering event, well, the two events on 12,629B, you testified that that was consistent with the pedestrian collision, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could tell the jury, why is that consistent with pedestrian?
The one specifically with the speeds and everything that we're referring to.
22 miles per hour in reverse for about
Right. Okay, yeah, so why I think that's consistent with a pedestrian strike is because the sudden change in the speed, it drops down by half mile per hour. The accelerator pedal is staying constant at the same percentage, and the steering wheel angle also turns to the right.
Now, your overall opinion is based on what you did as far as your construction, correct?
Yes,
Other information that you had at your disposal in formulating your opinion?
like from other reports and stuff.
Yes.
Yes,
And that would include physical evidence, is that correct?
correct.
And that would include witness statements, correct?
Sustained as to form.
What, if anything else, would that include?
The roadway evidence, witness statements.
And witness statements, would that also include statements of the defendant?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant indicated in a statement to troopers that she conducted a three-point turn in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I'm going to allow that question.
Yes.
And what you observed in that triggering event is that from that mileage, is that consistent with the defendant's own statement?
Yes, it is.
Now, we asked you a little bit, if you could, again, for the jury, clarify the difference between what you termed as an area of impact versus a point of impact.
Yes, an area impact is broader. It's the bigger area. Point to impact would mean something as obviously right there. That would be the area impact.
If I could ask, the cell phone that was located.
I want to see if Mr. Lally of the Commonwealth is going to continue through the door that Mr. Jackson unfortunately opened and ask more questions about the parking lot driveway bump. We'll see. Mr. Jackson and this witness opened the door to it, so there is a chance that it could happen. So prepare yourselves.
Located under Mr. O'Keefe's body. That location, is that also consistent with the linear path that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that cell phone was in his hand or in his back pocket or somewhere else?
I do not know.
As far as let me ask you this. You were shown some photographs of some taillight pieces near a fire, correct?
Yes.
As far as the area of impact, that was, from what you determined, that was Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Yeah, it was within that. What I've had for no initial evidence, I said the area impact was the start of in that area prior to the sneaker. So what I was saying was the area impact was prior to the area the sneaker was. It was in that path, just prior to that area.
And why did you determine that it was in that area?
Because that was the first point of evidence.
And this first point of evidence in relation to what and sort of how the evidence was configured as it was evidence.
That was pointed to me as the first point of evidence away from the furthest point evidence at that time that knew away from the pedestrian.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 58. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I'll just have to hear
Okay, what exhibit number is it?
58.
Thank you.
If you recall, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
There's 34 Fairview at the left side, and this is the fire hydrant.
And as far as these photographs and the photographs shown to you by Mr. Jackson on cross-examination, do you know when those photographs were taken?
I do not know specifically at what time those were taken.
You don't know if those photographs were taken on February 3rd, 2022?
Objection.
Is the objection sustained?
Now, Trooper, if you could, using the laser pointer, I know you've done this on the diagram, but if you could use the laser pointer with regard to what's on the screen as Exhibit 58, direct the jury's attention to where you believe the area of impact to be between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe.
It's probably somewhere out here.
And as far as that linear path that you were talking about from the area of impact, where did that go from and where did that go to?
So from, I think it's from like this way.
Okay, let's go. You can take that then. May I approach this for trade count?
Okay, so the plastic exploded? The plastic just exploded then and just went everywhere?
If you could explain to the jury as far as what you were describing as Mr. O'Keefe's post-impact movement, starting sort of with the point of impact between himself and the SUV to the point where he comes to final rest on the wall.
Yes. So he was struck along the right side in the area of his arm, and then he was in post-impact with the Lexus. He rotated counterclockwise and eventually hit the ground and came to final rest.
And the ground, based on your understanding of the weather conditions, was frozen at the time. Is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
Yes. So as
Stop
far as
bleeding.
anything in your testimony about
Stop
Mr. O'Keefe's
bleeding.
actions, does that involve a pirouette?
No.
So there's a rotation, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as 30 feet in the air, do you have any opinion as to whether or not he flew 30 feet in the air?
I don't have any evidence that he would have flown 30 feet in the air.
And so as far as from your training experience when it
Give me
comes
a
to
break.
pedestrian collisions, are you able to determine or calculate how much distance someone is in the air and how much distance someone sort of rolls or tumbles to their final resting position?
Say it again.
From your training experience,
Yes.
based on this collision, are you able to determine how far Mr. O'Keefe was traveling in the air versus how far he traveled tumbling or rolling after he hit the ground?
I do not have a calculation for this specific style of pedestrian crash due to the side swipe. So if I did, I could use the formula. It would just vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
Let me ask you a little bit about it. You're talking about the Searle pedestrian throw formula, correct?
Correct.
And that's something developed in the course of physics specific to reconstruction by someone named Dr. Searle, correct?
Correct.
And that's SEARLE, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with respect to Dr. Searle's formula, why is that inapplicable in sideswipe collision versus some other type?
Because it takes in, it's looking for more, not so much the formula, it's how much projection efficiency that would occur, how much percentage of the speed of the striking vehicle would have happened. In order for the formula to work, the more of the body would have struck the vehicle, the more efficient the outcome would be in the speed.
In the center of mass that you were talking about, sort of in the collision sequence, what, if any, role does that play in regard to your ability to do that calculation?
It would just, like I said, it would underestimate the speed of the striking vehicle due to the center of mass not within the rear of the vehicle.
And not to twist your words or anything, but as far as when you say underestimate, that would not be an accurate reflection of the defendant's vehicle speed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you asked some questions about the glass and indicated that there are a number of reasons why the glass would travel with him, being Mr. O'Keefe. Can you explain what those are?
Yeah, the glass could have struck the vehicle also in the same way. It could have still been attached to his hand and still gone with him in the same way. It could have been attached to his body in there. That's the multiple ways that the glass would have stayed with him.
Now, and speaking of collision sequences, particularly collisions involving multiple vehicles, vehicles are affixed with bumpers, correct?
Correct.
What's the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
To help absorb the
Scope?
Yes.
Yeah. Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe it is.
So why don't we come to sideline?
Beyond the scope of cross, meaning we didn't have that conversation in cross. You can't redirect about it. You have to respond, right? So they have the direct. Cross-examination is a response to the direct examination. Redirect is a response to the cross-examination. And it's outside the scope of cross. I mean, I don't know. All these are merging into one thing for me, so maybe not. I'm gonna
Sorry,
say
Dan, if I could ask you, what is the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
it's there to help
won
absorb
that.
energy from a collision.
And with reference to the scratches that you were asked about on the vehicle on sort of the right rear quarter panel, what, if any, relationship does bumpers or their interaction have to your opinion as it relates to that?
Sorry, say it again.
Back to what you just testified about bumpers, you were also asked some questions about scratches on the right rear quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does the bumpers on the vehicle and sort of their intended purpose have with relation to the scratches that you observed?
So the bumpers on the side was more of This wasn't more of a drag-on hit with the bumper. It was more of the side scraping of the paint of the bumper.
Now, the presence of Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass not matching, are you aware that the lab's actual findings were that the glass on the bumper and the glass on the roadway not found to be consistent with each other? Is that your understanding? If you know.
I don't know.
And were you also aware that the lab's finding was that the glass on the bumper was consistent with the glass on the road?
I'm not sure what the labs had.
Now, in order to construct your diagrams, your testimony, I believe, was that you had used CERT diagrams in the process of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could turn back to that 12629B, the mileage from the tech stream data.
Yes.
The 3-point turn that you observed and the 24.2 mile per hour straight line for approximately 62 feet. How far apart time-wise within that particular triggering event were those two incidents?
8 minutes.
And as far as any of the other tech stream data that you observed, was there any other triggering event that included a 3-point turn?
No.
Now, as far as the defendant's path of travel, is it your understanding that that was obtained from a multitude of different witnesses?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, you were asking questions about the defendant's cell phone, as far as GPS locations, were you aware that the defendant's cell phone wasn't able to be accessed until by law enforcement until 2023?
Sustained.
Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I was not aware.
Now, as far as placing the vehicle during that triggering event, 12629B, did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage
And why would you look at the odometer mileage over the key cycles?
because I can physically see the odometer mileage at the vehicle at the time of my inspection.
And why would, well, let me ask you this, in your opinion, as far as that is concerned, sort of backtracking to a specific location, which is more reliable, the odometer or the key cycles?
I would say the odometer mileage.
And why is that?
Like I said, you physically see it when you turn the car, and I know that's the odometer mileage that it's reading on the dashboard.
And every key cycle, is that necessarily reported within the tech stream data?
No,
And why not, sir?
it only records stuff that related to the triggers.
They don't what?
They only record stuff that is related to the triggers.
Okay, thank you.
As far as counsel's hypothetical with regard to the key cycles, is it your opinion that that hypothetical is accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate,
And why so?
because it also be you also add the odometer mileage onto the key cycle, so those key cycles and odometer mileage are on the same trigger, and plus the data seems consistent with everything else that's going on with this collision.
Now, fair to say that you were not outside of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that he's holding interacted with the defendant's vehicle at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
I do not.
And so based on your training and experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, again, if you could, one last time, just describe to the jury how you believe the vehicle interacted with Mr. O'Keefe and why.
Objection.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
With reference to what you've described as far as the interaction between Mr. O'Keefe and the vehicle, why is that your opinion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Based on the evidence from the vehicle, based on the injuries to John O'Keefe, the tail light appears to be broken and it's sharp plastic pieces that could have ripped his arm, and also the dent with the scratches above it is consistent with a hand holding a glass and the glass on top smashing on the vehicle and the hand smashing the vehicle. You can see there's a line between scratches and a dent there.
Judge Romeo. Very briefly, I just want to make sure I clear something up about the key cycles. You're not suggesting that every key cycle in the history of the car is on the stage, correct?
That's correct.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 591.
Okay.
That indicates key cycles that have triggering events, correct?
Yes.
Triggering events are something that the manufacturer includes in basically a list of items that will be a triggering event, correct?
Yes.
It's a list of items basically for mechanics to figure out if there's some unusual driving or unusual event with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But the key cycles go in order. They're numerical, 1 through whatever.
Correct.
And the hypothetical that I gave you on cross-examination, with those driving incidents, each one of those would represent a key cycle, correct?
So in your hypothetical, I mean, assume that it should create a key cycle, but that you can't just say that key cycles from that because I didn't just use key cycles, I used the odometer mileage on top of it. So you have to have key cycle and odometer.
Interestingly, though, when you testified on direct examination, you said your analysis, this was on Friday, before the weekend. By the way, over the weekend, did you watch anything on, I don't know, YouTube or any social media?
No.
Nothing.
No.
No. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Lally about these key cycles and problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about the issues with key cycles?
No.
Did you realize at some point between Friday and today that I was probably going to ask you some questions about key cycles?
Objection.
Did you realize that yourself?
I assumed you were asking me loads of information.
So on Friday, you didn't mention that your analysis was based on mileage, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
On Friday, did you mention that your analysis was predicated on mileage?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Okay. All right. This man is all I'm going to say. This
Your analysis.
sorry. I get so excited. I'm like, they're going to be a sidebar for forever. It just skip.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Paul, on Friday, you indicated pretty clearly that your analysis was based on the key cycles, starting at 1164 when you started your testing, and 1162, which was the key cycle you claimed on Friday was at 34 Fairview.
It wasn't based on it. That's how I describe it. I said key cycles. I based it on they were close within proximity to each other, but I've always said it's key cycles and odometer mileage, plus all the information within the triggers themselves. So it wasn't just one of the other.
And you said on Friday that once you started your testing at 1164, it was 2 cycles earlier that had the triggering events, meaning 1162, that you claimed were 34 Fairview.
Yes.
But in the hypothetical, if there were 4 events, 4 key cycle events between 1164 and 1159, it could not have occurred at 1162, correct? 34 Fairview. In my hypothetical.
In your hypothetical, if it recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question, if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Almost.
Mileage from what? The odometer or from?
The odometer reading.
The odometer reading is the odometer reading. It's 36.
My point is, your analysis that's based on the odometer reading, 36 miles here, 12 miles there, 2 miles here, 5 miles there. If you got the route of travel wrong and the route of travel was different, your assumptions about the odometer readings would be incorrect as well, correct?
So what I'm,
You got the path of travel wrong.
so what I purposely put down a range on my Google images showing, because I couldn't tell you her definitively route of path for every single way, but I know that it's possibly a possibility that she could travel 36 miles within those locations that she traveled post leaving Fairview Road.
Or if that mileage was put on at key cycle 1162, then that would mean that the vehicle would already be in Massachusetts State Police custody, right? Into the doctor's custody.
Objection.
So that's beyond the scope.
That's all.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Just very briefly. The range that you came up
Oh my
with for the
gosh.
defendant's path of travel, does that fit with the path of travel, the odometer reading, putting the defendant's vehicle in the area of 34 Fairview Road when it does the 3-point turn, and then 8 minutes later when it travels 24.2 miles per hour in a straight line in reverse for approximately 62 feet?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is it called?
Kirkisk speciality. The taste of turkey.
The taste of turkey soda. It smells so familiar.
It smells like Red Bull.
Ah, it does. Yeah, sweet tarts.
Yeah.
We're trying a gift from a recent friend's trip.
The store gremlin.
A store gremlin.
It's not bad.
It's carbonated
Yes, it tastes like sweet tarts.
and it smells like sweet tarts. I don't drink Red Bull. So I don't. It's completely clear. Wait, that's so interesting. That's so good.
Yeah.
That's like, oh, I know what it tastes like. It tastes like, you know, when you get those freezy pops in the clear plastic tubes.
Yes.
It tastes like a pink. Like if you mix like pink with like a little yellow, and it's like once it melts, but it's carbonated. That's exactly what it tastes like.
Pretty good.
That's really good.
Okay.
Thanks, Johnny. Sorry, we had to break for that. That was a big moment. So good.
All right, so jurors, we're going to take another short break to set up some things in the court.
All right, for the court, please.
Who is next that they have to set up for? Oh, wow. All right. We got what, like an hour and a half maybe left of actual time. We're probably not going to be able to finish this before the studio is needed again. So we will just pick it up tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. This is Monday. We're watching Monday Court right now, and today is Thursday. So we got catching up to do. So we'll have a busy Friday. This is really good.
Thank you. Be seated. Close back.
All right, your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Mr. Ian Whiffen to the stand.
Okay.
All right.
And Mr. Lally, you just need to tell me when I need to give that instruction.
Yes.
It's interesting to get a redirect. So I'm surprised she allowed it.
Okay.
Good aftertaste on it too. That's really good. Smells so good.
Just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Whenever you're ready.
Hold on. I'm sorry, but these are the things that are very interesting to me. Why was that? Why did we do it twice?
Step right up. Step for me. May stand face the front.
I'm so sorry to do it. You guys know I
Just
don't
raise
like
your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I'm sorry, I'd rather with that.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
There was an interesting thing that happened. He responded in a way that triggered something. I'm going to look into that. That was interesting to me. I'm sorry if it wasn't to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And if it's at all helpful, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can put it in any direction you wish. Just try to keep your voice up. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Now, sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffen. So IANWHIFFIN.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently the decoding product manager at Cellbrite.
And what is...
I thought I heard an accent when he was speaking. He does not look happy to be here.
Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is one of the world leaders in mobile forensics software.
And when you say forensic software, can you explain to the jury a little bit about sort of what is forensic software and how is it used, specifically your Cellbrite?
Yeah, so forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, cell phones primarily, to extract that data and to allow examiners to parse and decode that data to make sense of it in a more user-friendly way so that a report can be created for investigators.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just a few questions going back to some of your educational and prior work experience starting sort of with your undergraduate work, what, if any, where did you go to school and what, if any, degree did you receive there?
Okay, I didn't get a degree. I'm originally from the UK, where I did qualifications in computing, a higher national certificate in computing, and then joined the police in 2004.
And what department was that, sir?
That was response work. So South Yorkshire Police as a response officer.
And where did you go from there?
In 2009, I immigrated to Canada, where I was able to continue policing with the Calgary Police Service, where I spent approximately 4 or 5 years, again, working patrol before moving to the digital forensics team of Calgary Police.
And with respect to moving to that digital forensics team, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to that area?
So once I had made it into the digital forensics, I was sent to Ottawa for 3 weeks to do a foundational computer forensics course, covering all manner of digital forensics to begin with. Throughout my 8 years with Calgary Police, I did constant courses each year to keep information updated, including a 2-week course, again, at the Canadian Police College in Ottawa, specifically about cell phone forensics. And then also during that time, additional courses for extracting data for interpreting internet artifacts or any other kind of information found on a phone or computer.
And following that, where did you go from there?
Ottawa again.
In 2020, I left Calgary Police Service and began working at Cellbrite as the senior digital intelligence expert, where I would use my knowledge of the forensic community to assist the developers with creating and maintaining a program that examiners would want to use.
I'm just going to mute my mic.
Finally, about 2 years ago, I moved to the decoding product manager position.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what it is, what your role is, and what is it that you do for Cellbrite?
Yep, so right now in the position that I'm in, again, I use my knowledge of the digital forensics landscape in the community. I talk with users about their daily challenges, what applications are causing them problems, what they need to get access to, what they need to understand. And I take that information, create a priority list, and then determine with our developers what we will tackle, how we will tackle it, and how it will appear to the end user.
Now, with regard to your education in this area, what, if any, certifications do you have?
No specific certifications. I've done the Cellbrite coursework since joining Cellbrite, but other than the 3-week course in Ottawa and then again the 2-week course in Ottawa, I don't have the SANS training or any of that kind of training certifications.
And in addition to your work with Cellbrite, what, if any, other areas of the field have you worked?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Sure. Have you given any presentations? Have you published any work in relation to this area?
Yes. So since working as an examiner, I identified that there were times that I needed to parse artifacts from applications that the main vendors didn't support. In response to that, I would do my own research. That research turned into a selection of digital forensics tools, and I created a website for myself to share that research, to share those tools with the community. And directly related to that, I have published articles related to accessing data on phones, related to SQL databases, related to various other artifacts, primarily locations.
Over the course of your work, have you had occasion to testify in other courts in relation to this specific field?
Yes, related to digital forensics, I've testified approximately 20 times, mainly in Canada, but also once in Michigan, once in Australia, once in the UK.
Now, as far as questions that come into your company with relation to interpretation of data, other sort of general forensic questions, what parts of the world do these questions come in from, and how widely used is your product?
So the product is used globally. There are a select number of countries that we don't export to, but generally, if a police service is interested in digital forensics, then they're using at least some of our tools. We operate an email address which is open to any user called Stumpers. And the idea is that users, if they come across a artifact that they can't explain, they can email to myself and some of my colleagues, and we can research that artifact, and we can try and give them an answer as to say why the artifact's there and how it should be interpreted.
You used the term in there as far as an artifact. If you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and how it's used within your specific industry.
Yeah, so I would refer to an artifact as essentially any piece of data which I've recovered from the phone, which is of interest. It could be a web history visit. It could be a text message. It could be a photograph, any piece of information.
Now, sir, turning your attention to September of 2023, at some point in that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the State Police in regard to this case?
Eventually, yes. Initially, I was contacted by a member of Cellbrite.
And if you know why was that initial, as far as the initial contact, initial request from Cellbrite, Can you speak about that?
My understanding was there was an artifact found on a device, and people were looking for an explanation as to how this particular timestamp was relevant to the case.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of what were you provided and what were you asked to look at?
So the original question is just basically how can we explain this 227 timestamp? I spoke to my colleague and requested if he could contact the investigators and any information that they could share about where this particular timestamp was found so that I could investigate it. I was advised at that time that the case had already been uploaded to our own support network, so the full extraction of the device in question was already in Cellbright's possession, and I was able to access it from there and start to examine what the issue was that was causing the confusion.
Now, with reference to this issue, can you describe to the jury, just in general terms, sort of what this issue was?
Yeah, so the issue, as I was led to believe, is there was a timestamp for a web history artifact of 2:27 and 40 seconds AM local time, which would be UTC 5, and it didn't make sense to the investigators. And the question was, is there any other interpretation for what this timestamp could mean?
And so essentially you were asked to explain the timestamp and how it came to be, correct?
Correct.
And as far as this particular issue,
How
has
long
this
to
arisen,
die in the
in other
cold?
instances? Have you been asked the same question or similar questions in regard to this type of artifact?
Yeah, several weeks later, so probably around December time last year, I was contacted by a police investigator in Austria with a very similar question, but related to obviously a different internet search. And about a week later, the defense expert in the same case also contacted me asking the same question. The defense expert in that case was able to provide the database, and I was able to provide the answer.
Now, as far as the full extraction, is that the entirety of what you looked at in this instance, or what, if anything else, were you provided with in regard to your review and your analysis in this case?
So I did work with the full extraction, but my interest was focused on just the web history artifacts.
And what, if anything, did you find with regard to the web history artifacts?
So the 2:27:40 timestamp was correct insofar as that is the time that is shown within the database. It was indeed a deleted record, but the interesting thing was why the timestamp said 2:27:40, and I did some testing on this and discovered the reason why 2:27:40 was actually listed in the database, even though that's not the time, in my opinion, that the search was conducted.
And what is your opinion as to when the search was conducted?
There's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27 and 40 seconds. And there's plenty of evidence later on in the day that shows that that particular search was conducted at 6:23, I believe 51 seconds, and then a similar search at 6:24 and 18 seconds, I believe.
And before we get to that, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right, Unetti is going to be doing the cross-examination of this. I don't want to say I'm a foreigner of this foreign.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This was the internet history, the history.db database table showing activity from the morning of the 29th of January 2022.
May I approach, General?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
It's 14.
May I return to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yeah, also.
information from the public to the jury.
Yes.
Or may I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
No, it's my fault.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Whitman, do you recognize what's up on screen now? It's the exhibit you have before you.
I do, yes.
And Ms. Whitman, there should be a laser pointer on the desk next to you. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could, using that laser pointer, explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what, if anything, is significant to observe within this exhibit.
Okay, of course. So this was a table I created based on the data from the phone. The first column shows the local time of a record that was written to the history database. This is a database which is tracking all web pages which are loaded as you use them. The second column starts with the URL, so the Uniform Resource Locator, so what you would type in or how the browser knows which website you want to visit. The title is part of the website which is loaded. One of the top attributes of the website will load the title. Visit count relates to an internal counter within Safari, which just tracks how many times a particular website is visited in order to make suggestions to you down the road. And then finally, the last column shows the source of this information. So history.db is the name of the database, history_visits is the name of the table, and then the number is the unique identifier, which is assigned to that particular record in consecutive order. So every time you add a new record, that number will increase by 1.
It is
Already incredibly more organized.
First, my apologies. With respect to the cell phone extraction that you were provided, that was from a individual named Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And fair to say you don't know Jennifer McCabe, never met her, don't know anything about her?
Correct.
And as far as
Turns out
a
their cousin.
extraction is concerned, if you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that is. What is an extraction?
An extraction in this case, all of the files and folders had been extracted from the device, saved on a computer in a zip file container. So essentially in a way that is as close to the original from the device as possible.
And again, what is your title specifically with Cellbrite?
It's decoding product manager at the moment.
And so what, if any, relation does what you do have with relation to an extraction and how that's, what's sort of the relationship between what you do and a Cellbrite extraction?
So once the extraction's been extracted and we have the zip file, then Physical Analyzer is the tool that Cellbrite creates to allow examiners to look at that extracted data in a meaningful way. And my role is somewhat shaping how examiners will see that data when they open up Physical Analyzer and look at the extracted data.
And how does your role play into that? What is it that you do what, if any, relationship does what you do have to do with how examiners will view something from the Cellbrite tool?
Again, so after being an examiner for 10 or 11 years, I've got that kind of understanding of how examiners work. Being someone who also writes my own software and does my own research, then I can kind of cross that void that usually exists between developers and examiners and help both parties try to come to a meaningful conclusion.
Ms. Gilman, if you could shrink that just a little, or zoom out a little. Now, again, there's a whip, and if you could, using that laser pointer, correct your attention to what, if anything, significance you observed particular in this particular case.
Yeah, so the lower two records, which highlighted in green, are two records which occurred at 2:27 and 42 seconds local time. So 2 seconds after the Google search had allegedly been made. And then the second record is 5 seconds after that at 2:27, 47 seconds. Both those URLs relate to a website of hock'emmocksports.com.
Okay, so the question is, why does Hostlong to Die in the Cold?
If you could explain to the jury, what is a continuous identifier?
So again, every SQLite database will assign a unique contiguous identifier number. So again, the very first record created will be given a record ID of 1, second record will be 2, and so on and so forth. Those numbers are never reused. So if I was to delete record 3, that record number will never be reused, and I can see that there's a gap and deleted data in that database.
Now, you used another term in there as far as a SQLite database. If you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your trainings.
Yeah, a SQLite database, essentially, it's a series of tables. It's a way for data to be stored, again, in a meaningful, organized fashion that can be queried, can be examined, can be filtered, searched, etc. It can be useful for anybody who wants to get data from an organized file.
Now, with reference to the searches that you observed within this particular web history, what, if any, relationship to the contiguous identifiers, sort of the range? What if anything, did that tell you?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
What, if any, observations did you make as far as those contiguous identifiers in the range they had in relation to the web history that you observed?
Okay, so within the history.db file, there were no missing numbers from the beginning of January, essentially, until early February. That told me as an examiner that no records have been deleted during that time.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So if I guess.
That one back.
Yeah,
What do
Thank you.
recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This is the browser state record, which identified a search at 2:27:40 a.m.
May I vote again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost.
It is an exhibit. We have no objection.
Thank you.
Now return to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Commission may follow suit to adjourn.
Yes.
Counselor, directing your attention to the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury, what we're looking at in this exhibit, what any information you're able to sort of glean as a forensic examiner with relation.
Okay. So this is a searched item exhibit. It's technically a derivative of a different exhibit that we find on the device. So we found what we consider a web history record. So a web history record would just mean we have a URL that was visited and potentially a timestamp and a title. Search items looks at all of the web history items that we found and tries to identify were these actually searches that were conducted. So for example, if you were to do a search on Google, you'd see that the website that you're taken to is google.com query, then it contains the query string that you typed in. We extract that information, we extract that query and provide it to the user as a searched item. In this case, I can see that it came from the browser state.db WAL file. The search query itself was hostlong to die in cold, and it shows as a deleted record.
Now,
Why?
with respect, I think you used a couple of different
Why?
terms within that as far as a knowledge C database. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
I don't recall saying knowledge C, but I can explain what knowledge C is in this case. Yes, the knowledge C
I
database
was-
is at the heart of iOS. It stores lots of information.
The only question that I had, like for the entire thing, I was like, "Is he gonna smile ever?" And he did. When he was able to get one over on Lolly, are they going to explain why it's noted as deleted? Because the other woman didn't.
Information about the activity on the device at any given time. Things like when the backlight's turned on, when the device is unlocked, what application is in focus at the time and how long it's in focus for. And important to this case, which website's on screen at any given time as well.
When you say when a website is in focus, can you expound upon that as far as what exactly do you mean by when you say in focus?
So in terms of iOS itself, when it's in focus, it would be the primary item that's visible on screen. So with iOS, you can have applications in the background that you aren't using, but the one that you are currently using is considered in focus, taking up the entire screen.
I believe you have used the term as far as the browser state DB, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it relates?
Browser state DB is just the name of the database, the name that Apple gave it. It's gone through some changes over the last few years. For example, in iOS 14, it did store the state of the tabs that were open within a browser. In iOS 15, there was a significant change, and the only time that records were written to the database is when the tab was closed. So a significant difference in that it doesn't show you what's currently open, it only shows you what's previously been closed.
Now, this search here, what, if anything, did you observe as far as this record in relation to the history DB related to the search?
This record is not mentioned at all within the history.db database.
And what, if any, missing records from this time frame did you observe either?
There were no missing records in the history.db database. Within this time frame, within the browser state database, there were 3 deleted records.
When you say deleted records as far as your self-rights tool is concerned, what exactly does deleted mean?
These are records that have been deleted, not necessarily by the user, potentially by the system, but they are considered deleted records that we're able to recover.
What are some of the ways that something might be deleted by the system, and which, are you talking about the phone or are you talking about your tool?
The phone. Right. Our tool is designed as a forensic tool. It's not going to edit, delete, or affect the data in any way, just present what is in the extraction. But there are multiple times on an iOS device or an Android device where cleanup essentially happens, and we start to lose data after a certain amount of time.
Now, with respect, let me just ask this for a moment. With respect to Cellbrite, as far as the tools, have there been a variety of different versions of those tools as far as conducting that forensic extraction?
Yes, so Cellbrite Physical Analyzer has been available for approximately 12, 13 years in various versions.
And what, if any, differences are there between, in general terms, between, say, an old version versus a newer version?
Obviously, in the digital forensics landscape, whenever a provider creates a new feature, we have to change our code to adapt to what they've now introduced. There can be research that's been done, so we now learn new things, and we add support over time. So something can be supported in this new version of Physical Analyzer that may not have been supported or even existed in a previous version.
Now, with respect to your work in this field, what if any tools have you designed and or created or something to conduct this type of work?
Aside from Physical Analyzer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have my own tool called Artex, which I've been working on for around 5 years, since being an examiner myself and struggling to parse any particular application that I needed. So I started to write my own tools, and that's the one that is one that I still maintain on the side in my own time, partly for my own knowledge, but partly because I think it still introduces some fantastic features which aren't available in any other tool for research purposes. So yeah, I continue to write this tool to this day.
And could you just say the name of the tool?
Artex, A-R-T-E-X.
Now, with regard to the situation depicted in the exhibit up on the screen, what are some of the reasons why this may occur, or why this may read as it does?
Sorry, is it deleted?
Yes.
Oh, the record itself has been deleted. As I said, the reason why it's deleted, through my testing, I've only found 2 ways that that kind of record can be deleted by the user. And I don't believe either of those ways was actually utilized on this device.
And what are those 2 ways?
The user has the option to selectively delete history items. So you can delete either one at a time, or the entire day's content, or the last 2 days' content, or you can delete all content altogether. If all content had been deleted, we wouldn't have found any information on this phone at all related to web history, so I was able to discount that one quite quickly.
And I guess alluding to what you just said, why is it that you don't believe that either of those 2 methods of user deletion occurred in this context?
Objection may be revoked, please.
I'm sorry?
I said objection may be revoked, please.
Okay.
She said, what? Like, I'm sorry, what do you want? What do you want right now? Defense team. What is it that you want? Once we get to the lunch break, we will break for the day, I believe. Oh, I want to get through it. I want to get through it. But a day and a half of court is fine. I don't have the studio that I'm in. Other people need it. So, boys, men, this man, these men.
Sure. So we're moving on from that for a moment. May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
Mr. Lawley, you got sass running through your veins, honey. Like he's walking around, he's just flopping papers down.
Thank you.
That document I've just handed you, Mr. Whitman, you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
It's a document that highlights both the search terms that were found in mobile Safari.plist and the method of searching.
I broke the getting wrong.
Yes.
I'm on the seat to introduce the witness and exhibit. No, sir.
Okay.
There was no court yesterday, so we don't have to worry about yesterday because it was Juneteenth. So there was no court yesterday, so we're not.
Of course, we have a jury.
Yeah, it's not a lot. It's a lot, but it's not a lot. It's a lot.
Mr. Whitman, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit?
I do, yes.
You did use a term in there, I believe, called a key list. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it relates to what you're about to talk about on the screen?
Yeah, so a P list or a property list is Apple's way of storing serialized data. That essentially means a list of data with names and values.
And sir, if you could, again, using that later point, direct jury's attention to explain sort of what we're looking at and what anything is significant to observe in this particular slide or table.
Yeah, so again, this is a table I created from the data within the mobile Safari.plist. The term shown down the left is what the user would have typed in to the search bar. Sorry, I keep blinding somebody. The search bar in the bottom of the Safari browser window. The UTC time is the time which is actually recorded within the plist. It's recorded as a string, so just text as it's presented on the screen there. And then I converted that and subtracted 5 hours to bring it into local time around Canton.
Now, aside from this, just for a moment, with regard to, you're familiar with what's termed as a private browsing mode?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to this?
Y'all saw that, right? BPD and John O'Keefe. Were those the same? Did she search BPD and John O'Keefe, or was it she searched BPD and then she also searched John O'Keefe? Were they separate or the same? Why would
It's a private browsing mode. Is a setting that you can set on iOS devices, or primarily most devices, that prevents any of your browsing activity being recorded. So it won't save the searches, it won't save the navigations, it protects everything so that it can't be found later on.
And what, if any, relation did that have to what your analysis of the extraction of this?
If these searches had been conducted while in private browsing mode, these searches would not exist within this file.
So is it your opinion that they were not conducted in any kind of private browsing mode?
Correct.
Now, you're also familiar with the term as far as failure to load?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury and how that applies to this?
Yes, so obviously whenever you try to visit a web page, there's a stream of information coming from the web to the device, which then renders onto the screen. At the completion of the load event, there's a function effectively which runs, and that records the visit to the history database. If for some reason the page doesn't load and it shows up with an unable to load message, so for example, you don't have an internet connection at all, that unable to load will be recorded. If, however, the device stalls and it just sits kind of waiting to load, nothing gets written to the history database. If you were to close the browsing window prior to the page completing its load event, nothing will be written to history.
Or would that be written somewhere else within the phone as far as any other storage areas?
Technically, the only place I found would be the browser state.
Completion of the load event.
Now, with regard to the plist files, does the plist file take all sort of history items or not?
Primarily, it's used to save preferences. So you'd have a lot of information in there if it's using light mode or dark mode, or when you want tabs to auto clear, that kind of information. But it also records several days' history of searches. The actual number of days searches, I actually don't know.
And what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to the search bar that's located on the bottom of this table?
In order for the search item to be saved to the mobile Safari plist, you need to actually type into this particular search bar. If you were to just visit google.com and start typing into the Google search bar, it will not be recorded within the mobile Safari.plist.
And so what, if anything, were you able to determine about those
into the search
searches
bar
with regards to what you observed?
So these particular two searches were conducted at 6:23:51 and 6:24:18 respectively. They were searched using the search bar that's built into Safari. The fact that they didn't exist within HistoryDB and that there were no deleted records from history.db leads me to believe that they never successfully loaded.
Yes.
Completion of the load event is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. My brain went dark. I have nothing else. It is empty now. It's all of the crazies from earlier. It's completely gone.
That new document that I just handed you, do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This was the additional, the items from the history.db, I believe.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. Okay.
Okay. Did you bring it?
She said, give it to me. No. I think they're just going to. Oh, no.
May I return to the witness?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Mr. Whitman, if you could just repeat exactly what that is in the next exhibit.
Yeah, sorry, it's a comparison between the search terms found in the plist, so the mobile Safari plist, and the search terms found within the history.db database.
So the items contained within this table are items that were contained within the extraction that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, of course, permission if I could display that for jury.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Whitman, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just to describe to the jury what we're looking at in this table and what, if anything, is significant between sort of the two sources of information.
Okay, so the first list, the plist term, shows the term within the mobile Safari.plist, excluding the two that we've already mentioned, which are of note. And the first timestamp column shows the timestamp.
Let me just pause real fast and say that this is Jen McCabe's phone.
According to that plist. The history item shows the search term as recorded in the history database. And then we have the timestamp as per the history database. So the purpose of this document was to show that we have a search for raining men and a history item related to the Google search for raining men, and they show within a second of each other. Again, the next one down, Antoinette Ock and basketball, and the associated Google search. And again, the timestamps are within a second. This list was non-exhaustive. There was hundreds of examples within the history.db, but limited examples within the mobile Safari plist. And as I mentioned, the two searches of interest, the how long TDI and the kick.
No, this is what is actually driving me absolutely crazy. So on January 30th, she searched in 2022, the day after John was murdered, BPD and John O'Keefe. She put that into her search bar.
Hickty and Hostlong to Die in the Cold didn't exist within the history DB at all.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that now. Now, sir, if I could ask you just a little bit now about the browser state DB. Again, can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it, if at all, it plays a role in your analysis?
Yep. So initially, pre and including iOS 14, the browser state database would show all tabs that you currently had opened. So as soon as I go into my browser and open a new tab, a record is created. It includes information such as the time that I opened the tab or the time I last viewed the tab, the current URL, which is being displayed within that tab. It shows information whether it's in private browsing mode or not. So in that kind of case, in iOS 14 and below, we're able to see current private browsing records and subsequently recover deleted ones. But in iOS 15, things changed. The record was no longer written as soon as the tab was opened. It was only opened when the tab was closed. Sorry, the record was only created when the tab was closed. That meant that our ability to recover that kind of history was significantly lower. It means that it no longer makes use of the private browsing field because now private browsing records simply are never written to that database. So now we can only really see a list of all of the tabs that have been closed, not which are currently open.
Now, with regard to the browser state DB, is there something referred to as a last view timestamp?
There is, yes. That's one of the fields within the database.
And can you explain specifically with relation to that field for what kind of information is kept there and what it means?
Yeah, so from my research based on this, that timestamp relates to the time that the tab took focus. So that's either when the user creates the brand new tab, when they switch between tabs and bring a tab back into focus, when they close a tab, which automatically brings one of the background tabs into focus, or if Safari has been completely closed and reopened, that essentially acts like almost a new tab, and the timestamp gets updated at that point.
Can you explain how an earlier timestamp could be associated from, say, tab is open, something is done, tab is closed, tab is reopened, something else is done, how that earlier timestamp could then be associated data-wise with the subsequent search?
I think
opening it.
I think I followed that. Okay, so if, for example, at
so much shade
12 p.m., I create a new tab. I can do a search for whatever I want. And at that point, if I close the tab, then the record that gets created will show that I opened a tab at 12 p.m. and I did a search. Excuse me. However, if I open the same tab at 12 p.m., do a search, close it, like completely close down Safari and reopen Safari, that would also update the same timestamp to show that I'd opened it up again. What I meant to say at that point is that if I create a 12 o'clock tab, minimize Safari. I can leave it for several hours, for several days, for several weeks. The time difference is not really important. When I come back to it and open up Safari again from a background state, the timestamp is not updated. So it will still show 12 p.m. today, and it will show whatever my most recent navigational event is. So I can search for something in 3 weeks' time using the same tab I opened today, and the timestamp will show today's time.
All right. I think this is a good place to take our break.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to, of course, ask you to stay with us, okay? As the jurors file up, you can file up behind us.
Thank you. Court, all rise for the jury.
All right.
And could I see counsel regarding timing, please?
Yeah, this witness is probably pissed. They has to spend another night here in stupid America. And two, can we hurry this along? Why do we have two digital forensic witnesses when it comes to hostile to die in the cold? Why do we have two of them? Would the celebrate men not be enough? Mr. Lally has spoken to both of these human beings, and he said, "No, I want you both. You confuse the ever-living crap out of everyone. You come make it better." No, just why is that even an option? Anywho. All right. Those chairs look cushy.
All right, so recess.
The judge's chair looks
You are unmuted.
amazing. Amazing.
Court, all rise. Court stands in recess. Lunch in recess, 1:40.
Okay. All right. So that is.
Hey there, Karen Reed, Trial Watch.
Oh my gosh, I hate that. All right, let me get rid of this and what's going on. All right, so let's talk about what happened today, because a little bit of a show covered in some shit. We have day 25, is that? Yes. So we started with Jessica Hyde. Jessica? I think that was her name. I wrote down Jessica. It may not be Jessica. We started with Jessica Hyde, who started off really strong. She gave me so much hope. She was like, I'm just gonna tell you about everything, and it's gonna be great. And then she just went on and on and on, and confused the ever-living garbage truck out of everyone. She just kept saying all of the words that we don't know these words. These are words that we don't know. These are words we've never heard of. The way you're using letters I didn't get much. I also was a little bit distracted because of how it was set up. It was that weird Zoom setup. And then we had Trooper Joseph Paul, who I don't think we ever could forget this man, who told us about key cycles, and then the next day said, just kidding, not key cycles, but odometer readings. This man did his testing and recorded his testing without audio, or we were given it in court without audio. I don't know if audio was even necessary, but there were a couple questions about audio when it comes to cars. But we didn't hear the audio. We didn't hear the car. So how do we know? A lot of questions from Lally about the backup camera, but the testing happened. I have the day, February 1st, or maybe even the 2nd. That's solid 4 days. Solid 4 days of anything happening and changing what the car was like 4 days prior. Just the snow alone, the slush, the ice, the salt, all of it. You can't say you tested something in the same field when you are not existing in a blizzard again. So you just can't. It's not going to work. And the way he presented himself was just despicable. But we'll get there. I'm hearing. So they had a voir dire of this man. Because Mr. Lally decided to surprise everybody, including the defense, about a new opinion on a completely separate time, completely separate instance that this expert was supposed to render on, and he did not tell anybody, and Mr. Lally did not tell anybody, and that was really thrilling. He doesn't know math, he doesn't know physics, he doesn't know science, he doesn't know how to not talk. It's that sounds mean. That sounds mean. But he did not do a good job presenting his own case. He did not do a good job presenting his conclusions, his expert opinions on anything. We were just mad, and we got our first direct examination, so that was cool. Then we just ended on Ian. So we had a day and a half of trial. So we are on our third witness for the last. Everything's moving so slow. Every time they go on a break, let's talk about scheduling. Let's talk about scheduling. Let's talk about scheduling. But things feel like they're just moving slower and slower and slower. But anywho, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning with some more court. And it's just going to be slow until it's done. There's no fighting it. She's tried fighting it. You can't fight it. It's just going to be slow until it's done. That's that. That's it. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Bye, Crystalline. Be good. Bye, Ronnie. Be good. Take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow. More court. It never ends. Oh, wait. The best thing of the day. Completion of the load event. Okay. I'll see you guys later.